After hearing Xiao Ling's division ratio, Luo Yuansheng did not speak. A fair split of 80/20ths is almost acceptable after deducting costs, but since transportation and selling expenses are included, his profit is very small. After working together last year, Luo Yuansheng thought Boss Qiao would be easy to talk to again this year. It seems he was too naive. Even if Boss Qiao is easy to work with so many people under her, she can't let him earn as much as last year. After careful thought, Luo Yuansheng finally agreed. Okay, Boss Qiao, let's go with your 80/20th split. Can we continue our talks now? Earning less doesn't mean earning nothing. This year, with Boss Qiao's larger scale, even small gains add up to a good amount. Plus, Luo Yuansheng also wants to use peaches to expand his channels, so he doesn't mind the smaller share. He knows that many fruit traders want to work with Boss Qiao, not just him. He doesn't want to end up empty-handed, so earning less is okay. Boss Luo, you're quick to agree. Trust me, even with an 80/20th split, you won't earn less. Your fresh produce and boutique stores might even benefit more. This year's peaches will be better than you imagine. Qiao Ling made Luo Yuansheng take on all costs but still kept the 80/20th split. She isn't trying to cheat him. Instead, it's a test for him. For normal fruit wholesale, her conditions are strict. Fruit is hard to transport and keep fresh. To sell well, the fruit must stay fresh, which costs a lot during transit. But these aren't ordinary fruits. Since they've reached a preliminary agreement, Qiao Ling gives Luo Yuansheng reassurance. Peach trees in Taoweiyuan cover 800 acres. You can sell peaches from 500 acres first. I know you have concerns, Luo boss, but rest assured, the peaches from Taoweiyuan won't be worse than last year's, and in fact, they are much better. Qiao Ling saw Luo Yuansheng's hesitation and understood his feelings. Usually, newly planted peach trees can only bear fruit after a year or two, and the quality and yield are hard to predict. But with Qiao Ling's special abilities and the little gourd, these issues are not a problem. There's no need to worry about the quantity or quality of the peaches. Qiao Ling knew this, but Luo Yuansheng didn't. She was satisfied with this partnership and wanted to be clear about the details. After all, Luo Yuansheng is responsible for selling the peaches. If he accidentally sells them too cheaply, Qiao Ling would be very upset. How many peaches can I sell from the 50 acres of peach trees on the back mountain? Qiao Ling has never truly tasted the peaches from Taoweiyuan, and even though she repeatedly assures Luo Yuansheng of their quality, he still has doubts. He cares most about the peaches on the 50 acres of the back mountain, as those are his main goal. Qiao Ling doesn't explain much. She just hopes to surprise Luo Yuansheng with the peaches from Taoweiyuan. As for the peaches on the back mountain, she wants to remind him, the peaches on the 50 acres of the back mountain will be at least twice as good as last year's. Boss Luo, you can adjust your strategy accordingly. Compared to Qiao Ling, Luo Yuansheng has more experience dealing with customers. She doesn't say much, only mentioning the quality of the peaches to help him prepare. Qiao Ling keeps reminding him, and Luo Yuansheng becomes more cautious. Better than last year? Twice as good. Seeing Qiao Ling nod, Luo Yuansheng feels excited. Last year's peaches were already amazing, and this year they will be even better. What kind of magical place is Taoweiyuan? It doesn't matter what kind of magical place it is. If the peaches are of average quality, then he needs to change his marketing strategy. And if what Qiao Ling said about Taoweiyuan's peaches is true, if it's true. Thinking of this, Luo Yuansheng feels a surge of enthusiasm. With so many peaches of such high quality, if he takes charge of the sales, he could become the next fruit tycoon. Thinking of this, Luo Yuansheng greedily asks, Boss Qiao, how many peaches can I sell from the 50 acres? Or maybe you should relax and let me handle everything. You're so busy with other things, just let me take care of it. He remembers that Qiao Ling said she could sell peaches from 500 acres of Taoweiyuan.
He feels a bit distressed.
If he can sell the remaining 300 acres, how much more can he do? Since he sells a lot and Qiao Ling earns a lot, he might as well sell all of them himself. No, that won't do. I have my own plans for the remaining peaches. I can only let you sell 30 acres of the 50 on the back mountain. The rest I need to keep. Qiao Ling refuses Luo Yuansheng's wild ideas. She doesn't have many high-end clients, but that doesn't mean she doesn't need peaches to attract visitors. The 300 acres of peach trees in Peach Blossom Valley are reserved for high-end tourists. Xiaoling no longer plans to organize self-picking activities, as it is a scenic spot operated in partnership with the authorities. Selling extremely expensive peaches would be inappropriate and could lead to criticism. The peaches in Peach Blossom Valley are priced at 100 yuan each. As for the peaches in the Back Mountain Peach Orchard, only 30 acres will be sold by Luo Yuansheng, while Xiaoling does not intend to sell the rest separately. Xiaoling plans to sell all the peaches in Peach Blossom Valley at 100 yuan each. If she sells peaches from the Back Mountain Orchard, the price will naturally not be low. However, selling peaches at prices much higher than the market rate could cause many doubts, especially since last year's prices were already quite high. To avoid controversy, Xiaoling decided not to sell the Back Mountain peaches to the public. Good products always attract customers. Seeing how decisively Xiaoling refused, Luo Yuansheng wisely stopped arguing and instead discussed the details with her. After sending off the enthusiastic Luo Yuansheng, Xiaoling took care of another matter. This year, she will have Luo Yuansheng help sell the peaches to ease the transition. Next year, it should be easier, and the resort can sell the peaches directly. A month passed quickly. During this time, besides working with Gorwei on promotional videos, nothing else happened. Both Lingyun Temple and Hidden Mountain Village looked prosperous. The villagers were earning money, but also focused on improving their competitiveness. They kept upgrading their facilities and service quality. Everyone was busy preparing for the opening of Peach Blossom Valley on March 10th. Lu Hongda gave villagers the freedom to choose their clothing. Resort staff could wear uniform outfits, but he couldn't control the villagers and merchants of Hidden Mountain Village. He only explained the benefits of wearing traditional ethnic costumes, letting everyone weigh the pros and cons freely. During busy times, time always flies. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Besides the rehabilitation center, all other construction work was completed thanks to the financial resources. The road from the East High-Speed Rail Station in City C to Hidden Mountain Village was finished a week early. The two-lane road was not very wide, but enough to transport tourists back and forth. The new road followed the same approach as the old road in Hidden Mountain Village, using buses based on passenger flow to reduce the impact of private cars on the road. The 2 hotels at the resort are now fully completed. Each hotel can accommodate 1,000 guests, helping to solve the dining and lodging needs of thousands of visitors. This greatly eases the pressure on accommodation and restaurants. Although only part of the commercial street is finished now, it has already been mostly divided and taken by different businesses. To take advantage of the opening of Taoweiyuan, shop owners have been working day and night on renovations. The first batch of shops has also been completed in the past few days. Most of these initial shops are restaurants. Since people come to enjoy themselves, they don't want to eat fast food or packed meals every time. If possible, they prefer to try local delicacies. When choosing shops to open, the owners carefully selected those that meet the basic needs of visitors. Most of these are food-related, with other shops mainly providing essential support services. Although there aren't many shops, they are enough to meet the daily needs of tourists. Not only are the shops inside the scenic area being prepared, but the infrastructure work in Inshan Village is also nearing completion. Everyone knows that this is a great time to make money. No one knows how long Inshan Village can keep earning so easily. The villagers, who are tired of poverty, are working tirelessly day and night. If they don't have enough workers, they simply ask trusted relatives and friends to help. Originally, Inshan Village had only about 100 residents. After a year of development, the population has grown past 1,000. Every household now has modern houses and cars, and the village is no longer the poor mountain settlement it once was. All preparations for welcoming tourists are ready, just waiting for Taoweiyuan to open. This year, due to unusual weather, the peach blossoms bloomed nearly 2 weeks later than usual. Based on when the peach trees are expected to be in full bloom, Xiaoling set the opening date of Taoweiyuan for April 7th. Although the opening was delayed by half a month, it didn't dampen visitors' enthusiasm. Early on April 7th, around 4 or 5 in the morning, Inshan Village, and the resort were already brightly lit. After meetings with department heads, staff were sent back to their posts to prepare. Internal staff arrangements were completed, and many part-time workers had also been hired. Part-time makeup artists and hairstylists come with me. The scenic area has set up 100 makeup stations. Here are your tickets. Follow the number on your ticket to the corresponding station. Each station has 5 people. Get familiar with the process first. Today, more people came than usual, but we have enough staff. I hope everyone will take their work seriously and do their best to meet the visitors' needs, creating the looks they want. However, it doesn't mean spending 1 or 2 hours on each visitor's makeup and hairstyle. Usually, each visitor is limited to about 10 minutes. We divide the work among team members. One person handles the base makeup, another focuses on eye makeup, and everyone works quickly and efficiently. Your pay is a fixed salary plus a commission. The more visitors you serve, the more commission you earn. At the end, visitors will rate the service. The top 10% of staff in ratings will get an extra 10% commission. Those ranked between 10% and 20% will get 5% more. Those between 20% and 40% will get 3% extra. You can calculate how much money you will make based on your performance. Since everyone is an adult, I won't say more. It's up to you to decide. The logistics team leader is using a loudspeaker to explain the pay structure and service points to the part-time makeup artists. Xiaomei, how many people do you think we can do makeup for in a day? I'm not sure, but probably quite a few. In our city, there's a big promotion for the Peach Blossom Festival and a contest for traditional costumes. Even if I don't come today to make money, I still want to see it, Xiaomei whispered to her friend. I think Boss Qiao is really generous. He's hired 500 makeup artists. Most of the city's makeup artists are probably here. I even saw a few famous local makeup artists, but they seem to have been taken somewhere else, not with us, her friend whispered gossip. I know about that. Those senior artists are probably doing makeup for the contestants. Not only our city, but neighboring cities also sent many talented makeup artists. Having so many makeup artists is risky. If not many visitors come, it will be awkward. And if visitors outnumber our staff, Boss Qiao might lose a lot. Another woman nearby muttered quietly. It's impossible without visitors. I have a relative who works here. I heard that in the past few days, the tickets for Peach Blossom Land have already sold 50,000, and Lingyun Temple has sold 40,000. With the tickets sold in the last couple of days, there are at least 100,000 visitors. No need to worry about no one coming. That many 100,000 visitors. Even if only 1/10 want makeup, that's 10,000 people needing it. My goodness, my daily income could be over 1,000. If the service is good and I get extra tips, I could earn enough for a month's living expenses. Xiaomei's companion estimated today's earnings, and she suddenly felt very energized. They are just ordinary makeup artists. Their salaries aren't high, but since they are working part-time for a few days, it looks like they will make a good amount of money. Not just enough for a month's expenses. If they do well, it's possible to earn even more. The Peach Blossom Festival promotes traditional clothing and spring outings to enjoy the peach blossoms. People who buy tickets to join such activities have already been screened. Most of them enjoy these kinds of events. Only 1/10 of the visitors need makeup, which is still a conservative estimate. Moreover, Xiaomei's relative mentioned that the resort owner doesn't rely on makeup services for profit. They only charge cost prices for renting clothes and doing makeup, which makes their prices much cheaper than other scenic spots. Overall, most visitors are willing to spend money on dressing up. Today, these makeup artists are definitely going to be busy all day. It's not just a busy day for makeup artists. All the staff at the scenic area are extremely busy. By 8 a.m., many visitors have already arrived, heading straight to the guides dressed as attendants at the entrance. Do you sell or rent costumes here? Can we see them? Do you also help with styling? How much do you charge? Is the fairy in the promotional video really your boss? Can she really do martial arts? A group of girls chatter excitedly, asking the guides questions. Guowei's promotional video was very successful. Director Qian took time to personally give guidance. The video was beautifully shot, with each character having their own unique features. Director Wu Nan appeared friendly yet commanding, dressed in green, radiating elegance, matching perfectly with the peach blossoms. Village Chief He Ming and his grandson also played dress-up. In the blink of an eye, the playful old man seemed to come alive, lying under a peach blossom tree, drinking wine. The peach blossom fairy planted the peach trees and broke branches to use as wine money. Old Mrs. Liu and her husband also appeared on camera. The elderly couple, dressed in floral clothes, looked gentle and warm as spring. The peach blossoms reflected the season, and they held hands, growing old together. Young men Deng Bin and Lekong dressed as scholars, riding tall horses. They felt proud and confident, enjoying the spring breeze and fast horse hooves. They spent the day admiring the flowers of Chang'an, full of youthful spirit and carefree charm. Beautiful girl Luo Tingting, who usually acts carefree, changed into a literary girl. The spring breeze gently touched her face, making her look like a young noble enjoying the beauty of spring. Her pink face danced in the wind, showing her youthful charm. Guo Wei and Xinjia dressed as a couple. They fell in love among the peach blossoms. Guo Wei said, "I am lucky to meet someone with a peach blossom face. From now on, spring is warmer because of you. No need for deep red or bright colors. You are the best among all flowers." The most impressive was Qiao Ling's flying peach blossom dance. Originally, Guo Wei planned for her to perform a peach blossom dance, but Qiao Ling felt she wasn't a dancer and found spinning awkward, like a spinning top. As the boss, she confidently refused to shoot such silly promotional videos. Finally, Director Qian suggested that Qiao Ling do a flying peach blossom dance. Thanks to her special physical condition, she easily used a harness to perform. Wearing a flowing hanfu dress like a peach blossom, with fluttering ribbons, she soared in the air, looking like a fairy stepping on clouds and flying down to the human world. Once the promotional video was released, it attracted many fans of all ages. When tourists asked many questions, the guy dressed as a traditional servant was calm. She explained patiently, following the training. At the end, she took out a peach blossom source guidebook for the lead tourist. "Miss, do you have any other questions? This guidebook has detailed information. If anything is unclear, you can check it." The leader took the booklet from the guide, glanced at it briefly. It listed places to buy costumes, makeup stations, performance areas, and rest spots. After a simple thank you, she turned to her friends and said, "Ladies, our beautiful dresses are waiting for us to conquer. What are we waiting for? Let's go." Then she led the way to the nearest costume rental shop. A group of girls chattered happily and ran after her, full of joy. "Grandchildren, look! The young, beautiful women are over there. What are you hesitating for? Let's go." Not long after a group of girls ran ahead, a group of boys strolled over casually. The boy leading the group looked eagerly at the girls' backs, saliva almost dripping from his mouth, and called out to his roommate behind him with frustration. "Where are they? Where are the pretty girls?" The slow-moving boy suddenly perked up. They didn't plan to join the Peach Blossom Festival, but their roommate, Sixth, said many Hanfu girls and fashion enthusiasts would be there. To see the pretty girls, their whole dorm was excited to participate. "Stop acting so creepy. You're drooling. Come on, let's go change our clothes first." It was embarrassing enough. Their school didn't have many girls, but they shouldn't act so obvious. They were talking loudly, and many people around were watching them. Yeah, everyone stay alert. Whether you can find a girlfriend depends on today. I saw some nice outfits in the promotional videos. Let's go ask about the prices. If they're okay, we'll change into new clothes. Clothes make the man, and today was all about the Peach Blossom Festival fashion event. They had to experience it at least once. Seeing the guards patrolling with swords, the boys' eyes were almost popping out with envy. To attract the girls' attention, the boys playfully followed the guide to the clothing rental and sales area. Young people are so energetic, Grandma Lu sighed happily, talking to Renmin beside her as she watched the lively young people rushing around. "You're not bad either. Your style in the promotional videos was quite impressive," Renmin teased with a smile. "I was just going along with the flow. Guo Wei said he wanted to film people of all ages, so I gave it a try," Grandma Lu said a bit shyly. She wasn't old-fashioned, but she felt a little awkward showing her and her husband's interactions on camera. But she didn't expect Guo Wei to be so talented. The footage turned out surprisingly good, capturing her style perfectly. Feeling pleased, Grandma Lu asked Renmin again, "Xiaoren, why are you here alone? What about Xiao Deng? He didn't come to this rare event." "Yes, they came with us this time." Many guests from the club also arrived. "Yesterday, I booked a suite for them, and today, the child's father will take them to see it," Renmin whispered, explaining that they brought VIP guests this time. "They must take good care of them." "Oh, I see. So, these guests generously booked Mr. Chiao's VIP rooms? Wow, rich people really know how to spend. A room costs 10,000 a night." Aunt Lu remembered some gossip from a few days ago and asked Renmin curiously. Mr. Chiao's hotel also has luxurious presidential suites. Although the hotel was busy before opening, everyone didn't expect the VIP suites to sell out so quickly on the day before opening. Out of 100 suites in 2 hotels, all were gone in no time. Everyone was curious about who was spending so much. Turns out it was Little Run and his wife. But then again, since Little Run and his wife often deal with wealthy women who spend hundreds of thousands or millions on skincare, a 10,000 yuan room fee is nothing to them. They booked many suites. They also brought a lot of things this time. It would be troublesome to leave them outside, so they decided to go to the hotel first to store their things, Renmin whispered. Wealthy women always have lots of belongings, so they naturally want to store them at the hotel first. The wealthy women just wanted to store their things, but unexpectedly, the hotel had a surprise waiting for them. Wow, so many beautiful clothes. Mom, look, they're way prettier than what I brought. Gao Minmin, who had successfully lost weight, happily shared her discovery with others. There are also many traditional ethnic costumes and accessories. A girl around Gao Minmin's age in the crowd also exclaimed happily. Most of them had lost weight by taking slimming pills. After succeeding, they couldn't resist the temptation of beautiful clothes. They came prepared for the Peach Blossom Festival, fully equipped. But seeing the hotel's display of gorgeous clothes, accessories, and hairpieces, they hesitated. Compared to the items in the exhibition hall, their own outfits looked plain and outdated. The craftsmanship is quite fine. Where did Mr. Chiao get such good stuff? Xie Monli carefully examined the items in the display hall, curious. Xie Monli was a frequent visitor to Yinshan village. Recently, Little Aunt successfully gave birth to a healthy son and left Hidden Mountain Village. Her little uncle's health also improved, and he returned to work with Boss Chiao's special peach blossom wine and honey. Having seen the wonders of Hidden Mountain Village, Xie Monli couldn't ignore this place. She often came here with friends. The waiter serving these distinguished guests smiled quietly, knowing that the customers weren't really interested in the reasons, but were just curious and asked casually. Sure enough, after Xie Monli asked, she didn't wait for the waiter's answer. Instead, she pointed at a set of ethnic costumes in the exhibition hall and confidently said, "I bought this outfit, including accessories. Where can I swipe my card? I also want to try on this red exotic dress. This queen's gown really suits my style. Bring it to me." A group of slim, successful women couldn't resist such temptation. They immediately abandoned their old favorites and embraced new ones. The staff in the exhibition hall were all smiles. They weren't employees of the resort but vendors renting the platform to sell clothes. The Peach Blossom Festival mainly featured costume-changing activities. Hanfu Studios and various clothing factories had already set their sights on this event and approached the resort. To choose the right suppliers and studios, the logistics department held a bidding event, approving vendors based on their overall quality. 10 vendors won the bid, including high-end costume studios and affordable clothing factories, all featuring traditional, Hanfu, or ethnic elements. The ladies bought their favorite outfits and quickly changed in their rooms. At this moment, the room service staff brought a makeup artist. VIP rooms offer makeup services. If needed, you can contact me. Since the suite cost 10,000 yuan per night, extra services were naturally available. That's thoughtful. We want a makeup artist, Xie and her friends didn't refuse the help. When Dad Deng and the group arrived at Peach Blossom Land, visitors dressed in various costumes were already in place. Most of the outfits featured Hanfu elements, with Hanfu-clad young men and women being the main crowd. There were also many exotic-looking handsome men and beautiful women. There are quite a few people wearing ethnic minority clothing. Most visitors change into these outfits, which are affordable, about 1 or 200 yuan for a set. For those who think buying is not worth it, there is also a clothing rental service. Prices range from 50 to several hundred or even 1,000 yuan, trying to meet the needs of visitors. A group of tourists strolls happily among the flower fields, taking photos and checking in. Guo Wei, dressed in a bright uniform, proudly asks Zhang Na, "Little auntie, how do you think? Is our event good? You're quite capable, kid. Keep it up. We want Lingyun Resort to be famous across the country and around the world." In the past, Guo Wei might have felt a little shy about such teasing, but after the success of Lingyun View and Taoweiyuan projects, he is full of confidence. Little Annie, just wait. Lingyun Resort will be famous worldwide. Later, foreigners will cry and beg to come here for tourism. Guo Wei's aunt-in-law, dressed in a rich, elegant style like Yang Guifei, takes a selfie and posts it on social media. After hearing Guo Wei, she nods in agreement. Guo Wei, you need to work harder. Our house's value will rise with the water. Hey, little sister, do you think we should buy a few more houses in town? Guo Wei's aunt-in-law carefully considers the current situation and shakes her head. Forget it. Property values are falling sharply now. Holding on to them isn't easy to sell. Better to buy 2 shops at Qiao Boss's resort for dining. Guo Wei, when the next batch of shops is available, you should help me keep an eye out. I want to buy 2 shops. Guo Wei's aunt-in-law already owns a restaurant in City C. Seeing the benefits of running a business, she looks longingly at the passing tourists. If she opened 2 restaurants here, how much money could she make every day? Auntie, you and the boss are on good terms. Why do you want me to pass messages? Just go talk to him yourself. Would he really refuse you? Guo Wei feels a bit helpless. He just bought a shop from the boss himself, and now his aunt-in-law wants him to do it again. How would the boss see him? I just think it's more convenient with you. If I use up all my favors, it won't be easy to ask again later if I have other things to do. Guo Wei's aunt-in-law is quite clever. As Lingyun View and Taoweiyuan become more prominent, the resort's rise is inevitable. She doesn't want to waste her favors easily. Auntie, my relationships are not just simple favors. I am still the boss's employee. Do you think it's good for me to act like this all day? Zhang Na interrupted them. All right, later we can ask Boss Qiao about it. It's not like we're not paying. The resort has planned many shops, so don't worry. Although the villagers of Yinshan Village have started making money, they have their own land to build hotels, restaurants, and supermarkets. People interested in buying shops inside the resort probably won't be many. Their whole family has been dealing with Boss Qiao for a long time. Boss Qiao is good at handling relationships and business. When it comes to attracting tenants, he will definitely prefer those familiar with him. Guo Wei's aunt was pleased after hearing her sister-in-law's analysis and let Guo Wei go. It wasn't very early anymore. Seeing tourists around stopping their selfies and gathering purposefully, Guo Wei reminded everyone. The clothing contest is about to start. Let's go watch it. Annie, aren't you going on stage to compete? Don't delay. When Guo Wei's aunt saw the time, she jogged and pulled Guo Wei's uncle and the others apart. Mom, Dad, older sister, little sister, please come to Arena 3 later to cheer for me. Get the crowd to vote for us. The clothing contest isn't just for young people. Anyone wearing traditional Hanfu or ethnic costumes can join. Men, women, old, and young, all are welcome. Auntie was very interested and signed up enthusiastically. There were quite a few contestants. To make it easier for visitors to watch and to prevent accidents like trampling, Qiaoling arranged for 8 display booths. Each booth could hold about 10,000 visitors, with staff managing order and hosting the contest. This greatly eased the crowd flow. The 8 booths were spread across 800 acres of land. This meant each 100 acres could host 10,000 visitors, preventing everyone from crowding into one place. Each booth had a manager, making management easier. Seeing the colorful and diverse ethnic costumes around, Wu Nan was amazed. Boss Chiao, your development is so fast, it's amazing. Fast development doesn't mean much by itself, but achieving such rapid and successful growth is truly impressive. Wu Nan last visited about half a year ago. At that time, there was only a small Taoist temple covering 10 acres. About 2,000 people came each day. Although the number wasn't large, it was hard to find a place to stay overnight, so she couldn't host guests. That time, she and her friends drove back to the city late at night. Recently, when she came to film a promotional video, she was in a hurry and didn't pay much attention. Today, early in the morning, she and her staff took a long walk around the area. The changes are truly remarkable. Next to the village, every household has built small Western-style houses to serve as guest houses. Some have opened restaurants, hotels, and supermarkets, all bustling with visitors. The biggest change is the resort. The original Taoist temple seems not to be open to the public, but the newly built Lingyun temple is busy with visitors, and the crowds are huge. Today, the Peach Blossom Spring just opened, and it's also crowded with people. Wu Nan and Xiaoling are now at exhibition stand number 1, watching visitors in various traditional ethnic costumes. She feels deeply moved. After hearing Wu Nan speak, Xiaoling didn't say much. She quietly told Wu director to watch the competition. This is just the beginning. When spiritual energy spreads throughout the resort, that will be the most glorious moment for the resort. Clothing of the Han people, showcasing Eastern charm. Promoting Chinese civilization, establishing a nation of etiquette. China values etiquette greatly, so it is called xia. It has beautiful robes called hua. Who says there are no clothes? Wearing robes together. The Han people have beautiful clothing, Hanfu. Wearing our Han clothing, promoting our etiquette nation. Born in China, everyone should wear Hanfu once, to dream of ancient times. Now, let's welcome the contestant from exhibition stand number 1 to perform a Hanfu show. Applause, please. As the host's voice rang out, 2 people in Hanfu slowly stepped forward. The girl leading the group wore a light green dress that fluttered in the wind, fragrant and stunning. Her graceful movements and charming demeanor made her look like a beauty from a fairy tale. Behind her, a young man in red Hanfu with a high ponytail followed closely. His presence was captivating, like a hero with a sword, elegant and free-spirited. As soon as the contestants appeared, the atmosphere around the stage became lively. Cheers and praise erupted.
Wow.
The young man in red is so handsome, so cool. Help! What should I do? I feel like I might faint again. People like Jade and gentlemen are one of a kind. The benefits of reading are clear. Flirting with a guy is not just about silly words. Clouds imagine clothes, flowers imagine beauty, spring breeze brushes the balcony, dew is thick. Other boys also didn't want to be outdone. The beauty of the girl could only be described with poetry. Goddess, I love her so much. Within 10 seconds, I want the contact information of the stage. Time is limited. The performance can only last up to 2 minutes. When the time is up, the 2 performers in traditional Hanfu step back. Then, the host's voice rings out again. No silver, no flowers, no girl. No clothes, no grandeur. The intricate silver jewelry and colorful costumes showcase the unique charm of the Zhuang ethnic group. Now, please enjoy the Zhuang costume display. As soon as the host finishes speaking, a girl dressed in Zhuang attire confidently walks toward the audience. She is a Zhuang woman, with a wild spirit in her bones and a gentle temperament, exuding a special mysterious aura. After the Zhuang girl, other ethnic costumes are shown one after another. Although the competition lasts a long time, few visitors move around. Everyone is focused on watching the ethnic costumes on stage. Their pride and confidence in their culture suddenly soar. This is the demeanor a great nation should have, outshining even Paris Fashion Week. The top 3 contestants are chosen on the spot. Visitors with tickets each have 1 vote. After 2 hours of performances, the audience is immediately invited to vote. The top 3 winners are then compared with other displays for the final competition. Soon it's noon. The organizers give everyone time to eat, enjoy the cherry blossoms and scenery, edit photos, and share selfies. The evening will feature the final contest. Grandpa, grandma, parents, uncles, aunts, sister, I think I did pretty well just now. After the costume display ends in the morning, Yi Yuran jumps around happily in front of the elders, showing off her performance, completely relaxed and cheerful. Not bad, not bad. Our Yuran looks beautiful, and her outfit is lovely. She's representing our Yi family well. She looks like a little fairy. The elders of the Yi family praise Yi Yuran enthusiastically. Yi Xinran dressed in a foreign style, wearing a veil, and used her bloodline power to suppress others. That's because I didn't go on stage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a chance to show off. After teasing her jealous sister, Yi Xinran curiously asked, Yuran, where did you find the young man in red who went on stage with you? Give me his contact info. Although Yi Yuran performed well, the first exhibition stage was full of talented people, including beautiful women with exotic looks and stunning traditional costumes, some more impressive than Yi Yuran. Yi Yuran's win was mostly thanks to that young man in red. Big sister, why do you want to see him? You signed a 3-year no-love contract, so don't try to get close to others. Yi Yuran was cautious. That young man in red was her longtime crush, and she didn't want Yi Xinran to interfere.
예빈란 롤렛 하레의 사티에요란.
Do I only get attracted by looks? Actually, the drama I'm filming now needs a pure, innocent girl. Your classmate seems perfect. Ask him if he's interested in acting. I'll help him debut. The young man in red, dressed in traditional clothing, worked so well with his sister. Yi Xinran wasn't blind. She saw the pink bubbles in her sister's eyes. She wondered why she was so eager to get involved. Forget it. Do you think only you have good taste? Many talent scouts have approached him. He won't join the entertainment industry. Yi Yuran helped her idol reject the idea. All right, what are you two sisters whispering about? We've ordered the food. Let's go eat. During the Peach Blossom Festival, we should enjoy the flowers. After eating, Yi Yuran still needs to prepare for the evening's finals. Don't delay. Seeing her sisters walking away happily, Yi Mom couldn't help but urge them. Today, so many people, every restaurant was full. If they hadn't prepared early, they wouldn't know how long they'd have to wait for lunch. Waiter, bring me something delicious. Ye's family just sat down at Zhaozhen restaurant when a loud female voice called outside. Yes, Your Majesty. I don't know how many distinguished guests there are. Did you make reservations in advance? The waiter, Zhao Xiaoju, dressed as a young servant, asked politely, acting properly. The woman dressed as an empress behind her, scolding loudly. How bold. Young waiter. The empress is here. You only see the noble consort. Where do you place me? The true empress? Zhao Xiaojiu, a natural actor, bows politely. Your Majesty, forgive me. I didn't recognize your greatness. Please come in, ladies. I wonder if your attendants and maids have already arranged meals for you. The two women smile as they walk into the hall. The woman dressed as the empress pretends to be sad. The emperor has a new favorite. My noble consort, and I no longer have our old grandeur. Young servant, please assign us a seat in the hall. Zhao Xiaojiu responds quickly. Yes, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Table 15 on the second floor of the main hall. A maid will serve you upstairs. The two women, dressed as noble ladies, cover their mouths to hide their laughter. Just as they are about to go upstairs, a room door on the first floor opens. What a coincidence. Out on a secret visit, and you two consorts are also out. Would you like to join us for a game? The man speaking wears a dragon robe, playing the role of the emperor. Hee hee, what a coincidence. Empress, today we'll just have some fun with the emperor. The woman dressed as the noble consort laughs. It's worth it to have refused spicy barbecue and water-splashing activities in Yunnan. These events are quite fun. Not only are their costumes coincidentally matching, but many unrelated visitors also bump into each other. People in ethnic costumes form a group. People dressed in the same dynasty's attire form a group. Characters from TV shows bump into each other, creating a lively scene. There's a martial arts contest, palace romance, and stories of heroes and villains, so lively. In Ye's private room, Yi Yuran, after watching the fun, turns to Yi Xinran and asks, Big sister, aren't you busy filming lately? How come you have time to join the Peach Blossom Festival? I asked you before to be my partner, but you refused. Now you're probably jealous, right? Maybe I'll win a few million tonight, making as much money as you do from acting. Yi Shinran had previously used a peach blossom pillow bought by her family to get close to a director. The director kept his word, helping her improve her role. Her part was bigger and more popular than before. If everything goes well, Yi Shinran will become a bit more famous. She focused all her energy on her role to do well in filming. Her family invited her to see the peach blossoms, but she initially refused. Isn't the director also here to help film videos at the festival? The crew is filming some unimportant scenes today. I just want to see if what you say about it being so amazing is true, she explained simply. Did you watch all morning today? How do you feel? Was this trip worth it? Yiran asked back. Just okay. The event was well done, but if other places also put in such big efforts for promotion, it would probably be similar, Yi Shinran stubbornly replied. Just okay? Yi Shinran, feel your own heart and tell me, such a place is just okay? No wonder you're in the entertainment industry. You really have some insight, Yi Yuran mocked. Let's not talk about how today's Peach Blossom Festival went. Even if Peach Blossom Spring is blooming beautifully, Yi Shinran shouldn't lie about it being average. Such beautiful peach blossoms are not seen everywhere. Yi Shinran, a talented girl from the Chinese department, has good sources of information. Anyway, she's never seen such delicate pink peach blossoms anywhere else. In the world of novels, peach blossoms bloom like this, right? Yi Shinran being so delicate is just like that. Look at her getting carried away after being a star for just 2 days, thinking she's invincible. Alright, you two sisters always argue when you're together. Shinran, admitting that this place is good won't make you lose face. Why be so stubborn? And you, Yuran, don't be so aggressive when you speak. Just say what you mean nicely. Ye's mom interrupted their quarrel. The sisters act like sworn enemies. If they don't argue twice a day, they feel uncomfortable. Yes. Shinran, Yuran, sisters should love each other. Don't bicker all the time. I know you're used to this way of getting along, but too much of it can hurt feelings. Grandma Yi also advised her 2 granddaughters. Got it, Grandma. I won't argue with her anymore, Yi Shinran replied politely, but secretly glared at Yi Yuran. As for loving such a sister, she really couldn't. She wondered what big virtue she lacked in her past life to end up with such a sister. Despite the private conflicts between the 2 sisters, Grandma Yi tried to advise them. From childhood, they promised to behave well in front of her, but they still argued behind her back. Grandma Yi could only ensure that the 2 young granddaughters didn't cause trouble in her presence. She didn't interfere much with other matters and turned to the others at the dining table, saying, I heard that Boss Chiao's peach blossom sachets are very good. Later, you all can see if Boss Chiao has any peach blossom sachets to sell. I want to buy some for the older ladies in the family. Grandma Yi had lived in Hidden Mountain Village for a long time, and her sleep problems were completely solved. She learned how good the village was, and had also encouraged her old friends to come and experience it. However, everyone had their own issues and couldn't come. Although Grandma Yi felt a bit regretful, she had no other way. While staying in the village, Grandma Yi found out that Boss Chiao's peach blossom sachets also helped with sleep. She thought about bringing some back for her friends. It's pretty good. If there's a chance, buy more for your aunt and your great-aunt. Grandpa Yi agreed with a nod. Next time, ask Lingyun Temple if you can buy some of their incense. It works well too. The Yi couple were now loyal fans of Lingyun Temple, visiting daily to burn incense. They truly felt the positive changes in their bodies. Naturally, they wanted to bring good things back for their relatives. Dad, stop thinking about it. We've tried before. Except for the time Lingyun Temple opened, we haven't bought their incense outside. I think it's more reliable to find out about the peach blossom sachets. Ye's father had already tried, so he shared this news with the couple. Oh no? I was thinking of bringing some incense back for Jinran. He's busy studying for his PhD and really needs good things to help him relax, said the eldest sister-in-law of the Yi family, showing disappointment. Her son Yi Jinran was currently in a critical period of his studies, and she wanted to get some nice things for him. Yes, sister-in-law.
We've already asked about that.
Even if we pay extra, it's not possible. Now, we can only try to buy some peach blossom sachets or wait until the peaches ripen to buy peaches, Ye's mother said helplessly. The scenic area was quite frustrating. Good things were sold outside, but they couldn't get them. It was exhausting, and they couldn't even spend their money freely. The Yi family was worried about Huabu not having enough money. Meanwhile, Wu Nan was talking to Qiao Ling about her concerns. Boss Qiao, I heard your hotel charges around 10,000 yuan a night for some rooms. Isn't that a bit too high? The resort is just starting out, and such expensive prices might hurt its reputation. Hotels costing over 10,000 yuan are not unheard of, but still, charging that much for a single night at a tourist spot can be problematic, especially since it's an officially supported attraction. If people criticize it, the official reputation could suffer. Director Wu, there are many hotels that charge over 10,000 yuan. There's no need to focus only on our scenic area. I'm just offering options for guests who want a more comfortable stay. Qiao Ling was defending her business. Some tourists just want to relax and don't mind spending more. If others find it too expensive, they can choose not to stay. No one is forcing them. Luxury brands sell bags and shoes for tens or hundreds of thousands. Why don't they get criticized? At least her 10,000 yuan rooms are worth the price. The benefits are visible, better service, and thoughtful room arrangements. Her presidential suite has special decorations. The incense in the room is made from plants from Lingyuan, carefully brewed. Items made from spiritual plants are of high quality. Is 1,000 yuan a night too much for such value? VIP guests can also take home souvenirs like special incense and peach blossom sachets from Lingyun Temple. These are not easy to find or buy. That's true, but Boss Qiao, if the resort wants to grow and have a positive image, setting the price at 10,000 yuan for a room might not be suitable. Wu Nan understood these points, but emphasized the importance of guiding proper consumption habits. Many people earn only a few thousand yuan a month. Spending 10,000 yuan on a hotel would take several months' salary. With the online negativity, such prices could easily attract criticism. All right, Director Wu. I won't advertise the VIP suites on the official website. I won't rent them out publicly. But if someone approaches me directly, that's not my problem. Qiao Ling made a small concession. She wanted to see if any netizens with heavy negativity would come after her. But for the sake of working with the authorities, she held back. However, even patience has its limits. The room is already prepared, and lowering the price to rent it out is impossible. The most they can do is remove the advertisement for the VIP room online, so it's not open to the public. Don't you see how hard it is to get a spot at the back mountain temple now? Everyone is eager to become members, even though there are monthly fees. Still, people prefer the original temple. As I always say, good things will always attract those who recognize their value. Wu Nan nods. She doesn't really want Qiao Ling to remove the VIP room. She just doesn't want the price to be posted online to prevent malicious rumors. After a simple lunch, Qiao Ling takes Wu Nan for a walk around, checking if any vendors are cheating tourists, if the food hygiene standards are met, and if visitors have any inconveniences. Back in the office, Wu Nan nods in approval. Overall, it's been a good result, but we're at a critical stage of development now. We must stay alert. The city is also supporting the resort's growth. If you need any help, just come to me. It's not easy for a tourist spot to stay popular for a long time. The Zibo Cultural Tourism Bureau now holds meetings until late at night to plan responses. C-City can't fall behind. Different places require different methods. Linyan Resort is not the same as Zibo Barbecue, so their measures are naturally different. The government can only do so much. Most of the effort depends on the resort itself. Wu Jia, I understand the importance. Don't worry.
The resort is my pride.
I want it to succeed more than anyone. Qiao Ling also understands Wu Nan's point. The government's help is limited. The real effort must come from the resort. Many resorts face closure due to internal issues. For Linyan Resort to succeed long-term, stronger supervision is necessary. After discussing the main matters, Qiao Ling checks the time and invites Wu Nan to attend the evening fashion competition finals. Wu Nan happily agrees and follows Qiao Ling to the venue. Because there are too many people for the final, Teo Weiyuan doesn't have enough space. The final is held on the large square of Linyan Temple. Linyan Temple's square has hosted large events before, so they are well prepared. Zhao Si, now promoted to security team leader, confidently leads his team to maintain order. Wow, sword-wielding guards. Are your swords real? Next to the young lady, she looked at Zhao Si and the others with their strong and handsome figures, feeling eager to strike up a conversation. Zhao Si tried hard to stay calm and not smile, even though he had been approached many times today. He couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the young ladies. Thanks to Xiao Jiu, who helped their group choose the uniform of the Imperial Guards with decorative swords, their security team has been very noticeable today. Guowei kept taking pictures with Director Qian, and their team will definitely have a place in the upcoming promotional video. These are just accessories. We don't dare carry real swords. We're just fooling around with you little girls. Muscular men aren't that interesting. Look at me, am I not charming enough? A man dressed like a scholar beside the young lady spoke, flipping open his fan and pretending to be charming. Charming? Only you? The lunch I ate earlier almost made me. You should just accept your beer belly. You're weak and delicate, not a real scholar, more like a coward. The young lady mockingly laughed at him. He was chubby, with big ears and uncoordinated. Even if he wore a dragon robe, he couldn't hide his awkwardness. After her teasing, they heard excited shouts. Wow, so handsome. The guy in red from the first stage this morning is here. He's so handsome. Really that handsome? Where? Let me see. Wow, is this guy real? Mom, I don't have to worry about being lonely anymore. I've even thought of a name for my future child. I heard the guy in red is a talented scholar and top student. He hasn't even graduated from college yet. I like the younger students the most. Which school are they from? As soon as the young man in red appeared, he immediately caught everyone's attention. No matter if they watched the first stage performance this morning or not, women of all ages stood on tiptoe and stretched their necks just to get a better look at him. Zhao Si and the other sword-wielding guards secretly sighed. Although they looked impressive with their swords, they weren't truly powerful. When faced with excited crowds, they had to use modern high-tech weapons, megaphones. Dear visitors, please don't get too excited. Don't rush to one spot. The young man will be here soon, and the young lady is also on her way. Please stay calm and stand outside the safety line. Holding such a large event, the biggest concern was a stampede. The leaders repeatedly warned everyone to be careful. Zhao Si didn't dare relax for a moment. Next, loudspeakers all around started to sound, reminding everyone to stay safe. Everyone, please don't push. Thank you for your support. During the competition, please cheer loudly but stay calm. You're all dressed so beautifully. Don't push and cause chaos. The young man in traditional red clothing gently advised everyone. Wow, the young man is talking to me. He's so gentle and charming. A girl nearby rolled her eyes. Obviously, he's talking to me. Don't get your hopes up. Stop arguing, I was the one he was talking to. With the reassurance from the idol, the excited girls finally calmed down. The girls kept blushing, while the other young men looked a bit uncomfortable. Even though the idol was right beside them, they chose to ignore him, pretending he wasn't there. Although the guy in red traditional clothes is nice, I think the girl at booth 7 with the exotic style is also very pretty. If I had to choose, I'd vote for her, said a man in the crowd. Exactly. I was at booth 7 this morning. I saw the girl in yellow. She looks like a charming foreign beauty with a mysterious vibe. Her glance is full of allure, another man praised. Other men kept complimenting. Come on, do you really think the ancestors fought over a few grapes in the West? That's funny, someone joked. Humph, superficial. I really like the Meow girl at booth 3. Her outfit is so beautiful. You probably like her silver jewelry, right? You'd sell yourself just to buy that jewelry. I love the clothing from the Manchu style, dreaming of the Qing dynasty. I like the Tibetan girl, so cool. While waiting for the competition, everyone talked about their favorite outfits and discussed the charming young men and women. The final round had 24 contestants, with some groups having many members. The backstage was lively and bustling. Senior Foam, do you think we can win first place? several million, and we each get half. I can buy my own house, so I won't have to go to my sister's place every time. Yi Yuan nervously tried to distract herself by talking to Feng Qing. Unlike Yi Xinran, who was used to big scenes, she was nervous tonight because 10,000 people were watching their clothing show. Relax, just do your best, Feng Qing said. She couldn't guarantee they would win. The event was very influential, and everyone there was talented. It wasn't easy to stand out among so many beautiful clothes. As for the prize money, Feng Qing wasn't really concerned. In the Hanfu community, most people were well off. People without money wouldn't bother with these activities. Not only Hanfu participants, but also contestants from other ethnic groups, like the Miao, who wore lots of silver jewelry, were not poor. It was obvious some had wealthy backgrounds. But, overall, many came to show their favorite ethnic costumes and share their love for them. The feeling of showing what they loved was more important than the prize money. So, all the contestants worked hard to display their outfits. Amid loud cheers and waves of excitement, the 24 contestants finished their performances. As they walked onto the stage together, the applause grew louder. A girl's hoarse voice called out, "Hanfu guy, I love you." A man loudly declared, "Yellow-clad enchantress, I want to be your loyal king, just to serve you." A young Miao girl said, "My favorite, you shine like a star in the sky." Everyone openly expressed their admiration. Xiao Gua, take pictures. Genuine feelings are the most beautiful. Capture these touching moments. You can't recreate this feeling in acting, someone said. Focus on the man in red. His name is Feng Qing, right? Take more shots of him, and also get more of the most popular yellow-clad enchantress and other contestants. We'll edit it later, said Director Qian, guiding Guowei closely. He also shared the same thoughts as Yi Xinran. The young man in red suits the role of the pure and innocent character in his fantasy drama. Guowei focused on filming but also listened to Director Qian's plans. Watching the stunning man in red in the scene, he said, "If you want him to act, let him be the lead. If you make him just a minor character with a small mark, you'll risk overshadowing the main actor." Even as a man, Guowei couldn't help but admire the creator's skill. Such a fairy-like character is hard to match with others. Xiao Gua, you don't understand yet. In a show, the main character isn't always the most interesting. Many second leads or similar characters are also loved by the audience. Keep learning and you'll see. Director Qian, with his experience, shared his insights. As they talked, the final voting results came out. The first place went to Feng Qing, dressed in red traditional clothing, with Yi Xinran as his partner, who won easily. Second place was a Miao ethnic girl. Her unique presence and beautiful costume helped more people learn about the Miao minority. Third place was a yellow-clad fairy girl, also from a minority group. Her every smile and gesture was full of charm. Besides Yi Xinran, who won easily, the other 3 contestants also deserved their places. Some might secretly feel disappointed that their favorite didn't win, but seeing the top 3 shining, they couldn't deny the fairness of the results. Apart from the cash prizes for the top 3, all finalists received other awards as a form of consolation. Even everyone who participated today got a special peach blossom-scented charm from Teo Weiyuan. After the event, visitors carried lanterns and wandered around. Most of their attention today was on the costume contest, so they didn't fully enjoy the beautiful scenery of Teo Weiyuan. Although it was night, the night tour of Teo Weiyuan was a rare and beautiful scene. Record of Teo Weiyuan. No knowledge of Han, no matter Wei or Jin. Night tour of Teo Weiyuan. Everyone experienced the mood of ancient people during their night visit to Teo Weiyuan. Director Qian stopped Feng Qing, who was about to leave, and asked straightforwardly, "Feng Qing, right? Are you still studying? Do you have any thoughts of entering the entertainment industry? I have a character here who is very suitable for you." Qing Feng shook his head to refuse. "Thank you, Director Qian, for your kind offer, but I have no plans to enter the entertainment industry. I appreciate your good intentions. If I wanted to join the entertainment industry, I would have done so in my first year of college, not now. Although I have the idea of promoting traditional Han clothing and its culture, I really dislike the chaotic nature of the entertainment world. Han clothing is just a hobby of mine, and I wouldn't join the industry just to promote it more widely." Young man, with such good qualities, it's a pity you're not in the entertainment industry, Director Chien said, clearly disappointed. Just then, Aunt Lu, who was nearby listening to gossip, was unhappy to hear this. Because he's a good young man, she thought he shouldn't enter the entertainment industry to avoid bad influences. That's good, very good. Everyone loves to look at handsome men, including Aunt Lu, who is in her 70s or 80s. During the voting earlier, she had pulled her whole family to vote for Ching Feng. Her husband wasn't happy about it. Everyone knows what her husband is thinking. Competing with a handsome guy like Ching Feng is already a compliment to him, isn't it? So now, when she sees Director Chien trying to lure Ching Feng into the messy entertainment world, Aunt Lu is unhappy. After confronting Director Chien, Aunt Lu kindly took Ching Feng's hand. Young man, are you still studying? Where is your family from? What kind of work do you plan to do in the future? My son works in human resources. Maybe I can ask him to give you some advice. Aunt Lu, I am a senior in college, about to graduate. I am from Sea City, and after graduation, I want to work here. If I could work at Teo Weiyuan, that would be perfect. Ching Feng answered Aunt Lu thoughtfully. His family is okay, not very wealthy, but they have a car, a house, and savings. He doesn't need to worry about earning a living, so he has plenty of time to do what he loves. Promoting Han clothing and its culture is what Ching Feng wants to do. He doesn't like Director Chien's platform. But today, after coming to Teo Weiyuan, he had a new idea. Teo Weiyuan and Lingyun Temple receive many visitors every day, and this trend will only grow. He can promote Han clothing and culture here. Plus, today's opening of Teo Weiyuan's Peach Blossom Festival, which is related to traditional costumes, will attract many like-minded people in the future. Working here seems like a good choice. Do you want to work here? Sure. Tell me what you want to do. I will personally talk to the resort owner to make sure you are given a good position. Listening to Feng Qing say he wants to work here, Grandma Lu's voice grew even louder. That means he could see handsome guys every day. As for whether Boss Chiao will hire Feng Qing or give him a good position, it's a joke. Such a handsome guy, even if he just comes to attract people without doing much, would be enough. There's no need to worry about anything else. Money Director stared in shock as Grandma Lu hurriedly took Feng Qing away to find Boss Chiao. What's going on with Grandma Lu? She just took someone away like that, relatives of Boss Chiao? Although not relatives, Boss Chiao likes Grandma Lu a lot. Money Director, it seems your ideal partner is gone. Even an old lady like Grandma Lu can't resist Feng Qing's charm, so how could the boss, who is a woman, resist such a handsome guy? Xiao Ling really couldn't resist. When Feng Qing said he wanted to work at Teo Weiyuan, Xiao Ling agreed, without hesitation. She didn't even ask about the position or salary, just agreed right away. It's not that Xiao Ling has feelings for Feng Qing. Right now, she is focused on her career and has no time for romance. But, even if he's not a boyfriend or husband, just having such a handsome guy around as an employee can lift everyone's mood. And looking at Feng Qing's performance today, he could easily be a promotional ambassador. Much better than hiring celebrities or idols. Senior Feng, are you really going to work here at Teo Weiyuan? Yi Yuran, who came with him, asked curiously when Feng Qing returned. Everyone was surprised. With Feng Qing's looks and talent, even if he didn't want to join the entertainment industry, she thought he might start his own studio or something. But coming to work at Teo Weiyuan was unexpected. Teo Weiyuan is very beautiful and has good development prospects. Yi Yuran knows that. But right now, it's just a small rural place. She couldn't quite understand Feng Qing's decision. Is Feng Qing not interested in finding a job elsewhere? Maybe he's just here to get an internship certificate. She wondered, looking at Feng Qing's gentle face with uncertainty. Yes, I have already talked to Boss Chiao. Once I finish handling my school matters in a few days, I will come here to work, Feng Qing replied clearly. Although working at Teo Weiyuan was a sudden decision, he felt more excited the more he thought about returning after leaving Boss Chiao. Just now, he learned from his boss that future promotions of Teo Weiyuan would mainly focus on peach blossoms, with traditional clothing as a secondary theme. Even though traditional clothing is secondary, that's okay. Peach blossoms and traditional clothing go well together. Maybe in the future, people will think of Taoyuan when they see traditional clothing. With 10,000 visitors a day at the resort, 3 million people a month will learn about traditional clothing. In a year, 30 million people could understand it. As the resort grows bigger and stronger, more people will notice it, even internationally. At that time, everyone in the world will know about traditional clothing and its culture. This makes Feng Qing very excited. Most importantly, Director Liu has already agreed with him that his main job will still be promoting traditional clothing culture, just like now. As a promotional ambassador, his job is to promote traditional clothing culture, but he will also include the Taoyuan project in his promotions. Feng Qing thinks promoting the Taoyuan project is simple. Traditional clothing has many styles, and there are plenty related to peach blossoms. Promoting traditional clothing can also promote Taoyuan. In the past few days, Feng Qing has learned a lot about the Taoyuan project. Actually, it doesn't even need much promotion because of its special effects. Taoyuan naturally attracts many visitors. This means Feng Qing can promote traditional clothing and Taoyuan while getting paid, doing what he loves. Before even starting work, he was already looking forward to these days. Not only was Feng Qing looking forward to working at Taoyuan, but the female tourists at the resort also eagerly anticipated his arrival. The wealthy women staying at Xiaoling Hotel were especially excited. "Thank you, Sister Xie. What if I ask Feng Qing to be my bodyguard?" A young woman asked Xie Monli with sparkling eyes. "Are you sure you want him to be your bodyguard, or is there something else?" Xie Monli teased. Pretending to advertise one thing, but actually doing another, bodyguard? "Oh, Sister Xie, don't be so direct. I was just thinking," she said. She wasn't a bodyguard, but from Feng Qing's appearance, it didn't seem like she needed to earn money by selling her looks. It would be so nice if Feng Qing's family was a bit poorer. Then she could do this or that. But it's hard to say. If Feng Qing's family was poor, she might not have such good manners and elegance. Looks are important, but without the right temperament, it's all useless. A group of wealthy women were chatting loudly in the restaurant on the top floor. "Waiter, where did you find the incense in the hotel room? And those sachets and offerings, are they provided every day?" Since Gao Ma had her daughter with her, she didn't want to join the discussion about Feng Qing directly. She noticed something different in the room and asked the nearby waiter. "Hello, madam. The incense in the room was personally made by our boss. As for the peach blossom sachets and offering incense, they are prepared specially for VIP guests and are available daily," the waiter replied. "Made by themselves? Boss Qiao is really talented. Do you sell this incense outside?" Gao Ma raised an eyebrow. Boss Qiao really had many good things. Her daughter had used weight loss pills, there was special incense from Lingyun Temple, and honey that only appeared a few times. Each item was beneficial to health. Now there was sleep-inducing incense too. She wondered if Boss Qiao sold it to outsiders. "Sorry, madam. The incense is only made when the boss feels inspired. The supply is limited, and only VIP rooms can enjoy it every night. It is not sold to the public for now." When they placed the incense in the suite, Xiaoling had already considered that some guests might want to buy it. She had told the logistics staff about this early on. Not for sale to outsiders? As expected from Boss Qiao's usual style, one wealthy woman nearby sighed slightly in disappointment. The incense smelled nice. She liked it most because it helped her sleep soundly all night. For wealthy women like them, good sleep was more effective than 10 or body treatments. Such a good thing, of course, she wanted to have it. Her sleep quality was good here in Yinshan village, but they couldn't stay here all the time. If only she could take such good things back home. The incense at Lingyun Pavilion has long been kept private and not sold to the public. Fortunately, the VIP suites now offer free daily supplies, which is quite good. Currently, the hotel rooms also do not sell incense openly. When did it become so hard for them to spend money to buy it? "Can I have it every night? If I book a room and I'm not here, can you keep the incense for me?" Gao Ma asked the waiter with a quick mind. "Yes, that's right. Sister Gao is quick-witted. If I book a room for a month and I'm not staying here, will you keep a month's worth of incense for me?" Other wealthy women also realized that paying 10,000 yuan a night for a room is as easy as drinking an afternoon tea. Spending the price of a cup of tea to get incense that guarantees good sleep seems very worthwhile to them.
I need to ask my boss first.
If you don't mind, I'll go find someone to ask, the waiter said, confused by these rich women. Wealthy people think differently. Booking a room just for the incense inside, this is like a modern version of buying a box and losing the pearl inside. Go ahead and also ask how long we can book the room at once. Siem Onli also became interested. She knew more about the mysterious mountain village, especially about Boss Chiao. There are many good things there. Her brother-in-law's health was so bad that doctors said it was hopeless, but after 2 months of recuperation at the temple and with Boss Chiao's special items, his health surprisingly improved. So, buying things from Boss Chiao is a must, and she plans to buy more. The waiter reported to the supervisor, who then told Lin Ping, the logistics manager. Since the incense was provided by the boss, Lin Ping couldn't decide freely, so she went to find Xiao Ling. She said it's okay. If they don't stay at the hotel but book a room, they can take the incense on the day. But they can only reserve up to 7 days at a time and take that amount. Xiao Ling replied to Lin Ping. Actually, if those wealthy women had asked this before, Xiao Ling might not have agreed. She runs a hotel, not a shop selling incense. However, Director Wu Nan said hotel prices shouldn't be set too high to prevent trouble. Xiao Ling made a bold decision. She would no longer open the top-floor VIP rooms to the public. People in need will naturally find ways to contact her. The guests found her on their own, so she probably can't be asked about it anymore. Actually, if it weren't for official rules, Xiao Ling wouldn't bother with these things. Running a business depends on mutual willingness. Customers willing to pay a lot to stay somewhere better is normal. It's the people nearby who complain and say, sour grapes, when they can't get what they want. Such people are not worth paying attention to. If someone is trying to cause trouble online, Xiao Ling's team of lawyers is ready to handle it. But when working with the authorities, things are different. The officials tend to consider more factors. Since she wants to develop with their help, she has to accept these drawbacks. After getting a clear answer from the boss, the staff quickly told the top guests. Okay then, book 7 days for me. I won't need incense during these nights because the air here is good, and I can sleep well without it. Gao Ma immediately booked 7 days. Then she thought about her elderly family members and asked, are there any empty rooms on the top floor? Book 2 more rooms, each for 7 days. Older people often have trouble sleeping, and wealthy families' elders are no different. Isn't it better than taking health supplements? You're so thoughtful, Gao Jia. Book 1 for me too. No, 2 more. For rooms, totaling a month. I'll take them home to show respect to my in-laws. Another wealthy lady spoke. Her husband's family was large, and there were many disputes over inheritance. Buying nice things to please her in-laws might make them more generous when dividing assets, especially if they see her as caring. If her in-laws accidentally mention something, the whole family benefits. This is a good deal. Other wealthy women also responded. That makes sense. Book me 7 days too. I want 2 more rooms. Why not a whole month? Booking day by day is too troublesome. And so on. All the hotel's luxury suites had been booked earlier. Only a few rooms were available this morning, but these wealthy women snapped them up immediately when they became available. Sorry, Missy, the top floor rooms are all booked now. Here is the card for the room you just reserved. Please keep it, the staff said regretfully to Yi Yuran. No, how could there be no rooms? Just now you said there were rooms available. How did they suddenly disappear? Maybe there was a mistake. Could you check again? Yi Yuran was a bit confused. How could the rooms just vanish?
She thought it was a joke.
I'm sorry, Missy. Many rooms were booked suddenly just now, so there are really no available rooms, the waiter confirmed after checking. Let's leave it for now. I'll ask someone else, Yi Yuran decided, since the waiter didn't seem to be lying. She took her room card and went back to ask others before making a decision.
What? No rooms?
Didn't Director Qian say he saw many people checking out? How come they're all gone? Yuran, do you think you were tricked? Yi Xinran frowned after hearing Yuran's story. She had only learned about the luxury suites after Director Qian reminded her. These suites included incense, peach blossom sachets, and nourishing fragrances, extra services that add value. For her, who suffered from painful periods and was not wealthy, having more good things to help her recover was naturally better. After taking honey, her health improved a lot. But once she experienced relief from her pain, she hoped she wouldn't have to go through it again. Naturally, she didn't want to miss out on good things. At first, she thought the hotel was fully booked because she couldn't see any information about the suites online. It was only after Qian's reminder that she learned the suites weren't listed online. She didn't know why, but after some effort, she finally managed to book a suite. To her surprise, she was told there were no rooms available. Was someone joking with her? If you can do it, go try. I confirmed with the waiter again. They said the room was suddenly booked by someone else. If you manage to get one, it means I was quick. By the time you go, the opportunity might be gone, Yiran said, feeling annoyed since she didn't get a room and was now being questioned by Yi Xinran. If Yi Xinran hadn't dawdled this morning, taken too long to get ready and delayed her makeup, she wouldn't have only gotten one room. Just one room is fine. Let's see how things go first. If those suites are really worth it, we can think of other ways, Yiran said, feeling a bit upset. Their father was tired of the two sisters arguing. They argued every day, and it made everyone uncomfortable. It was silly just booking a room, and they were fighting over it. The sisters huffed and ignored each other. The family followed the waiter to the top-floor luxury suite. Older sister Gao, you guys are so quick. You booked the room, and I went to the bathroom. When I came back, the room was gone. Exactly. I heard you're not supposed to list rooms at high prices online, so how come so many people are still booking? I almost managed to gather enough for a month's rent. Can any of you share some with me? Once I please my mother-in-law, I'll treat you to good food and drinks. After passing the rooftop restaurant, the Yi family figured out the reason for the tight room availability. It turns out these wealthy women are behind it. Yi Xinran also heard from her parents about how these women act. They are wealthy wives and daughters from top families in the city. As a young actress, she naturally can't compare. It seems everyone recognizes the situation. From their words, it looks like they plan to rent a whole suite to store their things. Greedy rich people. While inspecting the room, Yi Yuran couldn't help but complain. Although the Yi family isn't short of money, they only have some assets. They can't afford to rent long-term like those wealthy women. The rooms here are not much different from other hotels, but these small decorations make the rooms seem more expensive, Yi Xinran said, looking at the incense, offering incense and sachets on the bedside table. She has tried the effect of the offering incense. She wonders if the other two items work the same way. I'm going to take these items with me tonight and try them out. If they work well, we might rent this suite long-term. As a star, Yi Xinran can't stay in Peach Blossom Paradise forever. Director Money left in a hurry this morning, so she needs to return to the theater. Tonight, she'll test the incense at the theater. Alright, let's try it first. If it works, we'll rent it long-term, Ye's mother nodded. The rent is expensive, but if it's good for health, it's worth the cost. It's a bit disappointing, though. With such expensive items, it's unlikely she can bring them back to share with friends and family. People from Ye's circle, who are well-informed, still have channels to book VIP suites and get good items. Those without channels can only wait. Last year, tourists who bought Qiao Ling's peach blossom sachets are now asking the staff and vendors when they will sell the peach blossom sachets again this year. Grandma Zhou, I've been watching your business since last year when you sold peach blossom cakes. Tell me, do you have any inside information? When will Boss Qiao sell the peach blossom sachets? One tourist, after buying Zhou Chunhua's peach blossom cakes, asked anxiously. It's not good to wait too long. At home, there is a senior high school student who is about to take the college entrance exam. The child is under a lot of pressure and often has trouble sleeping at night. I remembered last year's peach blossom sachet, which is a good thing to help with sleep. Also, Zhou Chunhua's grandson, who sells peach cakes, took the exam last year and performed very well. She is eager to get insider information from Zhou Chunhua. Yes, Sister Zhou, now that the peach blossoms are in full bloom, Boss Qiao should be able to make peach blossom sachets. Did she say when she will start selling? If you're nearby, could you help us order a couple? Although the visitors' families don't have students taking exams, about 38% of the population suffer from insomnia. Naturally, her family is no exception, and they want to buy a few peach blossom sachets for use. Insomnia is a very painful thing. All right, ladies, leave me your contact information. If Boss Chow starts selling the same peach blossom sachets as last year, I will let you know, Zhou Chunhua replied quickly. Recently, the resort has been crowded, so Zhou Chunhua hasn't been working. Instead, she asked her daughter-in-law to help out. She went back to her old job of selling peach cakes. This year, the peach blossoms used for the cakes are not from Xiaoling's orchard or Peach Blossom Valley. They are from her own peach trees. The taste of the peach cakes isn't as good as last year's, but they are cheaper, 5 yuan each, and many tourists like them. Sales of the peach cakes have been pretty good these days. As for finding out when the peach blossom sachets will be sold, that's a small matter. Actually, the tourists participating in the Peach Blossom Valley event all bring back souvenirs, peach blossom sachets. However, the sachets and the souvenirs contain very few peach blossoms. They might have some effect, but probably only last a day or two before fading. Everyone prefers to buy the solid, small bags of sachets from last year. Zhou Chunhua watched the flow of tourists coming and going, shaking her head. The souvenirs alone consume a lot of peach blossoms. It's very difficult to get the same quality of sachets as last year. Peach blossom sachets are not just a little popular, they are very popular. Many tourists are asking about the sachets. Even those who didn't buy last year, after hearing from friends about how good they are, naturally don't want to miss out. Linyan Temple has clear examples to follow, and the fragrant peach pouches from Peach Blossom Land seem to be quite normal. Boss, should we sell peach pouches this year? Lin Ping asked Xiao Ling curiously. She is in charge of logistics. Recently, many peach blossoms have been used as gifts, so selling peach pouches might mean stopping the gift giving. Let's see after the opening event ends in a few days. The Peach Blossom Festival lasts 5 days. The promotion already promised gifts. Even if they are not expensive, they are still promises that must be kept. If there are leftover peaches after 5 days, we can consider selling peach pouches. If not, we can only apologize. Also, peach blossoms don't last long. If the supply is weak, it's hard to make peach pouches, and she can't produce them for everyone. People waiting for news are disappointed to hear they might have to wait a few days to know if peach pouches will be sold. It seems unlikely this year. Some tourists have given up, but others are not so easy to persuade. Sister, aren't peach pouches just peaches? If Chow Boss isn't selling, why don't we pick some ourselves and make our own? An older woman whispered to her companion in Peach Blossom Land. Yes, I think that's a good idea. I heard these peaches are good for beauty and skin. My daughter has a pimple problem lately. I want to bring some back for her. Good idea. Since there are not many people here now, let's do it quickly. The woman immediately started, pulling down the bright peach blossoms. Do you have bags? If we just hold the branches out, it might look bad. Anyway, the peaches are useful, so we just need to pack them. It's true what they say, birds of a feather flock together. The first woman started, and others quickly followed, all eager to pick peaches. One woman was a bit shy, wanting to hide the branches in a bag. No bags? What's wrong with that? We paid for tickets to get in. It's normal to take some things out. Nonsense. The tickets are cheap. Breaking branches not only ruins the peaches, but also damages the valuable flowers on the branches. Drones in the sky detected this unusual activity. A group of armed guards quickly rushed over. Coincidentally, this is Zhao Xi's territory. Why are those guards running so fast? Is there another performance? No, there are no performances. The schedule clearly states that only the first day has planned activities. The rest of the time is free for visitors. Why are the guards running? Are they raiding a household? Someone in the crowd comments, they can't be raiding a household. It's all the boss's family. There's no house to raid. I heard someone was picking peach blossoms. Let's go see. People always like to watch excitement. Many in the crowd quickly follow the guard's direction to see what's happening. I heard last year that a peach blossom sachet cost 100 yuan each. Maybe we should pick peach blossoms daily to make and sell sachets? These older women are quite business-minded, thinking about making money from sachets. But they should think twice. Such expensive peach blossom sachets mean the flowers aren't for just anyone to pick. Madams, there are notices around the scenic area saying you can't pick flowers or break branches. There will be fines. Someone nearby notices and kindly reminds them. It's natural for older women to want to get something cheap, but not everything is free. The peach blossoms here are very valuable. Everywhere in the scenic area has notices, but I haven't seen anyone fined. I don't believe it. Don't talk. Step back and let me work. The older woman waves dismissively, like swatting flies, and continues picking peach blossoms. Maybe they'll find a way to make money. There are plenty of blossoms for making sachets. Forget it, don't interfere. These women don't know how serious it is. When others arrive, they'll regret it. A kind tourist warns her companion, but can the other scenic spots compare to this one? The scent of incense at the Jiyun temple costs 100 yuan per stick. Is that expensive? The peach blossom sachets at this place are also 100 yuan each, and they sell out quickly. Other scenic spots only suggest people cherish the flowers as a polite reminder. But here, it's not just a suggestion. There are real fines for breaking the rules. As for whether these women will listen, just think about how powerful Mr. Qiao's legal team is. They're not just for show. Sure enough, soon Zhao Si arrived with a group of people to stop the women's behavior. Dear visitors, please stop. There are notices everywhere in Peach Blossom Land and on the official website reminding you that taking photos is fine, but breaking branches or picking flowers is not allowed. If you do, you will have to pay 3 times the market price as compensation. In serious cases, legal action may be taken. Zhao Si looked tired as he spoke to the women. In recent days, he had noticed some people secretly breaking branches and picking flowers. Yesterday morning, he set up a warning to scare off other visitors, and most people stopped. But these women stubbornly refused to listen and kept coming forward. Seeing the broken branches and flowers on the ground, he knew this situation wouldn't end well. There were warning signs everywhere, and the official website kept reminding visitors. Even after setting an example yesterday, these women still acted this way. He estimated that the flowers on the ground were worth thousands of dollars, not to mention the reduced fruit yield from breaking branches. Seeing the women's indifferent attitude, he knew he couldn't mess with them. But just because he couldn't be challenged didn't mean no one else could. Xiao Linghua's team of lawyers was very capable. When Peach Blossom Land opened, they had already prepared for this kind of problem and found a skilled lawyer to deal with such women. Zhao Si quickly took out his phone from his complicated outfit. Hello, Lawyer Li? I have a bit of trouble here and might need you to come and handle it. Seeing Zhao Si call a lawyer so suddenly, the women immediately lost their patience. One woman sat on the ground, skillfully grabbing her thigh. What kind of shady park is this? Just opening and you're already extorting us, demanding triple compensation. That's too much. You think calling a lawyer will scare us? Justice is on our side. We're waiting to see what your lawyer can do to us. The other women shouted and even tried to scratch Zhao Si's face. They carried knives and guards. If anyone dared to touch them, they wanted to show how treacherous people can be. Seeing the women about to scratch Zhao Si's face, he knew his face wasn't just any man's to be scratched. If it got scarred, how much more would he have to pay in bride price? He gently raised his hand to block, not even using much force. But suddenly, it was as if he had mastered a divine skill, and he shook the woman who was reaching for him to the ground. Hey! The security guard hit someone. Come see. The park security is beating visitors. The woman on the ground screamed, but it didn't end there. Her companions looked furious and started trouble with Zhao Si. An educated person meets a soldier, and it's hard to explain the truth. These aunties are really something. A nearby tourist sighed and shook his head. That's right. Look at how skilled they are. It's clear they've done this before. I once saw something similar in a supermarket. The auntie was unreasonable and refused to back down. The store owner paid for some items to settle things and finally got rid of that troublemaker. Exactly. Once, my sister was on a bus and didn't give up her seat. Some aunties just pulled her off the seat. These aunties are practically social pests, the other tourists discussed nervously. It's not just that aunties have become social pests. They are the pests. Aunties aren't to blame for everything. Where there's trouble, there's always Auntie Lou. The nickname, West City Auntie, isn't just for fun. Hearing how some people exaggerated and demonized aunties, Auntie Lou, as one of them, had to speak up. Not all aunties are like those troublemakers. For example, she is a role model among aunties, nothing like those pests. Yes, 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 we said the wrong thing. It's a matter of personal character, not a group issue. The person who spoke earlier was sensible. Even though the auntie in front of them seemed reasonable, they knew better than to provoke her. They couldn't afford to offend her. After speaking, they pulled their friends to the side, afraid of accidentally provoking this special group of aunties. Seeing the scattered tourists, Auntie Lou was furious. If it weren't for the bad reputation caused by these troublemakers, the auntie group wouldn't be so widely hated. She always dances in the square with headphones on, just to avoid disturbing others. She doesn't compete for busy shopping hours or cause trouble. And she would never fake an injury to extort money. Looking at these people, she thought they were the ones ruining the good name of aunties. Did the security guard confront you just now? You fell to the ground and refused to get up, and you say the guard hit you? Look up at those drones in the sky. What are they for? You're old enough to know better than to lose face. Auntie Lou pointed at the drones overhead, loudly criticizing the crying group. Times are changing. If you want to extort money, at least keep up with technology. Are the surveillance cameras at the resort just for show? The group of troublemaking older women looked at the drone in the sky, but when they realized it was recording a video, they immediately stopped. If their actions had been recorded, how could they face their friends and family? What's wrong with your scenic spot? Spying on others' privacy. Delete that footage now. They didn't stop at just threatening. They picked up mud from the ground and started throwing it at the drone. A few other women saw this and also grabbed objects to throw at the drone. If the surveillance footage got out, they wouldn't be able to show their faces in public anymore. Delete it or I'll report you, one of the older women lying on the ground said, then suddenly stood up and started trying to hit the drone with whatever she could find. Report us? Fine. I'm the lawyer for this resort. Ladies, please be respectful in the future. Lee, the lawyer, spoke loudly. He had been preparing for this moment. While other lawyers spent their days busy with various cases, his job was to deal with these older women. Respect? Who needs your advice? I don't want to bother with you. This lousy scenic spot. I won't come back. When the lawyer arrived, the women saw trouble and tried to leave, but they didn't forget to take the peach blossoms and branches they had plucked. However, Zhaoxi wouldn't let them go so easily. Last year, Xiao Ling sold peach blossom sachets, and his family also had some. Each sachet, with only a few peach blossoms inside, sold for 100 yuan. The group of women had so many peach blossoms that the total value was at least 80,000 yuan. They wanted to leave, but it wasn't that simple. He signaled his team to block the women.
Why?
I didn't argue with you, and now you're acting so bold. Why are you stopping us? Do you want me to lie down and give you a show? The troublemaking older women glared coldly. They were upset about not getting paid, and now they were angry. Before they could make another move, someone from the crowd spoke calmly. Old lady, you lie down. We also want to learn how to deal with people like you. Maybe lawyer Li can tell us how. The speaker was Xiao Sun, looking angry. He was out for a relaxing trip, but now he was caught up in trouble. The incident started when a group of older women were dancing in the square late at night near their neighborhood. Their loud music disturbed the children at home, waking them up repeatedly and making them nervous. Xiao Sun tried to talk to them several times but failed. One day, he couldn't hold back and confronted the women dancing in the square. During the heated exchange, he accidentally bumped into one of the women. Just like the woman Zhaoxi had bumped into earlier, she fell to the ground and started accusing him. The older woman is still in the hospital, demanding compensation, but he ignores her. The group of women who dance in the square then come to his house, crying, causing trouble, and making a mess. They disturb the peace at his home. Now, even during a relaxing trip, he encounters such problems, which makes him very angry. People traveling with Xiao Sun also know about Xiao Sun's situation and start to tease. Old lady, just fall down already. If you don't, who will be the grandson? Yes, Fall down and see if you can outdo Mr. Chiao's lawyer. Although Lawyer Li is being targeted, he doesn't get angry. He genuinely dislikes these kinds of women. If he chose to be a lawyer, it's complicated, but he can't avoid dealing with women like them. Looking at the crowd teasing him, normally these women would have started yelling and insulting. But now, with the drone surveillance above, they are a bit cautious. However, in the supermarket, there's no surveillance. In the bus, there's no surveillance either. They still do as they please. But when the lawyer is present, they feel a little nervous. Most importantly, one of the women just said that the owner of this resort doesn't fear trouble and stands firm against online abuse. They think they've met someone tough this time. The few troublemaking women exchange glances silently. Lawyer Li naturally won't just wait. Let's put aside the extortion for now. First, we need to discuss the compensation for the damages at the scenic area. There are clear signs in prominent places saying no cutting branches or stealing flowers. The peach blossoms and peaches in Taoyuan are special. Based on last year's prices, the value of the flowers taken is not low. We'll discuss the exact compensation later. Also, about the security guard incident just now, there are recordings from the surveillance cameras. These two issues are serious. We've already notified the local security station and law enforcement officers will arrive soon. Lawyer Li speaks calmly. Dealing with these women is both simple and difficult. The key is to find the right approach. Their usual tricks are crying, making trouble, and threatening to hang themselves. But if he stays calm, these tricks are useless. If they want to cry, make trouble, or hang themselves, let them. If they die, they'll be free. As for those who come to cause trouble and refuse to leave, they don't care about losing face. He can help them save face by exposing their behavior to their children, grandchildren, and colleagues at work or school, and see who really loses face. If someone is intentionally trying to cause trouble, as long as they are willing to be flexible, then the older woman lying down won't be able to do the same. Let the older woman go her way, and she will have no way out. At this moment, patience is very important. If everyone needs to go to the hospital, then everyone should go together. If everyone needs to be checked, then everyone should be checked together. Respond in the same way. Use clever tactics to defeat tricky tactics. Don't even think about paying money as a solution. Better to spend money on a lawyer than to give in to the older woman. Let's see who has more patience to wait until the end. When the leadership is not good, the lower levels will be crooked. People who allow their family members to do such things are not good people. If there's no benefit, why would they bother with the elderly? Faced with the heavy news from Lawyer Li, the older women naturally felt upset. They even gave up on the peach blossoms and started arguing, just wanting to leave.
But things didn't go as they wished.
The investigation would definitely go to the end. This was a decision made long ago. The peach blossom garden covers 800 acres, so it's impossible to monitor every part. Strong deterrence is needed to prevent visitors from damaging the branches and flowers. Otherwise, in such a large orchard, everyone might start copying each other, picking a flower here, breaking a branch there. No matter how much they take, it's never enough. To prevent this from happening, the older women must be treated seriously, not lightly dismissed. Only when they truly understand the pain will they learn their lesson. Law enforcement officers took several older women away. Lawyer Li followed behind. When he passed the young man who just spoke, he stopped and handed him his business card. Although I don't know what your issue is, if it's about legal advice, you can call me. I'm good at handling disputes with such older women. Seeing how calm Lawyer Li was, the young man thought of himself many years ago. Now he felt a bit sympathetic. If he can help, he should. The young man took the card blankly, watching Lawyer Li confidently walk behind the officers, feeling a strange hope. Maybe the problem in his family can be solved. Xiao's son, keep this. I see Lawyer Li is doing serious work. You should ask him to help deal with that old troublemaker and her family. His friend nearby quickly reminded him. Yes, Xiao's son, let Lawyer Li try. I think he's very good at handling people like that troublemaker. Little son was falsely accused, and the people around him also had a hard time. His friends had to be careful when going out to eat, so they wouldn't be bothered by the old lady's family, which made everyone unhappy. Okay, Lawyer Li is busy now. I'll find him later. Aunt Lu didn't go to the enforcement station to watch the excitement. When they reached the public area, those old women couldn't cause trouble. This wasn't a place for them to make trouble. They overheard some gossip. Little Sun was a poor child, and he had an even more unfortunate child. The child was about 1 year old and often disturbed by loud square dancing music, making him look weaker than other children his age. Oh, what a pity! Little Sun, your child's situation is easy to fix. When you have time, bring him to the resort. Whether it's Taoyuan or a Lingyun temple next door, just stay there for a while, and he'll get better. Aunt Lu knew best about children crying at night. Her grandson Lu Xian's long-standing problem was already cured, so fixing Little Sun's child's small issue was very easy for her. After saying goodbye to Little Sun and his group, Aunt Lu wandered around Taoyuan again. Today, although there was no fashion contest, there were still many visitors. Yesterday, everyone was busy with the competition and didn't have time to enjoy the peach blossoms. Today, the pace slowed down, and many tourists were taking selfies and live streaming. Xiaoyu, are you live streaming in Taoyuan today? Where's Bebe? Isn't she with you? Aunt Lu saw Xiaoyu taking pictures of the peach blossoms on camera and greeted her with a smile. Everyone, the peach blossoms are not many this year, but follow me, and I'll show you more beautiful ones, Xiaoyu said, turning the camera to the bright peach blossoms and quietly greeting Aunt Lu. Good morning, Aunt. The viewers in the live stream want to see the Lingling peach blossoms. I'm bringing them to see. As for Bebe, she's with my mom today, playing with other children in Taoyuan. Although Xiaoyu also ran a guest house in the village to make money, most of her energy was spent on short video content. Her experience with short videos over the past year was quite successful. She took on several advertisements, earning a good income. Today, at the request of many fans who couldn't come to Taoyuan, she was live streaming to show the peach blossoms. Aunt Lu didn't say much. Seeing that Xiaoyu was busy, she just watched quietly nearby. Host, the peach blossoms are very beautiful. I want to ask if there are any leftover fans benefits from last year's peach blossom brew. Yes, host, the peach blossom brew turned out surprisingly well. I am willing to pay for some. Host, I heard that items at the resort are very hard to buy. Could you help us get some good things? Fans in Xiaoyu's live stream kept asking questions. Last year, Xiao Ling gave Xiaoyu peach blossoms from the peach orchard. Xiaoyu used those blossoms to make peach blossom brew, which she shared as a fan benefit. Xiaoyu made about 10 pounds of peach blossom brew. Each fan received about 50 milliliters. Many fans enjoyed the brew. Fans in good health drank the peach blossom brew and praised its taste. Fans with health issues drank it and saw quick effects. They kept leaving messages in Xiaoyu's live stream, asking to buy more. But Xiaoyu didn't have more peach blossom brew. She managed to keep her loyal fans happy, but she also felt regret. If she had known how good her brew was, she wouldn't have given it away as a fan benefit. It would have been better to keep it for herself. All the brew was given out. Although it hurt her to see it go, Xiaoyu still told her viewers she would consider sharing more next year. Now, a new year has started, and those fans are back. This year, I will make peach blossom brew with my own peach blossoms. If my family likes it, I can randomly select 100 fans to share the benefits. Xiaoyu tries to satisfy her fans' requests as much as she can. She will give out the brew, but she can't guarantee its quality. After all, Xiaoling's peach blossoms are different from her family's. Different quality is normal. Visitors to Hidden Mountain Village all know this. She isn't deceiving her fans. But some viewers in the live stream don't know this. When they hear Xiaoyu say there will be benefits again this year, they are happy and plan to send more gifts to show their support. Host, I also went to Lingyun Temple to burn incense. The peach blossom brew you made from your family's peaches is much better than the one from the resort, someone asked directly. Yes, last year, the host's peach blossom brew wasn't made with her own peaches, but was provided by the resort owner. The brew made from her family's peaches probably isn't as good. Host, I heard the resort owner is your sister. Could you ask her if she can sell us some good things? Last year's high-quality peach blossom brew, or peach blossom sachets, would be great. Also, host, is the owner of the resort the flying beauty from the promotional video? Does she know martial arts? It looks like she was very relaxed in the video. The resort owner must be a skilled person. During the online harassment incident, she fought off 10 people and defeated those crazy fans. Host, I heard the resort owner has a family inheritance. You are from the same ancestral line. When you have time, show us some of your skills. This completely turned Xiao Yu's live stream into a gossip session about the resort. Xiaoling, I don't care. This year, you must sell me some peach blossoms. After dealing with the gossiping fans, Xiao Yu angrily approached Xiaoling. It's her live stream, but all the fans are asking Xiaoling to help buy things and inquire if she knows any special skills. What special skills? Xiaoling's skills are only slightly better than an average person. There's no family inheritance. Where did you get the firecrackers today? Xiaoling looked at Xiao Yu, whose hair seemed to be filled with sparks. Although the sisters have been living in the village this year, honestly, they haven't interacted much. Xiaoling is busy with the scenic area every day. Besides helping Xiao Yu deal with a bad boyfriend when she first returned to the village, they only gather on holidays. Xiao Yu is proud and jealous of Xiaoling's success, but she is not lacking. She focuses on making short videos and learning to improve herself. Xiaoling has been very busy with her career this year. Xiao Yu hasn't taken advantage of her relatives to get benefits, nor has she caused trouble. She just follows the trend by running a guest house to make money, so she doesn't bother Xiaoling. Now, she suddenly talks about selling peach blossoms. Xiaoling doesn't understand what Xiao Yu is up to. It's all your fault. I rarely go out to do live broadcasts, and all the fans are asking to buy things. How can I continue the live stream? Xiao Yu complains. She originally planned to show peach blossoms and beautiful clothes and subtly promote some ads she had arranged earlier. But now, all the fans want to buy peach blossom sachets and wine, so she can't insert her ads. Is this also my fault? I can't control the flow of the live stream, so I won't take the blame. Xiaoling is not going to spoil Xiao Yu and speaks harshly. Aside from this time, my live stream has never experienced such a situation. Everyone keeps asking me if I have some divine martial arts skills and want to form a group to learn from me. How am I supposed to continue broadcasting? Xiao Yu becomes more and more annoyed the more she thinks about it. The strange development after Xiao Ling returned to the village is actually closely related to Grandpa. But Grandpa is biased, always keeping the good stuff for Xiao Ling, while the rest of the Xiao family gets nothing. Honestly, what is going on with you? I've never heard you have any martial arts skills before. When did you become so powerful? Does Grandpa really practice cultivation? Are you secretly training? Xiao Yu can't figure it out. Even though Grandpa left a lot of good things for Xiao Ling, why is Xiao Ling fighting 10 people at once? The promotional video makes it look like she can fly. Could Grandpa really have left some cultivation inheritance? If there really was some cultivation inheritance, as a member of the Qiao family, she wouldn't be greedy. She just wants a technique to practice cultivation. What do you think? Didn't expect that compulsory education missed out on you, a leftover from feudal times. If cultivation was really possible, would the world look like this now? Xiao Ling responds. She is somewhat related to cultivation, but in this declining era, it's impossible to produce any real results. Then she asks, "What's going on with you? Don't try to fool me. I know exactly what you were like before. You weren't so fierce when you fought as a kid, and second uncle and second aunt didn't send you to learn martial arts either." Xiao Yu is curious to the extreme. She just can't understand why Xiao Ling suddenly changed so much. Why do you care so much? We're not together all the time. Do you really think I don't know what I've been secretly learning? Just like I didn't realize you were so clueless that you couldn't tell your ex-husband was washing the house. There's nothing special about it. Xiao Ling doesn't care if she hurts Xiao Yu's fragile feelings. Xiao Yu, this little proud girl, gets upset easily. Just a little hint, and she's ready to start a business. Can such a secret be casually inquired about? If you won't say, then forget it. But you're going to sell me some of that peach blossom, right? Xiao Yu snorts coldly and stops asking. Of course, she can't just ask for it whenever she wants. She's too lazy to waste words. Getting the peach blossom is the real goal. Really, I'm fed up with you. Later, I'll have someone deliver it to you. Just so you know, This is the only time, and I'll charge the market price. Considering she's a relative, Xiao Ling still gives Xiao Yu some face. Although Xiao Yu is a little proud, she's capable of doing things. If it were Annie Qiao-san, do you think she would bother? After seeing off the satisfied Xiao Yu, Xiao Ling switched the surveillance view to check the peach blossoms in the Peach Blossom Valley. With the current number of visitors, the resort would use up quite a lot of peach blossoms for the gift packages in the next few days. Many people had suggested to Xiao Ling that the peach blossoms in the gift packages were too few to have much effect, and tourists might not even care about them. It would be better not to give them away at all. The saved peach blossoms could be used to make more sachets, which would sell for a good price. But Xiao Ling didn't agree. She believed the resort needed its own unique feature. Lingyun Temple had its special incense and honey water. Whenever visitors thought of these two things, they immediately thought of her temple. That was its signature. The Peach Blossom Valley also needed its own identity. Even though the peach blossoms in the gift packages were just a small touch, every visitor received one. The effect might only last a day or two, but with so many people, it served as great promotion. With Lingyun Temple and Peach Blossom Valley as the foundation, more people would come to know about the resort. In the future, even the wellness center wouldn't need much advertising. People would come naturally. The wellness center focused on improving people's health. With the first two projects attracting visitors, the later ones could develop more smoothly. In the following days, the Peach Blossom Valley remained as lively as it had been on opening day. Although some people still wanted to pick the peach blossoms, after seeing what happened to a few others who tried, most only dared to admire the beautiful flowers from afar. The number of visitors to Lingyun Resort was about to reach 500,000. 500,000 visitors. That was an incredible number, more than many well-known tourist spots received during peak holidays. The local government increased its support, making things easier for the resort. Of course, the resort didn't disappoint. It not only boosted the local economy but also encouraged tourists to visit nearby attractions, helping the whole region's tourism grow. Because of this success, Wu Nan was overjoyed and called Xiao Ling, asking her to come to the city's Culture and Tourism Bureau. "Ms. Wu, you specially called me here. Did you get another complaint?" Xiao Ling asked when she arrived. Although things had gone well overall since the Peach Blossom Valley opened, with so many visitors, complaints were inevitable. Some complained that the hotel prices were too high. Others said the service wasn't good enough. Of course, most of the complaints came from the group of older women and their families, mainly about the scenic spot charging high prices, disrupting the market, and bullying tourists. "No, we have already looked into the complaints, and it's not the resort's fault." As the popular scenic spot incident was gaining attention, Wu Nan naturally paid close attention and had someone investigate the complaints. The issue about the hotel room prices being too high has been resolved. Xiao Ling has taken down the luxury rooms that cost over 10,000 yuan per night, and there are no longer any online bookings for the VIP suites. Regarding the service quality, they also checked on the spot. The staff at the scenic spot provided good service. It was just that some tourists were unreasonable, insisting that the staff perform tricks for them. Can such demands be met? Even not giving a slap in the face would be considered good. The most frequent complaints came from the group of troublemaking older women and their families, but this was not really Xiao Ling's fault for strict handling. Last year, they also checked the prices of peach blossoms and peaches. A small bag of peach blossom sachets cost about 100 yuan. Those women plucked so many peach blossoms that in a short time, they had taken flowers worth tens of thousands of yuan. With so many peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Land, if they didn't punish such behavior severely, others might follow suit. Therefore, Wu Nan wouldn't bring these complaints to Xiao Ling. On the contrary, he even wanted to help Xiao Ling solve these problems. After all, the opening of Peach Blossom Land really boosted the economy of City C. Although it can't compare to the currently popular Zibo barbecue, it's not bad either. At least this year, the city's tax revenue looks very impressive. That's right. Not long ago, it was the May Day holiday. The provincial government asked each city to recommend a scenic spot. In the end, the province will select a key tourism project to support heavily during the holiday. "Our city recommended your resort." Wu Nan explained the purpose of his visit. May Day is the peak travel time, and after being locked down for so many years, this year's holiday travel is bound to have a big surge. In recent years, the overall economy has been sluggish and many industries are struggling. Provinces are working hard to promote tourism to attract more visitors and boost the economy. Moreover, Lingyun Resort is not yet rated. This trip is also a chance to showcase it within the province. We aim to achieve a 4A rating soon. The rating of a scenic spot is very important. Only after getting a 4A rating can it be upgraded to 5A. Once that happens, local government and organizations will promote the site through various methods, attracting many tourists who want to visit. Then, through online reviews and feedback from tourists, the site will be widely promoted, helping to attract more visitors. After becoming a 5A scenic spot, many international tourists will also come to visit and spend money there. Yes, the resort is also preparing to upgrade to a level. But I only returned to my hometown to start this last year, so I don't have enough time yet. I need to wait a bit before applying. Many tourists judge a scenic spot's quality based on its rating. Xiaoling understands how important the A rating is, and the entire resort takes it very seriously. The reason they haven't applied yet is because the basic conditions haven't been met. To be rated 4A, the resort needs to operate for at least a year. Xiaoling has only been back for a year, and the scenic spot has not been open for a full year yet.
No worries.
First, prepare the materials. Many scenic spots apply for ratings every year. To stand out, you can't just do nothing. This time, we'll go check the site and aim to get the 4A rating once the basic conditions are met. Wu Nan, Deputy Director of the city's Culture and Tourism Bureau, knows the process very well. Currently, Lingyun Resort is a key project supported by their city, C-City. Wu Nan naturally hopes the resort will develop better and go further, which would also be a proud achievement for them. After learning about the situation, Xiaoling quickly went back to prepare. The Provincial Culture and Tourism Exchange meeting is scheduled for the upcoming May Day holiday. It's already mid-April, so time is tight. The meeting will be held in the Provincial Bureau in 2 days. With coordination from various department heads, Xiaoling feels confident to go. After a brief meeting, Xiaoling, along with her assistant and Wu Nan, headed to the B City Culture and Tourism Exchange event. Although Lingyun Resort has been open for less than a year, it is quite well known in their province. Since opening Lingyun View and Taoyuan in just a few months, they have welcomed over 1 million visitors. That's impressive. These months have even boosted the development of nearby scenic spots. The person in charge of Nanshan Scenic Area, which is less than 30 kilometers from Xiaoling Resort, warmly greeted Xiaoling, Boss Xiao. Nice to meet you. I've heard of you for a long time. In less than a year, you've grown to this size. Truly impressive. Although Lingyun Resort hasn't been upgraded, everyone can see that it's only a matter of time. President Sun, you're too modest. The timing is good. COVID-19 has just ended, and people are eager to travel. Xiaoling humbly greeted the other scenic area managers. They are from a province known for tourism, and her achievements are modest compared to well-established scenic spots. Don't underestimate yourself, Boss Xiao. We're all in this industry. Achieving this much is not easy. In the first few months of the year, Nanshan Scenic Area benefited a lot from Lingyun Resort. President Sun is straightforward and honest, openly sharing the benefits. His Nanshan Scenic Area mainly involves mountain climbing and enjoying natural scenery. It has been developed for about 10 years and is only a 3A scenic spot. Before the pandemic, it was barely okay. But after a few years of COVID-19, it was really hard to keep staff employed. Several times, his family advised him to give up, but he had poured 10 years of effort into it. Giving up was not an option, especially given the current situation where finding someone to take over was difficult. So he persisted. Fortunately, he finally saw hope and survived the pandemic. However, the surge in tourism after the pandemic didn't show in Nanshan Scenic Area. The number of visitors was even less than before the pandemic, and business remained steady but unremarkable. But after the Lantern Festival this year, the situation changed. Nanshan Scenic Area welcomed a large number of visitors. After analysis, they found most came from Lingyun Resort in the neighboring city. Although Nanshan Scenic Area and Lingyun Resort are in different cities, they are very close geographically. Less than 30 kilometers apart, about a half-hour drive. Many visitors, having already come to Lingyun Resort, then visited Nanshan Scenic Area, bringing in many new tourists. Knowing this, President Sun didn't want to miss the opportunity. While providing good service, he also looked for ways to attract more visitors. Since many tourists don't have cars, he learned from Lingyun Resort and arranged free bus shuttles so visitors wouldn't have to worry. Since the start of the year, Nanshan Scenic Area has seen an unprecedented number of visitors. All of this was thanks to Lingyun Resort, and she naturally wanted to express her gratitude. Although many powerful people gathered, Lingyun Resort, as a rising star, still attracted a lot of attention. Local TV stations also reported on it, and Xiaoling, as the owner of the resort, made a big splash. "Humph, you scoundrel, someone like you doesn't deserve to be on TV. Are you blind?" In the inpatient ward of a hospital in City B, a woman with a fierce expression looked at the local TV report and cursed angrily. This woman was none other than Qinwei, Xiaoling's long-missing sister-in-law. "Little Qin, is that your evil sister-in-law?" A woman on the neighboring bed, looking a bit weak, asked. "Xiaolei, is that your sister?" After asking, the woman was still not satisfied and asked the same weak Xiaolei. Yes, it's her. I didn't expect her to do so well in business." Xiaolei looked at the TV report with mixed feelings. Just listening to the host talk about the tax revenue, he knew how much money Xiaoling had earned this year. Unlike them, who almost risked their lives just to make money. Last year, after Xiaolei and Qinwei went out to seek their fortunes, they initially worked along the coast. But their abilities weren't outstanding, and they had to pay rent. Qinwei also wanted to earn more money for her brother and mother, who had both gone to jail, so they lived very frugally. When they were at home, the couple would indulge in treats at Xiaolei's parents' place, where a big meal was waiting, and they would often bring food back to their small home, enjoying a pretty good life. But they couldn't stand the gap anymore and were eager to get rich quickly. Along the way, they were scammed out of a lot of money. Several times, Xiaolei wanted to give up and go back, but Qinwei insisted they keep going, so they continued wandering outside. After a few more months, they finally got a chance. There was a job opportunity abroad with good pay, but it required not returning to China for 3 years. For two people eager to get rich, that requirement was no problem. Since their children were under someone else's care, and Qinwei's mother and brother were still in prison, they had no strong ties, so they decided to go abroad to earn money peacefully. So Xiaolei and Qinwei went abroad with many others. But as the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It is clear that going abroad for work is a scam. People like Xiaolei and Qinwei, who dream of making big money overseas, have been badly deceived. If that scam group hadn't been caught, Xiaolei and Qinwei might have lost more than just their kidneys. Although my sister-in-law is mean and nasty, she is rich. Even if she leaks a little money, it's enough for you to live on. Unlike me, I am the only breadwinner in my family. Now I've lost a kidney, and I can barely take care of myself. Finding a job is hard, and life is difficult. Sometimes, dying might be the only way out, Feng Ruyun said sadly. Even after losing her ability to work, Xiaolei and Qinwei still have a wealthy sister-in-law, so their lives won't be too hard in the future. But she, Feng Ruyun, is the only one working in her family. She has to pay for her aging parents' medical bills and daily expenses, as well as her children's needs. She can't bear such responsibilities. Now that her kidney has been taken, her recovery is uncertain, and it will be hard to find a new job later. Living without hope might make death seem like a relief. Miss Feng, my sister-in-law, is very mean. Asking her for money is like asking for her life. If she doesn't hurt us, that's good enough. She probably won't let us benefit. If I want her money, she'd have to die, Qinwei said, her mind suddenly moved. Xiaoling's family is wealthy. If her sister-in-law died, and since she's not married or has children, according to inheritance laws, all that money would belong to her in-laws. Since it's her in-laws' money, it naturally belongs to Xiaolei, and it's Qinwei's too. With that money, She could help her mother and younger brother. Having so much money, she and Xiaolei wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Seeing Feng Ruyun so hopeless, Chenwei had a bold idea. But when she looked at Xiaolei nearby, she decided not to say anything yet. She needed to plan carefully. Xiaoling still doesn't know someone is scheming against her. She is focused on the exchange meeting. Besides the person in charge of Nanshan Scenic Area, Xiaoling knows many other scenic area managers from the province. She's learning a lot about managing scenic spots. The exchange meeting lasts 3 days. The first 2 days are full of meetings. The third day is much more relaxed, just eating, drinking, and looking at promotional materials from different scenic spots. It's very comfortable. Boss Xiao, have you ever practiced flying? Can you fly? Many scenic area managers have asked Xiaoling this question. The promotional video of Tao Weiyuan shows Xiaoling performing a flying stunt, and it looks completely real. Everyone is very curious. Usually, flying scenes are done with wires, making characters appear to fly in midair. But this is different for Xiaoling. Although she uses some tools for help, she moves gracefully from one peach tree to another, like floating lightly. If someone said she hadn't practiced, no one would believe it. I haven't really trained intentionally. After returning to the village, I just exercised to stay healthy. My body got lighter, and I just seemed to fly, she said. Since her promotional video came out, many people have asked her about this. Xiaoling regrets, not just dancing in circles like Guo Wei suggested. Flying looks beautiful, but it also causes many problems afterward. Boss Xiao, how do you stay so fit? Your body is much better than most people's. After the holiday, I'd like to visit your place and learn from you. Please teach me well, someone said. Watching the online controversy about Xiaoling, she managed to stay safe despite being attacked by many fans. That's not easy without good physical strength. All right. If any of you bosses are interested, come visit my resort. I have a special breathing technique. If you're interested, you can try it, she replied. Recently, many people asked her about this, so Xiaoling has thought of a plan. Her family left her many traditions. The breathing exercises she practices aren't complicated, just controlling simple breathing rhythms and absorbing spiritual energy from the air. For the breathing exercises to work, spiritual energy is needed. Xiaoling practiced for a year before reaching her current level. Not everyone is willing to stay at the resort and keep practicing, but for those who do, it's not a difficult task. Achieving results from this practice is also part of her cultural heritage. Of course, these are future plans. Xiaoling joked and left the conference hotel with Sun and others. Suddenly, a car sped straight toward them. Stop! Stop! Move aside! People nearby shouted. The car didn't slow down. It seemed to go faster. In a moment, the vehicle was only a few meters from Xiaoling and the others. Xiaoling reacted quickly. She grabbed Sun, who was stunned, with one hand, and used her other hand to push off a nearby car for leverage. With a leap, she pulled Sun out of the way, avoiding the speeding car. Still shaken, General Manager Sun looked at Xiaoling holding his hand and then at the spot where they had just been standing, murmuring to himself, Chong Wei, you said you didn't know martial arts. Wow, Chinese Kung Fu. Foreign tourists on the roadside couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing scene. Wow, Chinese people really do know Kung Fu. Not only foreigners, but locals also stared wide-eyed. Oh my, even Newton's coffin couldn't contain this. Is that woman the same one from the recent online bullying incident, the one who fought 10 people at once? Yes, the one at the scenic spot, the woman who flew through the air. I can't believe she can really fly. Ignoring the amazed comments of others, the group surrounding Xiaoling and General Sun asked, Are you both okay? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? When they learned both were fine, everyone turned their attention to the hit-and-run driver, who had been stopped by the collision. Because he had hit the nearby railing and was pushed back, the driver was knocked out and slumped on his seat. The group quickly called emergency services 110 and 120 for help. Mr. Qiao, Mr. Sun, do you want to go to the hospital for a scan? A kind-hearted person nearby suggested, noting that although it looked like they weren't hit, the collision was close and quick, so there might have been some pulling or strain, and they should be cautious. Xiao Ling moved her limbs and felt no pain, then shook her head in thanks. I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital. Mr. Sun, do you want to get checked? Xiao Ling also wondered if she might have accidentally hurt someone when she was holding Mr. Sun earlier. I'm fine, really.
Thank you, Xiao.
If it weren't for you, I might not be here today. Mr. Sun was deeply grateful. Without Xiao, he might have been seriously injured or worse. After this incident, everyone lost interest in sightseeing and headed to the police station to give statements. Do you think that person was mentally ill? Why did he just run straight at people? Yes, it really scared me. I almost got hit. It seemed like he was aiming directly at Mr. Qiao. Could it be personal revenge? Probably not. When we gave our statements, Mr. Qiao said he didn't know the driver. That woman looks unwell. She doesn't seem quite normal. After finishing their statements, the group continued discussing the incident. Xiao Ling didn't interfere much. Although the car was heading straight toward her, as everyone said, the driver seemed to be in poor mental state. It might have just been an ordinary traffic accident. But unexpectedly, the lawyer called back with some hidden details. CEO Qiao, although Feng Riyun has no direct connection to you, I found out she was tricked into going abroad with your brother-in-law Qiao Lei and Chen Wei. They only separated a few days ago, Lawyer Li said seriously. At first, he thought Feng Riyun was tricked into going abroad, losing her organs, and going crazy. But the investigation showed Feng Riyun had a secret relationship with the boss's wife. This made Lawyer Li, who had seen many shady deals, alert. It might be a deliberate murder plot. My brother-in-law and sister? They're back? Tell me everything. Xiao Ling frowned and asked Lawyer Li for details. The more she asked, the more she realized there were many hidden truths. When she heard that Xiao Lei and Chen Wei had their kidneys taken, Xiao Ling sneered. These two useless troublemakers were lucky just to come back alive. Looking at the videos of Feng Riyun and Chen Wei in the hospital, although the evidence wasn't enough, Xiao Ling already knew what Chen Wei planned. If you refuse to go to heaven, you'll find has no gates, and yet Chen Wei kept provoking her. Did she think she would let her go just to save face for her family?
Dream on.
Lawyer Li, please follow up on the case. We can't let the mastermind get away, Xiao Ling said firmly. Okay, boss. If, Lawyer Li hesitated. Xiao Ling interrupted him. Anyone involved, I won't spare them. They must face the punishment they deserve. Xiao Ling understood Lawyer Li's concerns and spoke directly. If Xiao Lei really was involved, she wouldn't be soft-hearted. He already wanted her dead. Why should she care about their sibling relationship and let him go? When he plotted these things, did he think about their brother-sister bond? Since he didn't care about her as his sister, why should she care about him? Xiao Ling entrusted the case entirely to Lawyer Li. The resort's managers also cooperated well, so she didn't need to worry much. But that day, a video of Sun Zong flying through the air went viral online. Now, her martial arts skills could no longer be kept secret. Whether it's friends and family nearby or tourists at the resort, everyone is very curious and trying to find out information directly or indirectly. Some even come directly to ask to learn martial arts from Xiao Ling. Are you all really willing to learn from me? No matter how hard it is. Xiao Ling asked the group in front of her with a tired look. Yes, Sister Xiao Ling, please teach me, said Lekong. He studies at a university in City C and finds it easy to come back. After seeing the online news and talking with Deng Bin, he decided to ask Xiao Ling. Sister Xiao Ling, I am willing to endure any hardship. You know I was very sick before. Now my health has improved, but I still lack physical strength. Please give me a chance to learn, said Deng Bin. He had stayed in Yinshan village for about a year and was familiar with Xiao Ling. Seeing her skillful movements, he also felt eager to learn. Boss, I also want to travel the world with a sword. If I learn martial arts, I can better promote our culture and our scenic area, said Feng Qing, who had just arrived to report. Every costume enthusiast has a dream of being a martial hero, and he was no exception. Boss Qiao, if it's convenient, could you also teach us? If I learn martial arts, I won't have to worry about bad people outside, said another person. Yes, Boss Qiao, can you? Others looked at Xiao Ling with hope. All right. Actually, what I practice isn't real martial arts, just simple breathing exercises. If you're interested, come to the temple on the back mountain tomorrow morning to find me. Xiaoling agreed directly. What she teaches is very simple breathing and meditation techniques, not something secret or dangerous. In fact, if practiced regularly, these exercises are good for the body. Now, everyone knows she has martial skills. No matter how she explains, the facts are clear, and trying to hide it only makes it more obvious. If many people practice this breathing method and improve their health, she won't stand out as much. Everyone can see her changes. Instead of letting others guess, she might as well be open about it. It's just a simple breathing exercise, nothing secretive or shameful. Xiaoling ordered the support staff to carve this breathing method on the scenic area's monument so visitors could see it. Anyone interested could try it. Of course, whether people practice it or not is another matter. After revealing the breathing technique, Xiaoling didn't pay much attention to it. The breathing technique, as the name suggests, is about controlling the rhythm of breathing to better absorb the spiritual energy in the air. There's really nothing complicated about it. Many people try it out of curiosity, but can't stick with it for more than a few days. She wouldn't waste her time on those who aren't serious. She has many things to do. After attending a cultural and tourism exchange event, Xiaoling had a lot to follow up on. During the May Day holiday, the Lingyun Resort didn't stand out among many well-established scenic spots. Most of the attention was taken by the big players. Only a small part of the visitors went to Lingyun Resort, which is not a top-tier attraction. Nearby Nanshan Scenic Area in D-City attracted some visitors, but Lingyun Resort didn't get any of that traffic. Because right now, Lingyun Resort has no official rating. Nanshan Resort is at least a AAA scenic spot, but Lingyun Resort is just a blank slate, with no rating at all. Fortunately, Xiaoling no longer relies on the small amount of traffic provided by the authorities. After promoting Lingyun View and Taoweiyuan, the daily visitors to the scenic spots have increased. On the slowest days, there are about 60,000 visitors, and on weekends, nearly 90,000 to 100,000 visitors. For a resort now, that's a good number of tourists. Her goal for the first half of the year is basically achieved. She doesn't plan to promote heavily anymore. Steady development is the key. Besides the opening of the sanatorium later this year, the resort needs to settle down. The focus should be on steady progress and high-quality growth, not aggressive expansion. Maintaining the current visitor flow is the priority. The work plan for the first half of the year is roughly like this. Since the scenic spot will be 1 year old on July 20th and should meet the criteria for a 4A rating, I hope all department heads will work quickly to get the other assessments done. In the company's senior management meeting, Xiaoling asked her assistant to distribute the standards for the 4A scenic spot rating. Getting a 4A rating isn't very difficult. Xiaoling has studied it. Although the requirements are many, most of the criteria for the resort have already been met. For example, aspects like travel transportation, safety, visitor centers, health services, hospitality, shopping, management, resource and environmental protection, tourism resource appeal, and market attraction are now fully up to standard in the resort. In some areas, they even surpass 5-star scenic spots. The number of visitors received has greatly exceeded the 50,000 mark. However, the number of overseas visitors is still below 30,000, which the resort has not yet achieved. Although the resort has some overseas visitors, based on the data, the total number of overseas visitors is less than 1,000, far from the 30,000 target. Director Gua, think of ways over the next few months to attract more overseas tourists, said Xiaoling. After arranging things with Guowei, Xiaoling thought about recent events and reminded him, while we need to meet the standards of a 4A scenic spot for overseas visitors, we shouldn't treat foreign tourists differently. All visitors should be treated equally, without discrimination. The incident with the BMW ice cream should serve as a warning. Director Lin, who manages logistics, should also pay attention, strengthen internal training and management. If it weren't a strict requirement to host overseas tourists to qualify as a 4A scenic spot, Xiaoling wouldn't bother much with attracting foreign visitors. The pricing is uniform, and foreign tourists don't significantly increase the park's revenue. Since the pandemic just ended, Xiaoling is also worried about foreign visitors bringing different illnesses to the site. Guowei and Lin Ping nodded in agreement, recognizing that this is indeed an important point. They are a local company, so discrimination against locals or favoritism toward overseas tourists is unlikely. However, they can't guarantee that a few odd employees with strange ideas won't appear. Internal training is very necessary. A small mistake could cause big trouble. Regarding the last visitor rating detail, this mainly depends on visitors' satisfaction with our scenic area.
All departments are involved.
If there are shortcomings, they should be fixed quickly. Please implement this as soon as possible, said Xiao Ling. After Xiao Ling finished speaking, Wang Jian and others responded. Boss, I have a question. About shopping, many tourists say they can't find what they want to buy, Wang Jian reported, collecting feedback from visitors about issues they encountered. This doesn't matter. I want to sell peach blossom sachets, but this year's weather has been strange. The peach blossoms only bloom for a few days, so there are hardly any left besides the gifts. It's clear I can't get the sachets I want, but Xiao Ling can't control the weather. The weather has been very unusual, hot and cold suddenly, and very dry. The peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Valley have managed to last this long, which is already rare. In some places, the blossoms only bloom for a couple of days before falling. The resort doesn't sell peach blossom sachets. As for the peach trees on the back mountain, after supplying the VIP suites, there are some leftovers. Xiaoling plans to make more peach blossom wine to store for later. When the nursing home opens later this year, they will need a main product, and the peach blossom wine is prepared for that. Xiaoling is also preparing honey for the nursing home. Although the peach blossoms only bloom for a few days, the 800 acres of peach trees have produced a lot of honey. Xiaoling hasn't sold this honey. She keeps it for the nursing home. Her resort runs smoothly and steadily. Meanwhile, there has been progress in the case of Feng Ruyun hitting someone with her car. The police officer, no one told me what to do. I was out of my mind that day. I didn't mean to hit anyone, Feng Ruyun said, refusing to give any details. She had already been thinking about ending her life. Chun Wei found her and said, since she wasn't afraid of death, she might as well do something big. If she succeeded in inheriting her sister-in-law's estate, Chun Wei promised to give her 10 million yuan. With 10 million, all her problems would disappear. They quickly planned to cause the accident. When caught, Feng Ruyun was brave and took responsibility for everything, not revealing Chun Wei's involvement. But many things can be found out without her confessing. For example, Feng Ruyun was broke and had no money to rent a car to hit someone. Also, CCTV footage from the hospital showing her and Chun Wei watching local TV made their plans obvious. Both women are not very smart, and their plan was not very careful. If they had been clever, they wouldn't have been tricked into going abroad and getting caught. Within a few days, Chun Wei was also summoned to the police station, waiting for her trial. As for Chun Wei's arrest, Xiao Lei couldn't sit still. She went home to find her parents and begged them to help her plead for mercy. Boss, the investigation shows that Xiao Lei was not involved. Chun Wei promised Feng Ruyun that if their plan succeeded and if the boss was killed, Xiao Lei would inherit a large fortune. Regardless of whether Feng Ruyun could escape punishment by pretending to be crazy, she would give 10 million yuan to Feng Ruyun's family and promise to spend money to rescue Feng Ruyun later. Lawyer Li handed the documents to Xiao Ling. Xiao Lei wasn't involved, but he knows about Chun Wei and Feng Ruyun's secret plans. Who doesn't see his intentions? Chun Wei wants my inheritance, and she's just using Xiao Lei as a way. He's even more hateful. Xiao Lei, Chun Wei, and Feng Ruyun were in a hospital room. Chun Wei was still his close partner, so he naturally knew about her secret plans. Lawyer Li didn't say much. Rich people often have many secrets, and this was not surprising. Seeing an incoming call on her phone, Xiao Ling irritably declined it. Lawyer Li, thank you for your help. Please keep following up. I want them to face the proper legal consequences. After dismissing Lawyer Li, Xiao Ling looked at her phone with a blank expression. Hello, Mom. What's the matter? At this moment, her parents called. Besides the issue with Chun Wei and Xiao Lei, Xiao Ling didn't want to talk to them, so her tone was naturally cold. Ling, where are you now? Your dad and I have something to talk to you. Listening to her mother's hesitant voice, Xiao Ling's heart sank. Her car accident had become quite popular online because she had shown her skills during the incident. A few days ago, her parents had called to scold the person responsible together with her. But now, just a few days later, they were hesitating and coming to see her again. What did they mean? I'll be home in half an hour. Have you gone back to the village? Come find me at my place in half an hour. Xiaoling hung up and told them she was going back to the back mountain. She was curious about what her parents wanted to do today. Her father, Lingling's tone doesn't seem right. Maybe we should just forget it and go back. We shouldn't get involved in their sibling matters, her mother said, looking at the hung-up phone, feeling uneasy. Earlier, because of the room issue, they could clearly feel Lingling's attitude had changed. Although she seemed to act the same on the surface, only they knew that many things were different now. In the past, even when Lingling was working, she would come home every weekend. Even when busy with work and having little time, I still go home for dinner. Since last year's incident, Lingling has only returned to Sea City 2 or 3 times. When they go to the village, Lingling mostly eats at the old house and has never stayed at home. The distance between them has grown quickly. If today they go to see Lingling again because of Xiaolei, she worries she might completely lose her daughter. Father Qiao takes a deep breath of smoke. What should we do about that troublemaker when we go back? Father Qiao points to the weak Xiaolei beside him. Children are like debts. What kind of evil did they do in their past life to have a son like Xiaolei? A grown man risking his life over a woman, even resorting to self-harm. He already lacks a kidney, and now he threatens to die if they don't withdraw the lawsuit. Chunwei, working with others, tried to run over their daughter. They only slapped him lightly. Xiaolei, this troublemaker, even threatened to kill himself to force Lingling to withdraw the case. What should they do? Seeing their parents bringing Xiaolei over, even though Xiaoling was mentally prepared, she still felt very upset. Why is it always her who is abandoned when her children are in trouble? Is her son really more important than her daughter? Mom and Dad, you should go first. I will talk to Xiaolei about the rest. Xiaoling directly asks her parents to leave. She's afraid she might lose control and blame them. Once words are spoken, they can never be taken back. Oh, Lingling, your brother isn't feeling well now, you. Xiaoling interrupts her mother immediately. Xiaolei left over half a year ago, abandoned his child and parents, and ran away. Now you still feel sorry for his poor health? He cares about his wife going to jail. You feel sorry for his health. But who will care about me? Last year, when there wasn't enough space in the house, you were the first to think of moving me out. This year, Chunwei tried to run me over, and you still feel sorry for Xiaolei's health and his wife in prison. Why don't you care about me? When I met him, Xiaolei was naturally taller than me. Am I just a useless person who only cares about passing on the family line? In the end, she couldn't hold back her feelings and poured out everything inside her. Both palms are flesh, so why should there be a difference in treatment? Lingling, I know it's hard for you, but Xiaolei is causing trouble at home and even trying to harm himself. We can't just watch him die. Xiao's mother choked back tears, mentioning that Xiaolei had bought rat poison and left it at home. They were afraid he might really try to end his life. Trying to harm himself? Only you would believe his lies. He's a useless coward who only causes trouble at home. Lingling responded without mercy. Knowing Xiaolei's bad character, he wouldn't have the courage to commit suicide. It's all because they spoil him and let him do whatever he wants. Lingling, how can you talk like that? I'm your brother. Be careful with your words. Xiaolei couldn't sit still after Lingling's words and responded weakly, but defensively. Now you remember I'm your brother? When your wife conspired with others to try to take my inheritance, you didn't think of me as your brother. I don't have a brother like you. Such a brother, I don't need him.
Enough.
Family is family. Lingling, this isn't your brother's fault. Luckily, nothing serious happened to you. For the sake of me, your mother, and your 2 nephews, give Chunwei a chance. Xiao's father spoke with difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't care about his daughter, but compared to his son's life, they couldn't think too much. Yes, Lingling, just let them go this time. They won't dare to bother you again. You just... Seeing her parents sincerely trying to help Xiaolei, Lingling felt like she was seeing them for the first time. It turned out their previous concern and love weren't fake. Their meticulous care for her after her cancer diagnosis wasn't fake either. But all of that was based on avoiding conflicts with Xiao Lei. Once her own interests were involved, they only considered Xiao Lei. Why should I give Qinwei a chance just because of you? If I weren't skilled, who would give me a second chance? Stop talking. My stance is clear. I won't let this go easily. Qinwei, get ready to spend the rest of your life in prison. Xiao Lei, you'd better pray they can't find any evidence of your involvement, or you won't be safe either. Lingling made her position clear. She wouldn't forgive anyone who hurt her. As for her parents' feelings, whether genuine or not, she could treat them as strangers. People don't say goodbye until they've exhausted all their hopes. Every person who turns away has once stood in the cold wind for a long time. This time, she was ready to make her decision. At night, Xiao Ling was walking alone on the back mountain to relax. She was somewhat prepared for her parents' attitude, so she wasn't very sad, just feeling a bit unsettled. Now, she was no longer the girl from last year who hoped to get her parents' attention after being diagnosed with cancer. After a year of growing up, Xiao Ling had learned to handle life better. She was no longer the child obsessed with her parents' opinions. Now, she could love herself more fully. Everyone wants to be loved and often faces favoritism. Xiao Ling couldn't change her parents' thoughts, so she chose to understand them better. Not for anyone else, but to avoid suffering herself. Nothing mattered more than living happily, and everything else was secondary. Xiao Ling's parents brought Xiao Lei to the resort for vacation, which was no secret. Most company executives knew that Xiao Ling's previous car accident was planned by her sister-in-law. During meetings, everyone was cautious, afraid of upsetting Xiao Ling. After the meeting, Wendy comforted Xiao Ling briefly and then suggested, now that the resort is running smoothly and on track, why not go out and relax a bit? Wendy was quite impressed with his second uncle and aunt. As for Xiao Lei, with his lazy attitude, if he caused trouble, they would regret it later. Relax? For someone like Xiao Lei, there's no need to care. My parents are the same. I don't care either. No one can really hurt me. Xiao Ling was indifferent. The air outside wasn't as good as at her resort, so there was no need to wander around. There's nothing urgent at the resort now. I want to rest peacefully for a while. You all handle the work. She didn't go out to relax, but she could put work aside. After giving instructions, Xiao Ling returned to her favorite spot on the back mountain. Not only because it was less crowded, but more importantly because the air quality was better, making her feel more comfortable. Lingling is here. The security guard at the mountain temple greeted her with a smile. Uncle, are there many visitors today? Xiao Ling asked with a smile. The temple on the back mountain wasn't closed. Only a few members could enter. Usually, it was quiet and peaceful. Not bad these days, quite a few people practicing their skills, the guard replied. Recently, the number of visitors had increased, mostly because many wanted to learn powerful martial arts. Xiao Ling nodded and entered the Taoist temple. There were indeed many people there, perhaps because the enthusiasm hadn't faded yet. Most visitors with memberships were sitting in the open area practicing meditation. Why does this look like some kind of cult practice? Dad Lai followed behind Jing Lai, watching the crowd and complaining. Dad, you're always ruining the mood. Listen, try it for a few days. It really works, Jing Lai whispered. It's been several days since Xiao Ling announced the breathing and meditation technique. Jing Lai practiced it a few days too. Although she didn't become skilled in martial arts, she could clearly feel a difference. After practicing, she felt more energetic. People of all ages, from 80-year-old grandmothers to young children, were persistently practicing. Uncle I, just coming here to have fun during the holiday? Xiao Ling greeted him. Yes, just out for a walk. Boss Xiao, do you really not have any more peach blossom sachets for sale? Dad Lai asked, concerned. When Peach Blossom Spring opened, Dad Lai, as a staff member's family, managed to get 2 Peach Blossom sachets. He was surprised to find that the sachets seemed to have special effects. After using them, he felt more energetic during his surgery sessions. Thinking about the children at Grandma Lu's house, Dad Lai specifically gave a sachet to a friend with sleep problems. The effect was obvious. Without taking any medicine, the person slept peacefully. This was a big discovery. It turned out Grandma Lu's grandson wasn't cured by him after all. Some patients from the hospital heard about this and came to buy peach blossom sachets. But he only had two, one for himself and one for patients. There was none left. While resting, he came back to see if he could buy some more sachets. But then he saw everyone practicing some kind of technique again while wandering around the scenic area. Considering the previous examples of the peach blossom sachets and the spiritual cloud temple offerings, he didn't dismiss it outright. But the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Why is it now that problems are being treated not in hospitals, but in scenic spots? Isn't that a bit strange? Uncle I, there are really no more peach blossom sachets. As you saw, the peach blossoms withered just a few days after blooming. The raw materials are gone. Xiaoling shrugged. She didn't know what kind of strange weather this year, but the peach blossoms only bloomed for a few days. Well, that's true. Things are better here, but our city hasn't done well this year. It's only May, and we've already treated several heatstroke patients. The year's harvest isn't good. Li Dad sighed after hearing Xiaoling's words. That's how it is. 20 years ago, if someone told him people would get heatstroke before May Day, he would have sent them straight to a mental hospital. Back then, it was still cold enough to wear thermal underwear in May. Now, the weather is terrible, soaring over 30 degrees. It feels like the earth is about to explode. That's right. My family's place is the same. Many crops have dried up. This year's grain harvest will be tough. Everyone should prepare to stockpile food. Aunt Lu's voice came through. She couldn't sit still for long. After a little exercise, her legs would go numb. She couldn't compare to the young. But I think the situation in Inshan village is still okay. Even with the big temperature swings, the crops are growing well. Aunt Lu kept talking. Li Dad rolled his eyes silently. This Aunt Lu used to boast that the resort could cure illnesses, and now she's even bragging about the crops. Maybe she should just change her name to Big Boast. But this time, Li Dad was unfair to Aunt Lu. The crops around Inshan village are actually doing well, and it's partly related to Xiaoling. First, the underground river appeared. Even though water is scarce everywhere now, Inshan village isn't lacking water. Second, Inshan village is next to Xiaoling's resort. The plants irrigated by the little gourd emit faint spiritual energy, which the nearby vegetation absorbs. With spiritual energy, they naturally resist drought and heat, so they grow better than elsewhere. That's normal. Everyone didn't dwell on this topic much. Li Dad thought about the patients in the hospital and asked worriedly, "Boss Chow, can you admit patients here? I have a few patients I want to bring for a try." Some patients' conditions kept fluctuating. Li Dad also wanted his stubborn patients to have a chance. "Uncle Li, you'll need to urge your son-in-law on that. Once the health retreat is built, your patients can come and try. The peach blossom spring is no longer blooming, so it's not suitable for patients. Lingyun Temple can help to some extent. But for hospitalized patients, Xiaoling hopes they wait until the retreat opens. That way, if something happens, there are proper facilities for treatment." 3 months have passed quickly, and Xiaoling's resort is steadily growing. The visitors to Lingyun Temple stay around 50,000 each day, with more on weekends, reaching about 60,000. The number of visitors is quite stable, mostly families from nearby Sea City who are relatively well off and have minor health issues. Common problems include menstrual pain, insomnia, menopause symptoms, and hormonal imbalances. These visitors see the most improvement after offering incense at Lingyun Temple. Xiaoling doesn't need to worry much about the visitors at Lingyun Temple. However, the income from Teo Weiyuan has actually increased after the flowers withered, which surprised Xiaoling greatly. Originally, Teo Weiyuan focused on peach blossoms. Without the blossoms, what's there to see? Based on Xiaoling's previous estimate, Teo Weiyuan wouldn't generate much income after the flowers fell and before the peaches ripened. But thanks to Guo Wei and Feng Qing's efforts, Teo Weiyuan's income is not less than that of Lingyun Temple, which is thriving. When Teo Weiyuan opened, it showcased beautiful and unique clothing. After opening, many lovely clothes and accessories remained. The new promotional ambassador, Feng Qing, teamed up with Guo Wei to transform Teo Weiyuan into an immersive murder mystery site. Although the renovation cost quite a bit, the final result was stunning. Fans of murder mystery games seek to escape reality and enter a virtual world. Therefore, the experience is very important. Guo Wei and Feng Qing worked hard to turn Tao Weiyuan into various murder mystery scenes, with costumes and props carefully recreated. They even hired martial artists as NPC actors to make the experience more immersive for visitors. Large scenes featured hundreds or thousands of people competing in martial arts battles. Different factions like Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, and the Beggar Gang fought for the title of Martial Arts Alliance leader. Who is the true number one in the martial world? The East Evil, West Poison, South Emperor, North Beggar, or the Divine Skill? There was also a theme of defending the homeland, with the Yangmen Tiger generals making visitors feel like they had traveled back to the Northern Song dynasty, fighting alongside the generals to protect the country. The outdoor scenes were purely traditional, with interconnected stories, triggering different plots and hidden missions, recreating the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. With diverse characters and rich storylines, this project attracted many visitors. As the promotional ambassador and the promoter of the murder mystery project, Feng Qing often appeared in photos. Early in the morning, many young women went straight to the staff. According to the guide, Feng Qing often participates in the script murder game. Which script will he join today? We want to play with him, they asked. The male staff member at the registration desk rolled his eyes inward. Good looks are very popular. Many girls come every day asking about Feng Qing. Even if Feng Qing could transform like Sun Wukong with his 72 transformations, he couldn't create so many clones to entertain all these visitors. Still, he looked professional as he checked the computer.
Hello, Mom.
Today, Feng Qing chose a martial arts script about competing to be the leader of the martial world. The group size is almost full, he said honestly. I like the martial arts competition. It's almost full, but not quite. Which sect does Feng Qing belong to? I want to sign up for the same one. The young woman was so excited. If she could join Feng Qing's sect as his little junior sister. Senior and junior siblings are a perfect match. They might fall in love through acting and develop real feelings. She quickly shook her head to stop thinking about it, wiped her mouth, and looked at the staff with bright, sparkling eyes. The staff calmly watched the drooling visitors and gently burst their bubble. Feng Qing chose the Shaolin Temple. They do not accept female disciples, he said. Feng Qing was tired of being bothered by visitors, so he didn't pick a sect with both men and women. Instead, he joined a monastery with monks. Shaolin Temple? I could even become a nun. The young woman still wanted to try. Come on, nuns stay in nunneries, not Shaolin Temple. Stop dreaming about nonsense. Let me see what other characters are available. Other male friends behind her looked at the computer screen with the list of options. All that's left are difficult characters. The Beggar Gang leader?
Pass.
The Sweeping Monk? Not my style. The 7 Freaks of Jiangnan? Interesting, I'll keep that as a backup. Why are Guijing and Huang Yaoshi gone? Never mind. I'll just pick the 7 Freaks of Jiangnan and the Talented Scholar. I choose a Mei Mountain Disciple. Another said. I'll pick the Jiangnan 7 Freaks and the New Sword, Han Xiaoying, said another. The others quickly chose their roles. Okay, I've registered everyone. The game starts at 10 o'clock. Please follow the guides and get ready. A group of people left in a flurry. The staff had a moment to relax, took a sip of tea, and cleared their throat. Today's script is almost fully booked. I think we should create a special script just for Feng Qing, so we don't have to argue about it anymore. A colleague nearby complained that many visitors had booked online, but only the female visitors coming for Feng Qing wanted to see him perform live and get close to him. A few days ago, visitors who played Yin Jiping and fought over the role of Xiao Longnu almost came to blows. The female visitors playing Xiao Longnu weren't doing it for their own characters, but for Yin Jiping. These visitors cried and shouted, wanting to be tainted by Yin Jiping. The scripts were almost ruined by these female visitors. Yes, in the future, Feng Qing should have his own script. I've already thought of a good idea. Let Feng Qing play an emperor in a story called The Emperor and His 3,000 Beautiful Concubines. That way, the female visitors won't fight over roles anymore. That's a good idea. If the female visitors don't want to be concubines, Feng Qing could also be the head of Manhwa, or the young master of the flower transplant palace. The staff brainstormed ideas, thinking how great it would be to satisfy visitors coming specifically for Feng Qing without ruining the story. It would be a win-win situation. Of course, this was just their idea. Guo Wei and Feng Qing wouldn't do it that way because it would go against their original purpose for the event. Feng Qing was fully immersed in his role. Guo Wei was busy controlling a drone to film everything, capturing exciting moments. Every scene was carefully shot by a dedicated cameraman. The footage would serve as souvenirs for visitors and could also be edited into promotional videos for the resort. Why is the boss so interested today? Let's see. Oh, he chose such an unlucky role. Fight scene coming up, camera 7, get ready. Guo Wei looked at the boss playing Mei Chaofeng on the screen and reminded cameraman number 7. Haha, if you're brave enough, come try my 9 in White Bone Claw. Xiaoling, playing Mei Chaofeng, laughed loudly and boldly issued a challenge. The resort script murder game had been going on for a while. Xiaoling had played many roles recently and loved playing villains. Villains are often disliked and hated, but their storylines are exciting. The characters close to the protagonist usually don't have a good ending. They get their hearts torn out, suffering as badly as possible. It would be better to play the villain, causing trouble and dominating most of the story. The more exciting, the better. Thief woman, prepare to die. A righteous follower stepped forward to serve food, but before he got close, he was struck by a powerful palm and whip attack, causing him to foam at the mouth and collapse to the ground. Everyone attacked together. The crowd surged forward, following the plot. Although there were many people, Xiao Ling was not just for show. She skillfully swung her prop whip, moving as lightly as a swallow in the clouds, quick and clever like a monkey, brave and fierce like a leopard. Great! In the control room, Guo Wei couldn't help but cheer. He had always known the boss was quick and skillful, but this was even better than expected. Guo Wei also wondered if he should spend more time practicing the breathing exercises the boss mentioned. The boss had only been practicing for less than a year, yet already had such skills. Guo Wei thought it wasn't too late for him to start practicing now. Thinking of Feng Qing, who had been training diligently every day for the past few months, Guo Wei switched the camera to Feng Qing. The exciting part was starting. The big sects were fighting each other. Feng Qing didn't know which sex female benefactor she was fighting with. A group surrounded her, but it looked less like a fight and more like a group of female bandits teasing a young monk. Some even tried to take advantage of the situation, reaching out to touch the young monk's jade-like face. But how could that be allowed? Feng Qing waved her stick with some force, pushing away the crowd in front of her. This push was powerful. She actually sent several young women flying quite far. A few of them didn't notice and fell to the ground. Is this young monk really so powerful? A leader from the beggars sect exclaimed in surprise. I'll see what this young monk can do, a Wudong disciple said, sneaking up with a feather duster. Thanks to the martial arts instructor hired at high pay from the scenic area, Feng Qing moved steadily, demonstrating her skills with every move, easily handling the sneak attack. Kids got some skill. There were also skilled tourists watching. Seeing Feng Qing's performance, some wanted to test themselves. Instead of following the plot, they took out props and weapons and attacked Feng Qing. In a duel of experts, punches and kicks landed accurately and fiercely. The two exchanged several rounds, and in the end, Feng Qing won gracefully. At first, the commotion caused by Feng Qing and the others didn't attract much attention from anyone except the young women. But after a couple of exchanges, others couldn't sit still. This expert skills are obvious as soon as they start. Every move shows real martial arts talent, not just for show. That was impressive. Win clear, right? How many years have you been practicing? Compared to the young tourists, the person fighting with Wind Clear seems more mature. He's in his 40s, a member of the Martial Arts Association. His love for martial arts brought him here to join the immersive martial arts role-playing game in Peach Blossom Valley. At first, he thought experiencing some martial arts fun would be enough, but unexpectedly, he met a real master. I practiced basic skills for a few years when I was a kid, and I only started again recently. As a fan of traditional clothing, dreaming of wandering the world with a sword, Wind Clear was no different. He was eager to learn martial arts as a child, but he didn't become famous, so he gave up. A few months ago, after starting work at Peach Blossom Valley, his boss introduced a breathing technique said to be very effective. That's when he started practicing again. Besides work, to avoid the lively young women, Wind Clear practiced the breathing method every morning and evening at the temple on the back mountain. At first, he didn't notice much change, but after a month of consistent practice, he felt his physical strength improving clearly. This was a big discovery. If he could become a martial arts master, he wouldn't miss this great chance. So, besides work, Wind Clear kept practicing nonstop. The scenic area hired many martial arts instructors, and whenever Wind Clear had free time, he practiced with them. So, even though he only trained for 3 months, it was like gaining the results of a half year of casual practice. The story wasn't over yet, and the two hadn't talked deeply. After a brief exchange, they resumed the story. Wind Clear, wait a moment. Can we talk for a bit? After the scene ended, Wu Rui, who had just fought with Wind Clear, called out to him, following behind like other young fans. Time is getting late. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal, Wind Clear said, politely declining the invitation from the young women and leading Wu Rui to the staff dining hall. Although it's a staff cafeteria, visitors can also go in and eat if accompanied by staff. Wind Clear, are you interested in joining a martial arts competition? Wu Rui asked enthusiastically. He had competed before, winning a national championship. After an injury, he retired and became a martial arts coach. Now he was feeling adventurous again. Martial arts competition? No. Brother Wu, you overestimate me. My skills are not good enough to show off in front of professionals. Feng Qing quickly refused. He has only practiced for a short time and is not a match for those experts, so he would only be laughed at. Don't rush to refuse. The moves you showed me before weren't just simple tricks. Don't underestimate yourself. I heard you like traditional Chinese clothing and want to promote Hanfu culture. That's a good way to spread it. Wu Rui also saw Feng Qing's Hanfu with a red dress and high ponytail. To be honest, it was very impressive. But if combined with martial arts, that would truly showcase the beauty of Hanfu. If Feng Qing could gain some confidence and participate in the World Martial Arts Championship, it would be even more meaningful. Martial arts and Hanfu are a perfect match. Knowing what Feng Qing is interested in, Wu Rui naturally knows how to persuade him best. After some encouragement, seeing Feng Qing start to consider it, he continued. Think about it. If you could participate in international competitions, wearing your proud Hanfu, and use the martial arts passed down from our ancestors to defeat those foreigners, wouldn't that be wonderful? Let the world know that Hanfu and martial arts belong to us Chinese, not something others can steal. Recently, a popular blogger appeared on a big screen in Times Square, showing the world that Hanfu is Chinese. As a lover of traditional Hanfu culture, Feng Qing naturally can't stand to see Hanfu being misused by other countries. If given such an opportunity, he probably wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after Wu Rui's words, Feng Qing was deeply moved. But he also had some concerns. Brother Wu, do you really think I can participate in martial arts competitions? Do I have a chance to win? He was worried they might just want him to be a pretty face to attract viewers. Feng Qing had encountered many events that sought his looks, not because of his skills, but just to attract attention and get more viewers. I'm serious. Martial arts practitioners speak honestly. I wouldn't joke about this.
Trust me.
In early August, we have a competition in City C. You should give it a try. Wu Rui almost swore by the sky. He truly believed in Feng Qing. All right then, Brother Wu. I'll participate. Please help me register. Feng Qing relaxed and also thought about his powerful boss. Brother Wu, are there any restrictions on gender for martial arts competitions? If he could win with his boss's strength, he would definitely take first place. No, there are no gender restrictions. Anyone can participate. So, what do you think? Are there women with skills similar to yours? Wu Rui didn't expect any surprises. Of course, he benefits when the players he recommends win, and skilled players are always welcome. It's okay, I was just asking. Brother Wu, thank you for your help. Feng Qing wouldn't make decisions for the boss. He just thought that since the boss had been in a bad mood recently, maybe participating in a martial arts competition would lift his spirits. Xiaoling didn't know about Feng Qing's arrangements. She was busy with a meeting. After nearly 3 months of rest, Xiaoling spent her days sightseeing like an ordinary tourist and her nights playing games and reading novels. She was living quite comfortably. She delegated management of the scenic area to department heads, and the results over these 3 months were good. As the actual owner of the scenic area, Xiaoling couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Although she delegated authority to the management team, she still needed to understand the situation to stay informed. That's all for the past 3 months' financial status. Boss, here are the detailed reports. Jia was the first to report on the financial operations, handing over the financial statements, flowcharts, and balance sheets to Xiaoling. Xiaoling took the reports. They were detailed, showing daily income, costs, and expenses clearly. It wasn't a time for detailed analysis now. She glanced over them briefly. Everything looked fine. At least the funds in the account were now sufficient again. After understanding the financial situation, department heads like Wang Jian, Lin Ping, and Guo Wei reported on the scenic area's status over the past 3 months. There was nothing urgent for Xiaoling to worry about. Everyone worked well together, and the data was very impressive. Especially after she handled the VIP suite issue earlier, Wang Jian and others had made improvements. Since the scenic area already had limited accommodations, it would be a waste of resources to let wealthy guests buy expensive hotel rooms just to show off. After discussion, the department heads decided to make some adjustments. The VIP suite price was discounted by 12%, and the aromatherapy service was kept as an added feature. However, the aromatherapy in the rooms would be automatically used by staff on the day of booking, and guests could only enjoy it at the hotel. They couldn't take it away. The fragrant offerings and peach blossom sachets were no longer part of the suite's added services and were now only sold to VIP members of the scenic area. The scenic area VIP membership uses a point system. While points cannot be exchanged for items, visitors can use their points to buy special products like offering incense, peach blossom sachets, and later, peach sails. Points serve as a threshold to give visitors the right to purchase. The rules for earning points are very detailed. How can points be earned? How many points are needed for each level? What can members at each level buy? When points reach a high enough level, members get special privileges. This entire system makes many things easier. After understanding the points management system, Lu Hongda added to the task previously assigned by Xiaoling boss. The standards for the scenic area to become a 4A level have been met. We've prepared all the materials and are just waiting to apply. All right, Director Lu will continue to follow up on this and aim to succeed in one go. Xiaoling thought it would take until September or October to reach the 4A standard, but everyone's effort was surprisingly quick. It seems her behind-the-scenes work can now be scheduled. Xiaoling is not suited for management, but now that the department heads are working well together, it's time to let everyone handle things. Xiaoling decided to act immediately. Since this was a company leadership meeting with everyone present, there was no better time than today. Everyone has performed very well over the past 3 months. I am very satisfied. Since the opening of Lingyun Temple, in just over half a year, the development has reached this scale. Everyone here has contributed greatly. I've said before, I won't overlook talent. Everyone's hard work will be rewarded. Starting today, all company matters will be handled jointly by Finance Director Jia, HR Director Lu Hongda, Marketing Operations Director Wang Jian, Public Relations Director Guo Wei, Logistics Director Lin Ping, and Director Wendy, who oversees the health resort. Zhou Lingston paused, then continued without noticing everyone's surprised looks. Although the health resort hasn't opened yet, I believe with everyone's abilities, we will develop the resort and the holiday village successfully. Everyone will manage daily affairs and at the end of each month, give me a summary report. Funds don't all need my approval. If expenses exceed a certain amount, I will approve them. The specific amounts will be discussed with Director Jia and then shared with everyone. Along with authority, responsibility must also be delegated. I hope all leaders will speak carefully and not betray my trust. Along with the delegation of authority, profit sharing from the scenic area is also being distributed. If you want the horses to run, you need to give them grass. Zhou Ling is generous with the scenic area's profits, giving some leaders a share of the scenic area's earnings. Although the scenic area's account currently has little money, most of it has been used for development. Since the opening of Lingyun Temple earlier this year, the resort has earned quite a bit. The profit-sharing promise to the leaders is not a small amount. Today's executive meeting was a bit long, but everyone present listened carefully and responsibly to the boss's words. Delegating authority and responsibility is not simple. Many issues need to be discussed and confirmed. The office lights stayed on from evening until dawn before turning off. Why are you back so late? Didn't you say there wasn't much to do lately? Lu Hongda hurried home, looking tired, and his wife asked puzzled. Even during the opening of Lingyun Temple and Peach Blossom Spring, Lu Hongda never came home this late. Did something big happen at the resort? Nothing special. Is there anything to eat? Come, let's have a bite. The quiet night couldn't calm Lu Hongda's restless heart. If it weren't for thinking about tomorrow's busy schedule, he would definitely have a couple of drinks to celebrate. What's going on? Any good news? Wait a moment, I'll heat up some cold dishes and cook some rice. We can eat and talk. Lu's wife saw the excitement in her husband's eyes, heated the food, and asked curiously. Sitting at the dining table, Lu Hongda didn't know how to start. When he resigned from his previous company, he only wanted a change of environment and to stop wasting energy on internal conflicts. He didn't expect that in less than a year, the boss would delegate authority to him. The current resort is not smaller than his old company. In less than a year, he passed the boss's test and took on major responsibilities. How could Lu Hongda not feel excited? Moreover, the huge bonus incentives made Lu Hongda even more grateful for his initial decision. If he had stayed at his old company, he wouldn't have had such opportunities. Today, the boss has fully delegated authority. Lu Hongda and his wife live in the company-provided dormitory. Their child has been taken back to town by their parents, so they don't have to worry about disturbing others. He kept talking to his wife about many things. He was unhappy at his old company. The new boss, Xiao Ling, trusted and promoted him. His abilities were recognized, and he was satisfied materially. He wanted to dedicate himself completely to his wise and brave boss. All right, it's getting late. Since Boss Xiao has delegated authority to you, things will start to get busier. Sleep early, so you'll have energy for tomorrow. He couldn't sleep. After tidying up, he lay in bed, with countless thoughts flashing through his mind. He longed to repay his boss's kindness and recognition as soon as possible. Not only Lu Hongda couldn't sleep, but all the responsible managers at the meeting that day were also excited and stayed awake until dawn. After the delegation of power, Xiao Ling felt free and light. Although delegating authority might cause some problems or even lead to loss of control, everything has pros and cons. To avoid the chaos of daily administrative tasks and management, while still wanting to use her skills and creativity to improve overall efficiency, giving up some control was the best choice. Honestly, Xiao Ling isn't a professional manager. Her decisions aren't always correct. Now that there are professional managers, she doesn't need to hold on to everything and do everything herself. Moreover, she clearly understands that the core of the resort depends on her little gourd. Even if some managers cause big problems later, Xiao Ling has the capital to start over. Boss, are you interested in participating in a martial arts competition? In a good mood, Xiao Ling met Feng Qing, who had come specifically to see her, at the back mountain temple. Martial arts competition? What kind of nonsense is that? Do you want to compete with me? Zhou Ling was surprised. She knew Feng Qing had been practicing breathing exercises very hard these past few months and was quite talented. But winning against her wouldn't be easy. No, boss, I wouldn't dare compete with you. It's like this. Feng Qing told the boss about Wu Rue inviting him to a martial arts competition. He wanted to go, and without the boss's permission, that wouldn't do. Combining martial arts with traditional clothing? That's a good idea. If you want to go, go ahead. She often saw short videos of young men in traditional clothes performing martial arts on foreign streets. If Feng Qing did that, the scene would be very beautiful. Zhou Ling nodded in agreement. Feng Qing became famous, and her reputation also brought attention to her peaceful retreat. Zhou Ling naturally wouldn't stop him. So, boss, are you going to participate?
I've already asked around.
Both men and women can sign up. If you're interested, I can ask Wuge to help you register. He had only trained for 3 months, but his progress was already impressive. The boss's skills would only improve. I won't join. You go ahead. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll ask them to cooperate with you. Zhou Ling refused. Although she was skilled, she didn't want to participate in any martial arts competitions. Not to brag, but if she entered a martial arts contest, she would definitely win first place. After all, she was just a beginner in cultivation, and fighting others would be like beating up someone much weaker. She didn't want to draw too much attention. But not participating in the competition meant she could still watch as a spectator. The resort's affairs didn't need her attention right now. She had already wandered around the scenic area for 3 months, so going out for a walk was a good idea. When she learned the preliminary round would be in early August, Zhou Ling nodded. Since you're going to participate in the martial arts competition, you don't need to worry about the scenic area during this time. Focus on practicing more. Don't neglect your breathing exercises. Don't waste the many martial arts instructors here. Ask them for advice and aim to win first place. After sending Feng Qing off, Zhou Ling contacted Luo Yuansheng, who often came to check if the peaches in Taoweiyuan were ripe. Mr. Luo, the first batch of peaches in Taoweiyuan is ripe. Please arrange for someone to handle it. Although the resort's authority had been delegated, Zhou Ling had long planned to sell the peaches. She wouldn't give up halfway. This also involved dozens of acres of peaches in the back mountain. Zhou Ling definitely wouldn't let others interfere. The back mountain is separate from the resort, and others are not allowed to come here. Besides Luo Yuansheng helping to sell most of the peaches, arrangements for the other peaches were also made during yesterday's meeting. The peach blossom land has a total of 800 acres of peach trees. Luo Yuansheng manages 500 acres, leaving 300 acres of peaches. Out of these 300 acres, 50 acres are given as employee benefits, and the remaining 250 acres are sold at the scenic area. Of course, the peach sales are not open to all visitors. Visitors can buy peaches based on their points, and the level of points determines how many peaches they can purchase. Points are earned based on how much visitors spend, how many times they visit, and other related factors. Visitors who spend more and visit more often are considered loyal customers. They are less likely to complain about the high prices because just buying the peaches makes them happy, and they don't mind the cost. The resort has been selling peaches this way for the past few days, and most people are satisfied. Some visitors may be unhappy, but overall, this sales method helps avoid many problems. As for the peaches in the back mountain orchard, besides Luo Yuansheng's 20 acres, there are 30 acres left. 20 acres are reserved for Qiaoling's personal use, as high-quality fruit is perfect for giving as gifts. The remaining 10 acres are allocated by the scenic area leaders. Each department has a share, whether for rewarding special talents, attracting good staff, or building relationships. These are important concerns for the department heads. Miss Xie, please help deliver these peaches to Mr. Xie and Mrs. Xie. I will greet them later, Qiaoling said, pointing to a few baskets of carefully selected peaches. Although the Xie couple keeps a low profile at the scenic area, Qiaoling doesn't believe their influence is insignificant. The Lingyun resort has been thriving, with high daily revenue. It's impossible that no one is jealous. The peace and stability are thanks to the Xie family. Although the Xie family hasn't come to claim credit, Qiaoling can't pretend not to notice. Since she's benefited from their help, she naturally won't forget to share good things with the Xie family. Mr. Qiao, please don't be so polite. My younger uncle and aunt said they might bring little Bao here to play. You are truly a great hero in our family. Xie Monli's words are not exaggerated. Her Aunt Gu Herong, being an older pregnant woman and feeling depressed, had unstable pregnancy symptoms. If it weren't for coming here to Mr. Qiao for treatment, a smooth delivery might have been uncertain. As for her uncle, his situation is even more remarkable. His body was damaged by radiation and was expected to be near death, but now he's back at work, shining brightly. All of this is thanks to Mr. Chiao. Compared to the help the Xie family gave Mr. Chiao, the assistance Mr. Chiao provided to the Xie family is invaluable. Xie only arranged for someone to store the peaches given by Qiao Ling for the Xie family, then went to buy peaches from Wan Jian and others. It's not that Xie only disliked the small amount of peaches Qiao Ling gave. The Xie family is a large clan with many close relatives. Mr. Chiao gave a lot of peaches, but after sharing, each person received only a little. Xie Monli is also a regular visitor to the resort, with a high points level. Even if the peaches from Teo Weiyuan are not as good as those from Mr. Chiao, she can still buy some to show her courtesy. Other wealthy tourists in the group are busy buying more peaches. Whether it's the peaches from Teo Weiyuan or the peaches from the spiritual peach trees behind Mr. Chiao's mountain, everyone wants to buy them. If their points level isn't enough, that's okay. It's just about spending money. It's just about taking a trip. They gather friends and family to visit the resort, arranging everything for them, aiming to quickly increase their points level, all just to buy higher quality peaches. The wealthy lady's friends and relatives come and go, creating a new cycle. During the peach harvest season, the number of visitors to the resort reaches a new high. The resort attracts many visitors with its peaches, and the peaches from Luo Yuanqing's channel are also in high demand. Old Luo, am I still your brother? Last year, when you came to Hushi, I helped you with procedures and connections. This batch of peaches, surely I have a share, right? And me, old Luo, I haven't been bad to you either. You've opened so many stores in Hushi this year. How can I not support you? Old Luo, Luo Yuanqing, who settled in Hushi, had just delivered the first batch of peaches there. Before he even sat down, his partners heard the news and came to him, eager to get a hold of this batch of peaches. Brothers, don't worry. I remember all your help and support. Rest assured, this year there are plenty of peaches, enough for everyone. Luo Yuanqing reassured his partners. This year, he has several hundred acres of peaches, not just small-scale efforts like last year. Old Luo, how do you plan to sell the peaches this year? Tell us first, asked Lao Li, a high-end fruit merchant from Shanghai. He mainly deals with luxury fruits and usually ignores ordinary ones. Last year, he happened to discover the high-quality peaches from Luo Yuanqing and try to build a good relationship. When he heard Luo Yuanqing brought peaches, he dropped what he was doing and came over, wanting a bigger share. In the high-end market, if his store doesn't have such quality peaches, it would damage his reputation. Brotherly, honestly, I had to work very hard to get these peaches this year. I don't know if I can get more next year. So, this year, I want to give it my all, Luo Yuanqing said honestly. Previously, Boss Chiao was worried that selling peaches at the scenic spot would be too expensive and attract troublemakers, and he wasn't sure if tourists would buy. That's why he let Luo Yuanqing take this big opportunity. Next year, he probably won't have such a large supply of peaches to sell. The officials at the scenic spot are even eager to stop his delivery trucks. This chance might only come this year, and Luo Yuanqing wants to seize this rare opportunity to grow his business. Then tell us more. How do you plan to go all out this year? We will definitely support you, asked another partner. His business isn't as big as Lao Li's, but it's still decent. Lao Li's customers are high-end consumers, but his customers are patients from several top hospitals in Shanghai. Luo Yuanqing is determined to get the peaches that are good for health. Last year, he didn't realize the full potential at first. He just thought Luo Yuanqing's peaches tasted good, but then he found out there was an unexpected benefit. Patients who ate the peaches recovered faster than others. He missed the chance last year, but this year he's well prepared. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. The other partners also expressed their support. As long as they can get peaches, they will cooperate. I am thinking like this. Luo Yuanqing and the others discussed, and soon a group of bosses hurriedly left, carrying the first batch of peaches they received from Luo Yuanqing. Dad, rest more in bed. You just had surgery and the doctor said you need to relax and recover. A middle-aged woman from a private hospital in Shanghai advised her elderly father, who wanted to get up and walk. Rest? I have cancer, the king of illnesses, and there's not much time left. I'd rather walk around now while I still can. Maybe I won't have the chance later, the old man said, his mood sinking. With such a deadly illness, he couldn't sleep well. Dad, what are you thinking? Even though your illness sounds scary, we caught it early. With the doctor's treatment, you just need to wait for your great-grandchildren. The middle-aged woman comforted her father. This is how patients learn about their serious condition, feeling negative and uncooperative. How can they get better like that? But the body belongs to the patient. If he needs surgery, hiding the truth is impossible. Treatment? If it worked, they wouldn't call it cancer. Old man, forget it. I want to go home. Staying in this hospital is boring. I won't do chemotherapy. Old Lou next door was treated to death. He was tortured when he died. I'd rather be poisoned by rat poison now and die peacefully. The old man thought about his neighbor's fate, feeling deeply sad. Instead of suffering like that, he'd prefer to die early and be free. It's not that he couldn't handle pain. If he could somehow survive and be saved from death, he could endure any hardship. But he had pancreatic cancer, the king of cancers. At his age, any more fussing was pointless. He'd rather enjoy each day he had left. Dad, your situation is different from others. Don't be so pessimistic, okay? When we were kids, didn't you always teach us to face problems bravely? You need to have confidence in yourself. The middle-aged woman tried to comfort her father, though she had no other options. When they agreed to the surgery earlier, there was a long debate. He was quite old, almost 80. Many people thought surgery wasn't necessary for someone his age. Elderly bodies have less strength and slower recovery. If anything went wrong, he might not even make it to the operating table. But as children, how can we just watch our elderly father wait to die without doing anything? The old man's condition was also discovered during a health check. Although cancer is dangerous, it was still in the early stage. After surgery, the old man might have more time. Their whole family hesitated for a long time, but in the end, they decided to let the old man have the surgery. The old man agreed before the operation. Now, after the surgery, the doctor recommends chemotherapy to strengthen his recovery. The old man changed his mind and refused. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would rather not have the surgery. But now that it's too late, talking about it won't help. The best thing is to advise the old man to rest well and take care of himself. While they were arguing, a young pregnant woman came in carrying a small basket. Mom, Grandpa, look what I brought. The young woman placed the basket on the bed and let them see what was inside. What is it? Peaches? The old man looked at the big peaches in the basket, but showed no interest. Even if the most delicious food was placed in front of him, he had no appetite. He wondered why life was so him. His wife died early when he was young. He raised several children on his own. When his children finally became successful, he spent his days watching live streams, playing games, and in the evenings, dancing with the older women in the square, enjoying a late-life romance. But just a few days of happiness, and then he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. He felt like heaven was against him, not letting him enjoy a good life. Even the tastiest peaches now seemed as dull as chewing wax. Grandpa, these aren't ordinary peaches. I went to great lengths to buy them from Boss Zhang. The old patients here say these peaches can cure illnesses, the young pregnant woman told him, trying to give him hope. Good granddaughter, don't just fool Grandpa. These aren't the divine peaches from the Queen Mother's garden. They can't cure diseases. You're pregnant now. Don't overexert yourself. The old man understood her good intentions. Although he was sick, he wasn't mentally ill. Peaches can't cure illnesses. How could they? Hey, Grandpa, these aren't the divine peaches from the Queen Mother's garden, but they're not bad either. Do you know how much I paid for this basket of peaches? 10,000 yuan. That's only because my boss Zhang's daughter and I are friends. Many others tried to buy it but couldn't get any. Grandpa Ma's granddaughter, worried he wouldn't believe her, picked up a fruit knife and started peeling a peach. As she peeled, she said, "Grandpa, trust me this time. I just tasted a small piece, and it's really good. I heard there's an even better kind of peach. Let's try this one first. If it works, we can buy that kind later." The peach was peeled, pink and juicy. The girl cut a small piece and offered it to her grandfather. Here, Grandpa, try it. If it really helps, eating fruit is better than taking medicine or undergoing chemotherapy. Although Grandpa Ma still didn't believe that eating a peach could cure illness, his granddaughter persuaded him kindly. He took a bite. This flavor. The girl gave a small piece to her mother, watching her grandfather's expression happily. Grandpa, I told you it's good, right? Even if it doesn't have other effects, just the taste is worth trying. Grandpa Ma's daughter saw his expression and quickly put a small piece of peach into her mouth. It's really good. Did you buy it from Zhang's place? I didn't know he had such good stuff. These few aren't enough. I need to buy more. Everyone who has tasted the peach liked it, even though it was very expensive. For those who aren't short of money, spending it on such good things is very worthwhile. Grandpa Ma didn't say much, but the peach pit in his hand showed his feelings. It was nice that he could enjoy such delicious peaches before he passed away. Thinking of this, Grandpa Ma, without holding back, asked, "Are there peaches that taste even better? When can I buy them?" "If I could taste them before I die," his daughter interrupted him, saying, "Dad, just wait patiently. We will make sure you get to eat delicious peaches. Don't say such unlucky things. You will live a long and healthy life." She peeled another peach for him. Mama, Grandpa Ma's daughter, told her daughter to stay at the hospital to take care of the old man. She and the family of a patient in the next room went to find Boss Lee. "Ma, sister, you didn't see just now my little one asked for something to eat on his own? Since my baby's condition worsened, it has become very difficult to get him to eat more. That peach is really good. I hope there are still some at Mr. Zhang's shop." A patient's family member, who was with Ma Li, excitedly said. The peaches at her home were given by Ma Jia's daughter before. The child liked them and wanted more, but she felt shy to ask again. So, they went together to Mr. Zhang's shop to buy some. They heard it was hard to get, and they weren't sure if they could buy any. "Let's go quickly." "Oh no, look, those people seem to be heading toward Mr. Li's shop. Hurry, walk faster." Molly saw more and more people heading in the same direction and felt uneasy. Before she could hope for a lucky escape, she overheard the others whispering, "That peach is really good. We must buy more this time." "Oh no, look, are those people also going to buy peaches?" Hearing this, Molly and her companions unconsciously quickened their steps. But it was useless. Even if they ran ahead, Mr. Zhang's premium fruit shop was already crowded with people. "Everyone, don't panic. Although we don't have stock inside right now, our boss has gone to restock. If you need, scan the QR code to join the group. We will notify you when the goods arrive." The shop manager's voice was hoarse. Although many had registered as members, they still refused to leave, waiting for a clear answer. "Manager, when will there be stock? Can you give us an exact time?" "Manager, I'm leaving now. If the goods arrive, can you save some for me? I can pay a deposit." "Yes, we'll pay a deposit first. When the stock arrives, can you hold some for us?" The shop manager had no good options. Previously, he had kept some peaches for himself, but they were bought quickly. He didn't know when the next batch would come. The boss said he would try to find a solution, but everyone knew that good things like this weren't easy to get just by asking. "Lao Luo, give me 1 ton. No, 3 tons. 3 tons. I'll add 2 more layers to the price. I have customers waiting. Lao Luo, I also want some." In less than 2 days, all the stock was sold out. Now, everyone is chasing me to restock. Not only Mr. Zhang, but several other partners also approached Luo Yuansheng, wanting to buy more. Luo Yuansheng felt both pain and happiness. Although he was responsible for all the costs of selling the peaches, aside from that, after deducting what he owed to Mr. Chiao, the money he earned in these days was more than he had ever dreamed of. This is only the first batch of peaches shipped. There are second and third batches to come. The best quality peaches haven't even been sold yet. Once this year's peaches are sold out, his wealth will reach a new level. Brothers, don't worry. The second batch is already on the way. I've asked people to work overtime to harvest and transport them. They should arrive by tomorrow night. While reassuring his friends, Luo Yuansheng also reminded them, be careful when selling. Remember, we agreed to sell 1 batch over 5 days, so it lines up with the next batch coming in. It's been less than 2 days now. If we don't keep things steady, the sales might get interrupted. Luo Yuansheng carefully observed the peaches from Taoweiyuan. He knew that ripe peaches stay on the tree for 5 to 10 days. Each batch lasts about 5 days, so they can sell peaches for nearly a month. Selling is not a one-time thing. The longer it lasts, the better. The few old partners he works with are experienced businessmen. Why is this time so careless? Old Luo, you also open a shop. I don't believe you haven't seen how your shop is doing. We want to sell slowly, but no one gives us a chance. It's like they have sharp eyes. No matter where we hide, they find us. And most customers are regulars. If we sell to one, how can we refuse the others? Old Zhang sighed with a smile. He has been running a shop for over 20 years. He knows how to maximize profits, but this time, things are strange. He simply can't handle the customers' aggressive sales tactics. Although Xiaoling hasn't personally experienced the lively scene of peach sales in Shanghai, she can imagine it from Luo Yuanqing's messages and Jie's weekly financial reports. She can picture how busy it must be. This time, Luo Yuansheng focused on the Shanghai market. Not many peaches went to City C, but with so many tourists there, Taoweiyuan peaches became very popular in City C too. Xiaoling, my phone has been almost non-stop these days. Everyone is asking me to help buy peaches, Lekong said as he looked at a power bank in the shop, charging his phone while complaining to Xiaoling. It's summer vacation now. Originally, Lekong and Deng Bin, who just got into college, planned to do some small business at the scenic spots. But when they heard Feng Qing was going to participate in a martial arts competition, they couldn't sit still and decided to come along. Among the young ones, Lekong and Deng Bin are the earliest practitioners of breathing exercises. However, these two people either need to study or prepare for exams, so they don't have much time to practice. Or perhaps their talent is not as good as Feng Qing's. They started practicing earlier than Feng Qing, but they're no match for him. Although they can't beat Feng Qing, they still dream of having a martial arts competition. They begged Wu Rui to help them sign up for the martial arts contest. Today is their preliminary round, and they are waiting backstage. You also know that this year's peach matters are handled by Boss Luo and a few leaders from the scenic area. It's useless to talk to me about it. Don't waste your effort, said Xiaoling coldly, refusing Lekang's request. Lekong and Deng Bin still wanted to sell peaches for a profit like last year, but they didn't think about what would happen if she opened that door. What if other villagers came asking for the same opportunity? Where did she get so many peaches to sell for profit? Lekong wasn't embarrassed by the rejection. He shrugged and gave Deng Bin a helpless look, giving up on this year's business. If they can't do it, so be it. Deng Bin's parents earn enough money every day and don't rely on Deng Bin to support the family. As for Lekong, although only a year has passed, the Lu family is no longer the same as a year ago. Lekang's parents work at the resort, and their jobs at the doorstep don't cost extra. They can save their monthly wages. Plus, Lekang's grandmother, Zhou Chunhua, is famous for her peach blossom cakes in the scenic area. Visitors love to buy and try them. Zhou Chunhua's peach blossom cakes are made with peaches grown on her own land. The Lu family lives next to Xiaoling's back mountain, where the peach trees are naturally infused with a little spiritual energy. Although not obvious, the cakes are tastier than usual. Zhou Chunhua's peach blossom cake business is booming. Even though she only sells for a month, she has earned quite a lot of money. The Lu family's guest house also brings in a good income every month. So now, the Lu family is not short of money. Lekong regrets not being able to make money, but he is not obsessed with it. He is now calm and waiting for the competition. While they were talking, Feng Qing and Wu Rui also came over. Boss Qiao, nice to meet you. It's really a pity you didn't sign up. If you participated, you would definitely be the champion. Wu Rui greeted and praised Xiaoling. Isn't it a pity? Over the past month, Wu Rui has trained Feng Qing many times. He has figured out Feng Qing's strength. Although Feng Qing is not the top, he can still win some places in competitions. Boss Qiao's fighting skills are even better than Feng Qing's. If Boss Qiao joined the contest, he could produce a champion. A contestant's ranking depends not only on their own ability, but also on their coach. If he has a champion under him, his future prospects will be bigger and brighter. But there's no use dwelling on regrets. Boss Chow's family is very wealthy and doesn't care much about winning titles. His way of persuading Feng Qing hasn't worked. Now, he just hopes Feng Qing and the two new boys can perform well. Wu Rui hopes Feng Qing and the others will do their best, but their family members don't share the same hope. The children have some success in martial arts, so they are trusted outside. But they are not happy about their children going far on this rough martial arts path. Especially Deng Bin's family. His parents, grandparents, and other relatives are all worried as they watch the match. Bin is feeling better now. Why don't you, as parents, advise him more? What if he gets hurt? Grandma Deng looks anxiously at the stronger opponent on the stage, clearly worried. Her grandson is small and can't withstand the fierce hits. Her anger is directed at her son and daughter-in-law. That's right. All they do is work all day. They don't spend enough time with him, even when he was sick and in the hospital. He's curious about everything. Why don't you advise him more? Martial arts are just for health, not for competitions. Grandma Deng's wife also scolds her daughter and son-in-law. This isn't a show martial arts match, it's real combat. Swords and knives are dangerous. One careless move could be disastrous. The two old men don't speak, but their disapproval is clear in their eyes, as if they could shoot daggers at Renmin and Deng's father. Deng's father sighs. Since his child recovered, he wants him to have his own life and pursuits. He can't protect him as tightly as before. Children grow up and need to go out into the world. Moreover, this is a formal martial arts competition. The organizers have taken safety seriously, with good protective measures. It's not easy to get hurt. However, when faced with the unreasonable and overly eager elderly who loved their grandson dearly, he could only lower his head and agree, no matter what he said was wrong. Yes, yes, yes. We will pay more attention to this in the future and prevent Bin from getting hurt. But since he has already signed up and wants to try, let him experience different fun. We will just handle the logistics. Although Win's parents were also worried, Feng Qing, who had studied martial arts for several years, was mentally prepared. As for Lukong, his parents and grandmother were busy earning money in the village, so they had no time to worry about him. For children from rural areas, especially boys, fighting was not an everyday thing, but it was common enough. There were referees watching, so there was no need to worry. Zhou Chunhua knew that Xiaoling was going to join, so she felt more at ease and simply reminded Lukong to behave. All the contestants had gone backstage to prepare. Win's parents and a few elders from Deng Bin's family also went backstage to ask about their well-being. Xiaoling asked Deng's father to watch over Lukong. At this moment, she sat leisurely in the audience, observing her surroundings. Boss Qiao, should we continue the cooperation on the weight loss pills? Renmin had been busy lately. Because of the weight loss pills, their business had grown larger, and they hadn't been to the resort for a while. This time, Deng Bin was participating in the martial arts competition. Besides watching the children, the more important reason was to confirm future cooperation with Qiaoling. Qiaoling's resort had delegated full authority. Although their cooperation with Boss Qiao was not officially under the resort's name, it was hard to tell if Boss Qiao was planning to take a break. Moreover, this year, the sales revenue from peaches had reached an astonishing number. If Boss Qiao decided not to produce the weight loss pills to avoid trouble, they would need to plan ahead. Of course, we should continue. I have no intention of stopping. Sister Ren, do you want to stop too? Xiaoling was a bit confused. Did Sister Ren no longer want to sell the weight loss pills? Isn't it doing very well? Why ask this all of a sudden? Although the resort had earned quite a bit of money, honestly, all of it was just on the books, freely floating around. It never actually reached Xiaoling's hands. She didn't see herself as a wealthy person. Her cooperation with Renmin and her husband was different.
It was a separate account.
After Jia paid her taxes, the money went directly into her bank card. With less than an hour of spending each month, she could have this much income. Xiaoling was very happy to work with Renmin. This was the job Xiaoling had always dreamed of before resigning. Working just 1 or 2 hours a month, earning hundreds of millions. Living the easy life, right? Yes, 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 I thought. Renmin looked at Xiaoling with a confused expression and smiled. That's right. Boss Xiao and her business partner are different. What do you think? Xiaoling asked, genuinely eager to hear the answer. If someone has something to say, just say it. It's nothing, I just misunderstood. I need to tell you something. Someone at my club bought weight loss pills but didn't take them. Instead, they sent them for testing and copying. It was a customer working with a foreign organization. Boss Xiao, I previously helped you apply for a patent for the weight loss pill formula. Do you want to pursue legal action here, or should I handle it myself? Even the most careful customer who used the weight loss pills couldn't avoid some flaws. Recently, Renmin dealt with this issue. The person who bought the pills was a regular customer at the club and usually had a good relationship with them. But when it comes to personal interests, even good relationships can't help. Infringement? No problem, I'll handle it. I have lawyers. Xiaoling wasn't too worried about someone studying the formula for the weight loss pills. The formula itself isn't anything special. Anyone who spends a few days studying it could make similar pills. But the effectiveness of the pills is different. The reason Xiaoling's weight loss pills work so well and show immediate results is mainly because of the raw materials. Having the formula alone isn't enough. Still, if someone is infringing, it needs to be dealt with. That's simple, lawyers will handle it. Okay, Boss Xiao. I'll follow up on this too. If there are any issues, I'll contact you. By the way, when will the third batch of shops be finished? I want to open a club in the scenic area too. Renmin isn't too worried that the infringing customer can produce pills as effective as Boss Xiao's. She's been dealing with Boss Xiao for over a year and has seen her amazing skills. Although she's not worried, she still needs to report the situation. Her main goal this time is to discuss opening a club in the scenic area. You also know that I haven't been involved much in the resort matters. If you need to handle the shops, you should contact them. You're familiar with the people, like Guo Wei, Lu Hongda, and others. Xiaoling truly delegated authority. She mainly understands the financial situation. Other affairs are managed by a few responsible people. She hasn't paid much attention to the shop matters. But can a meeting place at the resort make money? Xiaoling thought about this and asked directly. Boss Xiao, I have great confidence in Lingyun Resort. Holding meetings here might be better than doing so in big cities like Beijing. Rather than saying Renmin trusts the resort, it's more accurate to say she trusts Xiaoling. Her family member Deng Bin is the best proof. Even such a serious illness can be treated well. Once the sanatorium is built and everyone notices how good the resort is, many will come. What do rich people worry about most? Truly wealthy people care a lot about their health. They are willing to spend money on healthcare. If Lingyun Resort has such benefits, it will definitely attract many wealthy visitors. Running a meeting place here would be a sure profit. While they talked, the martial arts competition officially started. The order of Wu Qing's group was later, and they hadn't performed yet. Why is this martial arts competition different from what I imagined? Deng Bin's grandmother returned to her seat, watching the fighters on the stage, and whispered to her relative nearby. The two on stage were practicing a real fight with Wing Chun and Tai Chi, but it was far from the smooth, flowing style seen in movies. The actual fight looked more like a turtle's punch. Yes, it's quite different. It looks like a street fight, not very entertaining. Old Lady Ren also complained that some contestants fought even worse than street fighters. Xiaoling watched from the stands and felt a bit disappointed. The martial arts were quite different from her expectations. If Feng Qing performs like that later, the scene would be too ugly for her to watch. It didn't take long for everyone to wait. Le Kong was the first to perform. Wow, Le Kong is quite skilled. I didn't expect his opponent to attack first, but luckily he reacted quickly and dodged. Grandma Deng Bin was quite surprised. She heard that Le Kong had never studied martial arts before. She thought he would be knocked out immediately after the surprise attack, but he seized the opportunity, took advantage of his opponent's distraction, and surprisingly won. Le Kang's first victory boosted everyone's confidence. Deng Bin, who trains about the same amount of time as him, should also be able to win his first match. However, it turned out everyone was overestimating. Although Le Kong had not trained long, He had been doing farm work since he was young, so his physical strength was far better than Deng Bin, who had been seriously ill. After a few rounds, his opponent took advantage of a mistake and defeated Deng Bin in one move. It's okay, just participating is enough. We're not naturally talented in this area. Maybe we should focus on other things. Didn't you like drawing before? Since we're not learning martial arts, you can just focus on painting. Grandma Deng Bin comforted her disappointed grandson. Although it was a bit harsh, she was relieved that her grandson was eliminated, so she wouldn't have to worry about him getting hurt. Deng Bin was disappointed but understood his own abilities. Just having the chance to participate in such a competition was already good enough. Soon, he shifted his focus to watching Feng Qing's martial arts match. When Feng Qing entered the arena, there was a small buzz among the spectators. Wow, that guy in the red traditional outfit. I saw a video of him at Lingyun Resort, where he won first place in the national costume contest. He looks really handsome in person. A female spectator looked at Feng Qing with excitement. I saw that video too. How can someone look so good? Today he's also wearing a red traditional outfit with a high ponytail. This look seems made for him. Other female spectators stared at Feng Qing with starry eyes. Hey, his opponent is the top seed, the one most likely to win first place. Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. Why does Feng Qing have to face such a tough opponent first? The female spectators couldn't help but worry for Feng Qing. If he lost in the first round, they wouldn't get to see him anymore. It was a bit disappointing to think about. It turned out the female spectators' worries were a bit unnecessary. Feng Qing appeared in a red traditional outfit with a high ponytail. Perhaps Feng Qing truly had a talent for cultivation. His swordsmanship had improved greatly after a month of intense practice. The young ladies in the stands didn't even get enough of his handsome and elegant appearance before the match was over. Senior Feng, you're amazing. You defeated the seed player. I heard your opponent might be the top scorer this time. Now that you've beaten him, maybe you'll be the first place. Feng Qing's biggest fan, Yi Yurand, kept praising him. It's too early to say that. After the preliminary round, there are the semifinals and finals. We'll only know the final result in a few days. Feng Qing was modest. He already looked quite eye-catching, and if he was not careful, he could get into trouble. Although he's not easy to catch now, his experience told him to stay humble. You never know what might happen at the next corner. Feng's parents looked at their son proudly. He was so talented and skilled. Now they could finally relax when he went out. A boy like Feng Qing isn't much safer than a pretty girl when they go out. Women need to be careful, and men shouldn't be careless either. Feng's parents had a tough time these years. While admiring the handsome young man, Yi Xinran, who was wearing a mask, didn't care about the crowd celebrating Feng Qing. She saw that Boss Qiao was alone, so she quickly walked over to Qiaoling. Boss Qiao, I'm Yi Xinran. Do you remember me? Of course she remembered. It was her selfie that caused traffic jams from Qingshi town to Yinshan village, leading to the construction of a new road. And Yi Xinran wasn't the same third-rate star from a few months ago. Thanks to the fantasy drama directed by Money Director, she became a top-tier star. Recently, she was everywhere, busy with variety shows and interviews. I don't forget. You acted very well in that recent TV drama. Do you want to work with me? Xiaoling didn't think much and asked directly. They had some contact a few months ago, but not much, and they weren't close. She didn't know what Yi Xinran wanted. Boss Qiao, I want to collaborate with you, Yi Xinran said again. No, thank you. I already said my scenic area doesn't need celebrity promotion. Xiaoling refused directly. Although Yi Xinran's reputation was okay, Lingyun Resort didn't lack visitors. There was no need to invite stars for promotion. Plus, with Feng Qing as the tourism ambassador, Xiaoling didn't think she needed anyone else. I'm not just talking about promoting for you. I mean, Boss Qiao, the good things in your scenic area. Selling them like this now is really a waste. At first, Yi Xinran used Xiaoling Resort's products to help with her menstrual pain. But after using them for a while, guess what? They also improved her skin and beauty. Her condition got better every day. Recently, she's been busy filming variety shows. Even though her body feels tired, her overall look is surprisingly good. Makeup artists ask if she secretly had cosmetic treatments and where she did them because the results are so impressive. She doesn't have time to get cosmetic treatments every day, and even the best treatments wouldn't give such effects. For actors, having this kind of appearance without surgery is rare, almost impossible to find. That's why Yi Xinran approached Xiaoling to propose a partnership. Actors have many issues, but earning a lot of money is true. If Boss Qiao cooperates with her and lets her sell these good products, she can make money and also expand her network. That would be perfect. Plus, it's good for Boss Qiao too. If she helps sell these products, the amount of money earned will be much higher. Maximizing profits is always a good idea, so why not? Yi Xinran shared her idea, hoping Xiaoling would agree. But things didn't go as she expected. She wasn't the first to ask Xiaoling for a partnership to sell these products. Many wealthy tourists have approached Xiaoling wanting to sell these items through her, but she refused all of them. Although Yi Xinran is a star, she doesn't have an advantage over those wealthy women. Naturally, Xiaoling wouldn't cooperate with her.
Sorry, monsieur.
The resort has its own management system. The scenic area leaders handle these matters. There's no use in contacting me. How could it be useless? Xiaoling is the actual owner of the scenic area. Yi Xinran has done her homework. The popular Ling Tao product in Shanghai was a deal between Luo Yuansheng and Boss Qiao. That's clearly just an excuse. Yi Xinran couldn't understand. She can accept that Xiaoling doesn't need celebrity promotion for the resort. After all, the entertainment industry has a bad reputation, and Boss Qiao doesn't want the scenic area's reputation to suffer. That's normal. But now, she's coming to ask for cooperation to help Boss Qiao make more money. Why does she still get rejected without even considering it? Yi Xinran still wanted to ask more questions, but her clumsy sister came back and held her back. Big sister, we promised to go out for a celebration dinner. Do you want to come too? Yi Yuran tugged at Yi Xinran's sleeve, trying to stop her from asking further. From afar, she could see Boss Qiao's impatience in his eyes, but Yi Xinran couldn't see it and was completely unaware. The two sisters walked away and Yi Xinran frowned, pulling her sister's hand off her sleeve.
Why are you holding me?
Can't you see I'm in the middle of an important conversation? Yi Xinran rolled her eyes in annoyance. Her silly sister has been overly pampered lately and has become quite clueless. What are you talking about? Are your eyes just for decoration? Boss Qiao is already very impatient. Can't you tell? Yi Xinran frowned and whispered in blame. I'm still talking. If I manage to make a deal, you know how many connections I can gain with those good things. It's very important for my acting career, do you understand? Not only that, if I succeed, my family can have as many of those good things as they want. Why are you pulling me away? I finally got a chance to talk to Boss Qiao. This time, Yi Xinran wasn't there to admire handsome men. She came specifically for Xiaoling. Seeing more people gathering around Boss Qiao, she wondered when she would have another chance to discuss things in detail. Would I be pulling you to offend people? If you know those things can bring benefits, then others are just fools. Don't you realize that? You only think about how much you can gain if the deal goes through, but have you thought about whether others are willing to work with you? Yes, you now have some popularity, but what does that have to do with Boss Qiao? You think everyone likes money? She doesn't know you well. If she wants to cooperate, she'll choose someone she's familiar with and trusts. Why would she work with you? A cold shower was poured over Yi Xinran's head, making her realize these truths. Honestly, Yi Xinran, this fool, doesn't think that acting as the heroine in a play makes her truly the heroine in real life. Everyone would be impressed by her, right?
Dream on.
Let's go. I'll treat you to a big meal to reward our 3 contestants. Everyone was gathered, and Xiaoling called out to everyone. Having earned so much money, Xiaoling naturally wouldn't hold back. She made sure to enjoy delicious food and fun activities. Xiaoling told everyone to leave, but didn't pay much attention to Yi Xinran. As the resort developed, more people learned about its good reputation. Yi Xinran wasn't the first to seek cooperation, and she wouldn't be the last. Xiaoling didn't have time to deal with all these people. Just as Luo Yuanqing thought, next year's peach sales wouldn't be handled by him anymore. The scenic area could sell them on its own, so there was no need to find more partners. The group had dinner joking around and didn't stay outside for long. Feng Qing finished first in the preliminary round. The semifinals and finals would be held in the next few days. Luokong barely made it into the semifinals, but it looked like he wouldn't win a prize. Still, he maintained a good attitude and went to bed early to prepare for the upcoming competitions. Many people were eliminated on the first day. The results of the semifinals came quickly on the second day. As everyone expected, Luokong was out, and Fengqing once again took the top spot. Fengqing, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, aim to win the championship, Wu Rui urged excitedly. Got it, Coach Wu. You've told me that many times on the way back. Don't worry, Fengqing replied. Before Fengqing could answer, Xiao Ling spoke first. Is Coach Wu a reincarnation of Tang Monk? Why is he so nagging? He kept talking about the competition right after it ended, even during dinner and on the walk back to the hotel. The ants on the road probably got tired of hearing him. Hee, I get excited and love to talk. Everyone don't mind me. Boss Xiao, aren't you thinking of signing up? After the city competition, there are provincial, national, and even international contests. Your skills are better than Fengqing's. You could really shine, Wu Rui said. People are always greedy. Wu Rui initially just wanted to bring home a city champion. Now that he achieved that, he also wanted the provincial, national, and even global titles. Fengqing was good, but clearly, Boss Xiao had more potential. So Wu Rui started persuading again. Coach Wu, Fengqing has great potential. I won't go. It's late and I'm tired. I'll rest in my room. Xiao Ling refused and quickly left, as if Tang Monk was about to start chanting again. The others also found excuses to go back to their rooms. Only Fengqing was being pulled away by Coach Wu. Coach, the finals are tomorrow. I'll listen to you. I'll go back to my room early to rest. You've been busy these days, running around a lot, so you should rest early too. Fengqing pulled away from Wu Rui's grip and left. In an instant, everyone had left. Wu Rui shook his head and walked away. Well, having a city-level champion is not bad. Originally, Xiao Ling thought Fengqing could just get a city-level championship, which would be good enough. But unexpectedly, Fengqing performed exceptionally well and won the city-level martial arts championship. Then, he participated in a provincial competition and surprisingly brought back a provincial champion trophy. This made Wu Rui very happy, almost unable to close his mouth. He repeatedly told Fengqing to train hard during the time before the competition, aiming to win awards at the National Martial Arts Tournament in a month. Coach Wu really has gotten carried away. Before, winning a place in the province was already a big deal. Now, he's aiming for national awards. On the way back, Mother Rin and her daughter-in-law were complaining. Although they admitted Fengqing was very talented and that his matches were very entertaining to watch. But they had watched Fengqing start practicing martial arts. In less than half a year, he had already won a city-level championship, which was beyond their expectations. Winning the provincial championship was really lucky. Wu Rui even wanted to compete for national awards. They really didn't understand where he got so much confidence. Xiao Ling didn't care where Wu Rui's confidence came from. The resort focused on health and wellness. If Fengqing, as the ambassador, could win a prize in a national martial arts competition, it would have a very positive impact on the resort. Not only did they generously give Fengqing time to prepare for the upcoming martial arts competitions, but they also specially hired trainers to help him improve and aim for awards. After a few days out, Xiao Ling returned to the village and saw that the village was busy with construction again. She couldn't help but ask Himing, who was also out for a walk. Village Chief, which company is building another hotel or a restaurant? It's quite a big project. Accommodation and food in the scenic area had always been tight. Villagers had been building inns or restaurants one after another, but this was the biggest construction they'd seen. Lingle, you really do things casually, don't you? This is the school funded by the village and the resort. The village chief looked at the busy construction team and said with some emotion, "Who would have thought that one day their village could build a school without government funding?" As the resort grew larger, almost everyone in the village returned to develop it. People really earned a lot of money. However, there is one problem that has been bothering the villagers: the issue of children's education. Many children from the village go to school in the city, but their families need workers to run businesses at home, which creates a problem of who will take care of the children. Some villagers ask relatives in the city to help look after the children, but trusting others to fully care for them is difficult. Many villagers work hard to pick up and drop off their children at school every day. But this is very tiring and time-consuming, especially since the resort business is busy, and there isn't enough time to do this every day. Many villagers are thinking about bringing their children back to the town for school. Now, there are more buses between the town and the village, so traveling back and forth isn't too hard. However, many people have concerns. Most want to send their children to schools in the city or province for better education. They have earned their money, so it doesn't seem right to send children back to the town to study. It's not that they look down on town schools. In the past, the village's schools were even worse. When they were young, many village schools were in poor condition and used for pig farming. They wouldn't dislike town schools. But city schools have better teachers and resources. As parents, they naturally hope their children can get a better education, and they've been worried about this. The village chief, who cares deeply for the village, also struggled with this issue for a long time. Then Lu Jie gave a suggestion. This problem isn't only in Inshan village. Many employees and leaders at the resort have children too, and they probably face the same worries. Instead of everyone struggling alone, it's better to discuss and create a plan to solve the children's education problem together. The village chief and Lu Jie went to see Lu Hongda, who is in charge of personnel and employee benefits policies. They knew he was the right person to talk to. They met and quickly agreed on a plan. Lu Hongda had already thought about the issue of employees' children's education. There are many employees at the resort now, including many couples working together, and the problem of where to send their children has caused concern for many. Building a school in the village would help employees feel more at ease and focus on their work. But building the school isn't something that can be done overnight. If they follow the normal process to apply, it might not even be approved. Currently, educational resources are mainly focused on the city, and most schools in towns are struggling to operate. Many have closed. It is very difficult for a village to get approval to build a school. Even if the government agrees to build a school because of the resort, it would take a long time to actually implement, and by then, the opportunity might be lost. Lu Hongda considered the possibility of donating money to build a school in the name of the resort. As everyone knows, most companies like to donate. This isn't necessarily because they are very charitable. Some entrepreneurs do give back to society after making money, but many have other reasons. Donating allows companies to reduce taxes and gain fame and reputation. Lingyun Resort, as a new business, has made money that many people can see. Not donating would seem a bit unreasonable. Instead of giving money to unknown organizations, it's better to build a school directly in the village. Building a school mainly benefits the employees and villagers, allowing children to be looked after nearby. Private schools are generally better in this regard. Although both public and private schools are managed by the Education Bureau, private schools have more say because of their investors and are easier to manage. Public schools have many restrictions, and if the resort funds the school but doesn't have control over many decisions, it wouldn't make much sense to build it. Village Chief He Ming didn't expect such a good opportunity. He was tempted but suggested that villagers contribute money to help build the school together with the resort. Since most children in the village would attend the school, it wouldn't be right for the resort to pay for everything. After returning to the village, Qiao Ling did a lot for the community, and the village chief didn't want to take advantage of her all the time. Also, the villagers aren't short of money now, and since it concerns children's education, everyone is willing to contribute. Lu Hongda nodded in agreement, understanding that children's education is very important. He also has a child who needs to go to school. Currently, the child is in kindergarten in the town. If Ingshan village could build a school, it would be much more convenient. The village chief and Lu Hongda acted quickly, and within a few days, the school construction was arranged and a construction team was hired to start work. The funds for building the school mainly came from Lingyun Resort, with some contributions from villagers of Inshan village and a few members of the community. The school is built on a small open space near the village committee of Inshan village, not very large. The combined area for the kindergarten, elementary, and middle school is less than 20 acres. Although the space is small, the school still has essential facilities like computer rooms, language labs, science labs, and a library. There are also plans for sports facilities such as basketball courts, running tracks, badminton courts, table tennis, and a soccer field. Basic teaching facilities are naturally included. However, because of the school's nature and student sources, there are fewer buildings like classrooms and lecture halls compared to other schools. Of course, since the school is still being prepared, the core teaching staff has not yet been hired. But everyone is not worried about the quality of teachers. Besides the donations from everyone, the resort has announced the budget for the school, so with that much money, finding good teachers is not a problem. Many leaders and staff members of the resort also have children who will attend the school, so the new school is expected to be as good as city schools. With strong teachers and the convenience of nearby childcare, everyone is already looking forward to their children studying there, even though the school foundation has not yet been completed. Village Chief, Lingling, my cousin is helping out in the village now. Will his child be able to attend the school once it's built? Lingling, how much will the school charge? Village Chief, if children attend middle school here, will they be able to take the high school and college entrance exams normally in the future? Villagers passing by saw Xiaoling and the village chief walking together and asked questions one after another. Since the school construction has just started, many people are unsure about the details. Seeing the village officials and resort leaders present, they naturally voiced their doubts. Everyone, don't worry. Once the detailed plans are released in a couple of days, you'll know everything. All your questions will be answered. The village chief smiled to reassure the villagers. Since the school is still in the early stages, many details are not yet finalized. After a few days of discussion, specific announcements will be made. Everyone, don't worry. This school mainly helps children who have trouble studying. As long as they meet the requirements, they can attend. About the costs, there's no need to worry. The school is not for profit, and the tuition is similar to that of public schools. The rest of the expenses are covered by the resort. Xiaoling also smiled and promised that running a school costs a lot of money, but compared to the profits from the resort, it's not a big deal. She believes this expense is necessary to help villagers and resort staff feel a sense of belonging. Alright, then my house will also be considered a school district property. Of course. In the future, my child can just step out and be at school, no more long travel time. Hey, my grandson can play in the village and also get a good education. That was something we never even dreamed of before. Lingling, this is all thanks to you. Thank you on behalf of the children. Yes, it's all thanks to Lingling. Without her, our whole family wouldn't have the chance to live together. We've earned money, and the elderly and children are taken care of. The villagers, recognizing her kindness, all came forward to thank Xiaoling. I haven't done much. There's no need to be so polite. It's all a result of everyone's effort. I just hope that Yinshan village will develop even better with everyone's help. Unable to handle the villagers' enthusiasm, Xiaoling politely excused herself and left quickly. Lingling, look at how much everyone appreciates you. You don't need to worry about those trivial matters. Let them go and move on. The village chief followed behind Xiaoling, quietly advising her when no one was around. The incident where Chen Wei hired people to bump into Xiaoling was not a secret in Yinshan village. Also, the story of Xiaoling's parents helping Xiao Lei to apologize, which was deliberately spread by her aunt, was known to everyone. Most villagers didn't quite understand her parents' actions. Sure, Xiao Lei is their son, but hurting their daughter over such an useless son, what were Xiao Xiangrong and his wife thinking? They neglect their talented daughter and favor Xiao Lei. With Xiao Lei's current state, can he be relied on? Xiao Xiangrong and his wife are only holding on because they are still healthy and have money and retirement pay. What will happen in a few years when Xiao Lei spends all their money and they are no longer in good health? The village chief's kind offer was accepted by Xiaoling without much explanation. She calmly returned to the resort to find Lu Hongda. Director Lu, you've done a good job building the school. Our own school should be well run, with better benefits for teachers. Although the school is built in the village, the quality of education must not be poor. Parents can trust us to send their children here. Students who meet the requirements will pay the same as in regular public schools. The rest of the expenses will be covered by the resort. I'll talk to director about the funding, so you don't need to worry. There are only a few students, so it won't cost much. Improving employees' sense of belonging and increasing service efficiency will bring in more money. Xiaoling has always been generous with these matters. I understand, boss. A few days ago, I discussed with colleagues from other departments, and they suggested some ideas. Many tourists come to the resort with their families, including small children. Maybe we can have a kindergarten to take in some of these children, so parents can enjoy their day trips without worry and pick up their kids in the evening. Later, when the nursing home opens, students or their accompanying family members who come for treatment can also attend school. This way, we can meet the needs of tourist families and also generate income for the school. Although the boss doesn't care much about money, running a school smoothly is better. We don't need to make a lot of profit, just avoid losing money every year. Of course, there are still many issues to discuss, like how to operate the school, which students can attend, how to help students who join midway keep up, and how to balance the needs of current students and transfer students. Teacher quality and other problems also need to be addressed one by one. Okay, you guys handle it, said Xiaoling. She believed that professional matters should be left to the experts, so she didn't bother herself too much. Time always flies quickly. After a month, Guowei, along with Feng Qing, invited Xiaoling to travel abroad. Wow. You really won an award at the National Martial Arts Competition. Seeing the shiny medal, Xiaoling was a bit surprised. Is the martial arts world really so dull now? Feng Qing had only been practicing martial arts for a short time and already won a national award. Although she only got third place, it was still quite impressive. If she keeps this up, does that mean she's unbeatable everywhere? Yes, boss. In 10 days, there will be an international martial arts competition. Feng Qing has qualified to participate. I plan to film Feng Qing's match as promotional material for the opening of the wellness center. Would you like to go out and explore together? Guowei excitedly invited. The opening events at Lingyun Temple and Peach Blossom Spring were very successful. As a key project of the resort, the wellness center naturally can't fall behind. Feng Qing being able to participate in a global martial arts competition shows she's healthy and positive, right? Using this as a way to promote the wellness center will definitely have good results. Even if Feng Qing doesn't win a prize, just being part of a world-class martial arts event shows a lot. Of course, it would be even better if Feng Qing could place in the top ranks. Thinking of this, Guowei felt a bit regretful. If the boss participated in the competition, not bringing back a prize would be a shame for her martial arts skills. Which country is hosting the competition? How long will it last? Xiaoling was a bit tempted. She hadn't traveled abroad much, so she was interested. If the competition location is nice, she might go explore. Boss, you definitely shouldn't miss this. Do you know where the martial arts competition is? Maldives is called a paradise for tourists and is one of the most beautiful tropical vacation spots in the world. Come with us, having you there makes us feel more at ease. Right now, foreign countries are popular for their spicy snacks. More experts mean more security. Guowei tactfully persuaded. The timing is good. Feng Qing's competition lasts a week. We can go early, watch her compete, and return after 10 or 15 days without delaying anything. Since we run a travel business, we should visit these vacation spots, learn their advanced management ideas, and make our resort famous worldwide. Guowei carefully persuaded Xiaoling. All right, I'll go with you. Director Guo, please arrange the detailed itinerary. Maldives is so famous. Now that I have the chance, Xiaoling naturally won't refuse. She smiled and agreed. With Guowei and others there, she can just relax and enjoy the trip, watch handsome guys, and maybe bring along 2 friends. How wonderful. She decided to do it. Xiaoling took out her phone and quickly tagged a few college friends. At Yuran, at Sasha, at Sherlon, are you interested in a trip to the Maldives? As long as you all free up some time, you don't need to worry about anything else. I will cover all the expenses. Boss Chiao is generous. When are we going? How long will we play? Yang Xinran responded first. My best friend, who has assets worth over $1 billion, drives a Ferrari alone. She is loyal and kind, taking me to indulge in luxury, giving me a Maserati. Since then, I don't need to work hard anymore. I have rich friends, Huang Shasha joked and sang in the group chat. Have you asked out the little brother? Ding Shirlan also spoke. What does the little brother matter? Xiao Ling bombarded everyone with photos saved in her phone album. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The most handsome guy is here. Hurry up and catch him. Xiao Ling, you're so mean. You know I love guys like that. Why did you only now share the photos? Ding Shirlan was infatuated, looking at the photos. Each one's so handsome. I'll sign up. Yang Xinran was the first to volunteer. Xinran, watch your status. You're now a married woman. The little brother is better left to us. Boss Qiao, take me flying, Huang Shasha said eagerly, not wanting to fall behind. I want to go too. I haven't used my annual leave yet, so I might as well take it now. Ding Shirlan couldn't hide her excitement. Beautiful scenery, handsome men, and no cost. How could she miss such a good chance?
All right, it's settled then.
Send me your IDs. I'll arrange everything. Remember, no backing out. Those who need leave, take it. Those who need arrangements, do so. No slip-ups, or you'll face serious consequences. Besides Yang Xinran's wedding last time, this was actually the first trip out for the four of them. Xiao Ling was also very happy, gathering information while threatening everyone. Okay, whoever slips up will be a little dog. Wealthy Aunt Xiao, get ready for some big expenses. After all these years, finally one of my best friends has made it. Don't worry, I won't let anyone down. How's the weather in the Maldives? No, I need to buy a few more dresses. Why don't we order matching outfits? A group of people chattered excitedly about their travel plans. While happily discussing the trip with her roommates, Qiao Ling naturally also kept an eye on everyone at the resort. Guo Wei and Lu Hongda are making arrangements. Director Lu, please prepare a list of outstanding employees. In the first half of the year, the staff at Lingyun View and Teo Weiyuan worked very hard. Each department should select 5 excellent employees. Besides cash rewards, arrange for them to enjoy a paid 10-day trip to the Maldives. Although Lingyun Resort is a tourist spot itself, Qiaoling is not stingy when it comes to rewarding employees with family trips. Since it is a reward, it must be meaningful. The most practical reward is cash, and the Maldives is a nice travel destination. Everyone will be happy with this trip. Everyone is more than just happy, they are excited. Although Lingyun Resort had many activities and a heavy workload in the first half of the year, the boss is generous. The wages are enough to make everyone forget the tiredness. Moreover, the company offers good benefits and incentives during events. They really enjoy their work. They didn't expect the boss to be so generous, giving cash rewards again and arranging paid international travel. How can they not love this workplace? Mom, why don't we just rest at our scenic spot instead of going abroad? Look, I have to work, and the kid's mom needs to watch the children, so she can't go. You and Dad are both older. We really can't be sure about this. After returning home to Qingshi town from an early shift, Lu Hongda watched his mother packing things from the cabinet, feeling a headache and trying to persuade her. His mother, who is unofficially part of the boss's team, also received a travel spot this time. Each manager at the scenic spot has a travel quota, but because the boss delegated authority, most managers, except Guo Wei, haven't gone due to busy schedules. Lu Hongda's spot was taken by his father, who insisted on going. The two of them planned to travel abroad together. But both are not young anymore, and Lu Hongda is worried. I'm not that old. Why can't I go? Lu Hongda, I tell you, watch your words. Even though I'm your mom, I'm still a woman. Don't talk about a woman's age casually. Old Mrs. Lu held a stack of scarves, giving Lu Hongda a displeased warning. It's rare for us to go out, and you're probably reluctant to give up your spot. Your mom and I spend the whole year working hard and helping you take care of the kids. Now we want to travel, but you're not willing. You even pretend to be worried about our age. Having a son is useless. Grandpa Lu, who has always been in the background, also expressed his dissatisfaction. Because of his wife, Grandma Shi from Xiqing, he rarely travels, let alone go abroad. This time, he was very excited about the trip. Dad, Mom, you know I didn't mean it that way. Forget it. If you want to go, just go. Maldives is pretty hot, so pack a few things. I'll ask the kids' mom to help prepare the rest. Faced with their parents' unfriendly looks, Lu Hongda compromised. At worst, he could ask Guowei and the boss to watch over them more. That's more like it. Oh, and ask Xiao Xian's mom to buy me a few bright scarves. I see many sisters use scarves for photos when they travel, and it looks nice, Grandma Lu ordered without hesitation. Also, help me buy a good camera. Since you're not going out this time, your mom and I will take more photos to show you, Grandpa Lu listed his needs. Since they had already agreed to the trip, Lu Hongda naturally wouldn't refuse these small requests. Although his parents' list of things to bring was a bit long, as they said it was a rare trip, so they should be well prepared. As for those items, he could only trouble Guowei to help carry some. Not only Lu Hongda asked Guowei for help, but Renmin and her husband also approached him. They had 4 elderly family members who planned to go to the Maldives together. Grandma Deng Bin and her mother-in-law had lived in Yinshan village for quite some time and were very familiar with Grandma Lu. The old friends decided to travel together. Faced with a group of seniors, Guowei felt helpless, but accepted their request. This time, 50 excellent employees from the company were going on a trip. Having a few more elderly people to look after wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, since these seniors had been living in Yinshan village for a long time, their health was not worse than that of young people who stayed up late practicing cultivation. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Traveling with so many elderly loved ones might be a good idea, Guowei thought uncertainly. But it turned out Guowei was too naive. Looking at the elderly men and women who started playing with colorful scarves and taking photos as soon as they got on the transfer bus, he knew this trip wouldn't be easy. Teacher Gua, please help us take a big group photo of the 6 of us. Mrs. Lu still habitually called Guowei, Teacher Gua. Little Gua, pay attention to the lighting and angles when you take the photos. Little Gua, make sure to capture all of our scarves. Little Gua. Guowei looked at the group of old men and women with a headache. These weren't precious elders. They were mischievous old troublemakers, deliberately teasing him, right? Where's Deng Bin? Why isn't he with the elderly? Guowei asked his wife, smiling but feeling very annoyed. He and Feng Qing, Lekong seemed to be sitting at the back of the bus. They're not doing much, so just help take some photos of them, Chenjia said with a smile. Guowei patiently took photos of the elderly group, then looked toward the back of the bus where Feng Qing, Deng Bin, Lekong, and Wu Rui were sitting, immersed in a chicken game. They were so carefree, while he was the only one suffering. Next to Feng Qing were the boss and his 3 close friends, chattering non-stop. Even the company's top employee was excitedly discussing something. His wife, Chen Jia, was also busy taking photos with her phone. Only he was left to help the elderly with photos, watch over the whole bus, and do everything. What kind of trouble had he gotten into? He had encouraged the boss to go on this trip, thinking he could act as a bodyguard, but he never expected such a result. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have caused so much trouble by making things worse for myself, Guowei thought angrily. Anyway, the boss said we don't need to worry about expenses, just focus on being comfortable and happy. Why should I save money for her? When the elderly want to take photos, I just hire 2 guides, one for guiding and one for taking pictures. I won't bother with that, and for these excellent employees, since they are so good, I don't need to supervise them. I'll just arrange a guide for them to enjoy themselves. The boss and others can't control them either. They can handle it themselves. Hiring guides or male models is up to them. As for those who play games all day, let them just enjoy their chicken dinners. If they want to compete or play, let them. I really don't want to bother. Xiao Jia, besides filming the martial arts competition of Feng Qing, the 2 of us should go out and have fun. Since we got married, we haven't traveled anywhere. Let's take this as our honeymoon trip. Guowei, feeling angry, finished arranging the itinerary with the guide and then looked forward to his honeymoon trip with Chenjia. Xiaoling was also discussing the trip plans with her friends. Aside from travel time, we have 7 days in the Maldives. Do you have any ideas? Hurry up and share your thoughts so the guide can arrange everything. Ding Shirlong glanced excitedly at Feng Qing playing games in the back seat and whispered, "Aren't we supposed to watch the martial arts competition? We should go cheer and support. It's enough to see handsome guys. Seeing good-looking men is enough." At this moment, Ding Shirlan didn't want to wander outside anymore. She just wanted to stay close to Feng Qing. Hey, Shirlan, take it easy. There are only 3 days of matches. Do you want to lie around in the hotel for the remaining days? Qiao Ling replied coldly. If she were as obsessed as Ding Shirlan, what would be the point of coming out? As Feng Qing's biggest boss, she could enjoy the handsome men at the scenic spot however she wanted. Why bother going abroad to unfamiliar places where she doesn't speak the language just to look at handsome guys? Isn't that pointless? Exactly, Shirlan. You really can't help but walk when you see handsome men. If you like them so much, sister can introduce a few. Swimmers, chubby or slim. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Although Huang Shasha also liked handsome guys, she was better at controlling herself than Ding Shirlan. She believed that appreciating handsome men was enough. Since they were traveling together with friends, they should just have fun and enjoy themselves. Don't listen to Siren. You only need to watch the martial arts competition finals. Lingling, do you have photos of the clothes you brought? Send them to us. Yang Xinran shared her opinion. She thought handsome guys were nice, but right now, she was more interested in the clothes Qiao Ling brought. Previously, at the Yunda Resort, she had been tempted by various traditional costumes and jewelry competitions. She loved beautiful clothes and accessories, and this time, Lingling had brought a lot of pretty clothes. She planned to wear them all. Okay, I have them all. I'll send them in the group later. The tour guide will arrange the schedule. Just relax and enjoy. 7 days, we can visit anywhere we want. Maldives isn't very big. Even with the relaxed schedule, they could visit all the famous spots. After sending the requests to their tour guide, Qiao Ling started to enjoy the clothes she brought with everyone. Fourth brother, look. The final itinerary is out. We won't be with the boss and Director Gua, Xiaomei happily told the man beside her. Even though the boss and Director Gua usually seemed friendly and not strict, she still felt a bit uncomfortable eating and traveling with the leaders. Now, the leaders were going to have fun on their own, so the staff could relax and enjoy themselves. Xiaomei was the same Xiaomei from the makeup team earlier. When Teo Weiyuan first opened, she was a part-time worker. Later, when Teo Weiyuan started hosting murder mystery events, she applied for a full-time position and worked diligently. She was patient and skilled at creating the makeup her clients wanted. Now, she was quite well known at the scenic area. She was chosen as an outstanding employee to go on this trip. The fourth brother she mentioned was Zhao Si from Yinshan village. Although Zhao's family was quite wealthy now, Zhao Si didn't become lazy because of the good family background. He also didn't take advantage of his close relationship with Qiao Ling to avoid discipline. He did a good job in security. His sword-wielding guards were a highlight of the scenic area. This trip was also as an outstanding employee. Honestly, Zhao Si didn't care much about traveling or where to go. If it weren't for Xiaomei coming along, he wouldn't bother to come out and mess around. Most of these places are islands. I am good at swimming. When we have free time, I will teach you. It doesn't matter whether you lead or not. Zhao Si is more looking forward to spending time alone with Xiaomei. On this beautiful island, just the two of them, Xiaomei brought many pretty swimsuits. A young man and a young woman alone, hee. I won't mention Zhao Si's colorful dreams. A group of 50 people arrived in the Maldives arranged by the tour guide. This martial arts competition is quite large. The island hotels were all booked early. Only Feng Qing and Wu Rui's hotels were reserved by the organizers. Others, like Qiao Ling and her friends, stayed on nearby islands. When traveling, there's no need to worry about leaders or staff. Even though everyone is on the same small island, they don't need to move together. Just let the tour guide take care of it. At most, a few elderly people ask the guide to pay more attention to them. There's nothing else for Qiao Ling and Guowei to worry about. After a day of traveling, everyone was a bit tired. They each went back to their hotel rooms to rest and prepare for sightseeing the next day. Early the next morning, Deng Bin and Le Kong were already waiting at the hotel entrance. Today, Feng Qing isn't competing, but everyone still needs to explore the island first. They had already planned to visit the island where Feng Qing is staying. Teacher Gua, Teacher Chen, you're here. Le Kong and Deng Bin, bored while waiting, finally saw Guowei and Chen Jia. Le Kong used to study at the town middle school. Guo Wei and Chen Jia also taught him, so he habitually calls them teachers. Yes, where are the others? Did Sister Qiao Ling and Grandpa and Grandma Deng not come? Guo Wei asked about the others. He thought he and Chen Jia arrived late enough, but it turned out that besides the two young men, no one else had arrived yet. He can understand the women, as they want to dress up and look nice for the trip. But what about the elderly? Is it true that older people feel less energetic? What's going on now? Are they getting younger again? Dad and Grandma said they saw a very beautiful place and decided not to join us. They said they can follow us later. Today, they want to explore on their own. Deng Bin explained about the elderly. Okay, as long as the tour guide is with them, it should be fine. Just tell them to go slowly and be careful not to fall, Guo Wei said, feeling grateful that they hired extra guides. Otherwise, with the energy of the elderly, he wouldn't be able to keep up. The four of them quietly admired the scenery at the hotel entrance, clear seawater and a deep blue sky. The view was quite beautiful. They even had the leisure to walk barefoot in the sea for a while, but they still couldn't find Xiaoling and the others. Isn't it? What are these women doing? Even if they are dressing up, it shouldn't take this long. Are they asleep? Lekong, hurry, call Sister Xiaoling. Guo Wei asked Lekong to make a call. He didn't want to bother with such annoying things, especially since it involved his boss. Such matters are better handled by someone young like Lekong. Forget it, Deng Bin. Let's play another round. When the time comes, Sister Qiaoling will come out naturally. Although Lekong was still young, he understood social etiquette well. Anyway, he had no plans for today, so lying on the beach chair and playing some games was quite relaxing. Guo Wei felt helpless. Well, in the Maldives there are islands everywhere. It doesn't matter where they play. He decided to also invite Chen Jia to play in the shallow sea. But he was curious. What exactly were the four bosses doing? Could they have overslept? What did the women do last night? Guo Wei's guess was correct. Qiao Ling and the others indeed overslept. Oh no, oh no. Lingling, weren't we supposed to go sightseeing this morning? It's already noon. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Ding Sherlon opened her eyes, looked at the ceiling in confusion, then suddenly remembered where she was. She quickly shook the others awake. What time is it? My head hurts so much, Xiaoling asked, holding her dizzy head. It's already 12. Hurry up, Shinran, Sasa, you two get up. Ding Sherlon was a bit anxious. Yesterday, they had made plans with others, so why do they stay up so late and become so groggy? Seeing Yang Shinran pull her blanket over her head, she was furious. Yang Shinran, get up. You're still sleeping? If it weren't for you playing game after game yesterday, how could we be late today? What would Feng Qing and the others think of me? While criticizing Yang Shinran, Ding Sherlon also felt a bit resentful. Maldives is a famous international tourist spot. How could they be so shameless as to display their national treasures? Yang Shinran just learned how to play mahjong and is very excited about it. Yesterday, when they entered the hotel suite, they found an automatic mahjong machine. This was a big discovery. Before the others could prepare their nice clothes for the next day's trip, they were pulled into playing cards. At first, everyone just wanted to keep Yang Shinran company for a while, playing cards and chatting about recent events. But as they played, they became more excited and happier. When they started feeling sleepy, it was already 5 a.m. 4 of them barely managed to wash up and lie down. Now, when they wake up, it's already noon. While Ding Sherlon was criticizing Yang Shinran and Huang Shasha, Qiaoling quickly took out her phone and called Guo Wei. Seeing the little red notification on her phone, Qiaoling sighed and shook her head. There were so many messages. Hey, Guo Wei, sorry, I overslept. Where are you now? We're getting ready and we'll come over soon. Qiaoling explained nervously as she dialed Guo Wei's number. Fortunately, Guo Wei and the others were patient. They waited a long time without calling back. If it were her, she would have been upset and left. How are things? When will they come? Are they really in the room fixing their makeup all morning? Chinjia asked curiously after Guo Wei hung up. What kind of makeup are they doing that they haven't gone out yet? Making makeup? They just got up. Never mind, let's go to the nearby restaurant to order some food. These four played mahjong all night last night. Guo Wei was also speechless. Going on vacation and playing mahjong all night? What kind of strange boss is he following? Playing mahjong? The four of them played all night. Lekong and Dengbin asked in unison, their phones dead and unable to continue playing. They really should show others. People say they are internet-addicted teenagers wasting vacation time, but Yang Xinran and her friends are no better. Maybe even worse. At least they were relaxing on beach chairs, enjoying the scenery with their phones. Meanwhile, Yang Xinran and her friends were stuck in the room playing mahjong. Thinking about it, it was quite amusing. Guo Wei and the others moved to the nearby restaurant. They specifically asked the waiter to serve slowly, knowing those women wouldn't come out anytime soon. But Guo Wei guessed wrong this time. In less than half an hour, Yang Xinran and her friends, looking refreshed, entered the restaurant. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Has the food arrived? We'll eat lunch and leave immediately. Xiaoling greeted her friends and helped them sit down. Coming soon. I told the boss, you guys are so eager, traveling all the way to the Maldives just to play mahjong. Guo Wei gestured to the waiter nearby, jokingly. You say it's okay to play mahjong in a hotel when you're traveling with others in the country, but going abroad just to play mahjong in a room seems a bit much. Unexpected, purely unexpected. We didn't think our national game would go abroad and enter the Maldives. We were just curious and couldn't resist. Xiaoling thought it was a bit funny and shyly explained. But speaking of it, the Maldives is quite interesting. They even have mahjong machines in the rooms. We just took a walk on the beach outside the hotel, and it's really nice. No wonder it's a famous tourist city. Without much concern for the boss and others, Guo Wei couldn't help but praise. Apart from being a bit expensive, the Maldives has no other problems. It offers food, drinks, entertainment, all you need. Soon, a big feast for 8 people was served. Since they were traveling, they naturally enjoyed a seafood feast, which made the people from the inland city very happy. After lunch, they contacted the guide to take a boat to Fengqing's island. Standing on the cruise deck, Xiaoling and the others no longer felt like joking around. They quietly enjoyed the beauty of nature. The clear blue sky, soft white sand, gentle sea breeze, lush green coconut trees swaying in the wind, and the transparent, turquoise sea. Just a quick glance was unforgettable. This place was different from inland scenery. The pure sky, deep blue sea, everything looked so unique. Lost in the beautiful view, time flew by. Soon, they arrived at Fengqing's island. Didn't you say you'd come in the morning? Fengqing and I were planning to have lunch with you, but now you're just arriving. Wu Rui saw them and started complaining, like a monk grumbling. If they had waited for these people to eat, he might as well have starved. Something came up on the way. Coach Wu, how are your accommodations? Have you seen the competition venue? Are all our team members here? Xiaoling asked simply, explaining and inquiring. We checked out the venue last night. As for the other contestants, they've all arrived. Come on, I'll show you around. It's a great place. Contestants from other countries are here too. It's lively. Wu Rui led everyone to tour the competition site. As for Fengqing, since she has a competition tomorrow, she practiced inside the hotel and didn't go out for a walk. Xiaoling and the others understood the importance of timing and urgency. After a brief walk with Wu Rui, they returned to the hotel. The island where Fengqing and her group are staying is the largest in the Maldives. Because an international martial arts competition is happening there, it is very crowded. It's not as relaxing as the island where Xiaoling and her friends are staying, which is more peaceful and suitable for vacation. Back at the hotel, in the distrustful eyes of Guo Wei and others, Xiaoling repeatedly assured them that they wouldn't mess up again. On the day of the final, they would gather on time to cheer for Fengqing. Yes, on the day of the final, they decided not to watch the earlier qualifying matches. Even Fengqing, after roughly understanding her opponent's strength, told everyone not to come. It's not that Fengqing and Wu Rui are arrogant. Their opponents simply aren't very strong. Although this is an international competition, many participants come from martial arts demonstration shows. While these are artistic and entertaining, they lack real combat skills, so the matches aren't very exciting. After assessing her opponent's abilities, Feng Qing was confident she could reach the final. She decided not to waste everyone's time watching the qualifiers and just wait for the final. If they don't want to watch, that's fine. With such beautiful scenery, everyone is already worried about not having enough time. On the island, there are fine sandy beaches with ghost and sand. You can also go directly from the room stairs to swim or snorkel and see the fish underwater, swimming along with them. The hotel offers glass-bottom boats, surfboards, and motorboats for water activities, fulfilling all the seaside dreams of the land-loving Xiao Ling and her friends. As for fancy clothes, they're not needed. Colorful beach dresses are enough. No need to climb mountains after eating and playing, just relax and lie down. It's perfect for someone like Xiao Ling, who loves laziness. Happy times always pass quickly. Finally, it was time for Feng Qing's martial arts final. Grandma, have you all been having fun these days? Where did you go? I didn't see you around. While waiting for the contestants to appear, Xiao Ling finally saw the elusive elders. Did you bring these clothes yourself? I didn't see them before. They look great, just like when I was young, she said. Grandma Lu didn't answer Xiao Ling's question but instead looked at the outfits of the young people. The silk hanfu is as thin as gauze, as beautiful as silk, and as soft as smoke. It flows gracefully when moving, carried by the sea breeze that brushes over the hem and cuffs, dispersing the summer heat and leaving behind a beautiful woman in flowing silk hanfu. Next to her, a few handsome men with clear features show a strong national style. Of course, the most eye-catching is a young man in a red hanfu with a high ponytail, looking elegant and noble, like a jade prince with unmatched grace. Besides these individuals, the excellent staff of the resort also came to support. The resort staff wouldn't wear anything less attractive. Before leaving, they carefully chose the most traditional costumes from Taoyuan, and now they stand nearby, looking handsome and stylish. These elderly men and women, wearing floral beach dresses, shorts, and colorful scarves they think are fashionable, look quite out of place standing with these well-dressed people. Almost rustic. Aunt Lu and others regret a bit. If they had known, they would have asked Guowei to bring some traditional clothes from Taoyuan. Even the older officials and elders have some stylish outfits. But now, regret won't help. The area is already crowded with spectators, and there's no chance to change clothes. While thinking, Guowei's voice sounds nearby. Everyone, check the link I posted in the group. The martial arts competition is also being live-streamed. If you can't see clearly, you can watch the live video. Of course, please also pay attention to your image. When you're outside, we represent our country. Don't embarrass us abroad. Maldives is a small place, and organizing events there is tight on space. The audience area is packed with people. Even if someone stands up slightly, those behind can only see heads. This live stream makes it easier for on-site viewers to watch the competition and helps more people learn about the event. While waiting for the competition to start, everyone logs into the live stream and various languages and texts appear on the screen. Wow, I see Brother Feng Qing and that group of spectators dressed in our country's traditional clothes. Thumbs up. Finally, I can watch Feng Qing compete again. Real fights are more exciting than performances. Shows that are just for entertainment, with no actual combat, are boring. Watching one person stand there foolishly pretending to fight doesn't mean much. But real fights are very dangerous. I heard many people have been hurt or even lost their lives in past competitions. That's why they now hold choreographed routines instead. There are many foreign contestants too. I hope our martial arts can defeat those foreigners completely. This is understandable in the live comments. There are many colorful comments in other languages that I can't understand. I ask, is there anyone who speaks other languages? Please help translate what those foreigners are saying. I will contact my classmates to help translate. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. I'm not your brother. Miss, I'm not here to translate for you. The girl who said she would translate is very proud. They came here for Feng Qing, but these greasy guys are just being flirtatious. Thanks to these foreign language girls joining, most of the comments in the live chat are understandable now. It seems like these foreign opponents have strong backgrounds. A son of a Korean chaebol? A member of the Japanese royal family? A wealthy American businessman? An Indian from a high caste? Are they here just to compete? Or are they here to show off their connections? Joling is sitting near the front. She's not watching the live stream now. She's looking at a list of the contestants' profiles. Our country's martial arts are passed down from ancestors and are part of our cultural heritage. Many people learn it, but other countries don't have such widespread practice. It's not as popular there, especially Korea. They love to steal our ancestors' traditions whenever they can. They have no real cultural depth, just bragging. Huang Shasha also joins in, looking at the Korean contestants' profile with some displeasure. What culture are they spreading? They're just thieves. Here they come. Feng Qing is about to appear. Look, he drew number 7 to fight against that Korean guy, Jean Daliang. Ding Shirlan's eyes light up as she looks at the waiting area. After several days of screening, only 8 contestants are in the final. A Korean contestant? You all saw online that this person has some shady methods, always trying to cause trouble and being very sneaky. Chen Jiao looked at the online fans' explanations and expressed some concern about this situation. Then what are the referees for? What's the point if someone with connections can do whatever they want? If that's the case, what's the point of the competition? Just rank by power. Aunt Lu frowned and asked. Referees are there to keep the game fair. If they don't do their job, what's the point of having a competition? Others in the chat looked worried or frowned as they watched the explanation about the contestant from the other country. This isn't their small place where they can do whatever they want. Many contestants come from different countries. No one country controls everything. They just bully smaller nations. In front of big countries, they don't dare to act recklessly. Guo Wei analyzed calmly. Although this martial arts competition isn't as popular as the Olympics or Asian Games, it's still an international event. Some underhanded tricks might happen, but they shouldn't go too far. Respect and dignity are still important. Guo Wei looked at Jean Daliang in the waiting area, feeling uncertain. Maybe, just maybe, it could happen. It turned out Guo Wei overestimated some people's sense of morality. When Feng Qing stepped onto the stage, someone in the audience used a mirror to reflect light and distract her. Maybe Jean Daliang felt pressure from Feng Qing's previous matches, so he resorted to these sneaky tricks even before they fought. Even though Wu Rui reported this to the organizers, with so many spectators present, some things are hard to catch. Someone else, like a pesky fly, kept causing trouble. That's just typical of the other country's style, causing trouble right away. Friends at the scene, are you just going to watch? Use their own tricks against them. They're affecting Feng Qing, so we shouldn't let them get away with it. The viewers in the chat couldn't stay quiet and urged the audience. Ding Shirlan was also angry, searching her bag. Feng Qing was supposed to be protected by her. Where was her makeup mirror? If they're going to do sneaky tricks, everyone should do the same. Shirlan, stay calm. Look, is Feng Qing affected? Such mean tricks won't work against true strength, Qiao Ling advised Ding Shirlan, watching Feng Qing remain calm and composed. Ding Shirlan watched the arena, where Feng Qing was dressed in bright red, confidently showing off her style. She held a sword that was not yet sharpened, forcing the enemy from the stick country to retreat step by step, unaffected by the earlier mirror reflection. Just petty tricks. Using these sneaky methods. Feng Qing, keep going. You're the best. Ding Shirlan cheered happily, shouting words of encouragement. Go Feng Qing. Show them Chinese martial arts. Keep fighting, Feng Qing. Defeat those villains. Other spectators from the country also cheered loudly for Feng Qing. The live broadcast was even more lively and noisy. Miss, help me translate this. Curse those scoundrels to death. Yes, curse them. They're so bold, bullying right in front of your grandpa. Do they think we're some small countries that can be bullied? Everyone was so angry they wished they could become keyboard warriors and attack the enemies online. But since they didn't understand the language, they could only ask the translator girl to pass on their anger. Not only online, but the spectators at the scene also started arguing. Jean Daliang came from a wealthy family and brought many followers who echoed his words. They might not understand what was being said, but their angry expressions and gestures made it clear. They were cursing. Both the Chinese and the stick country spectators looked tense and hostile, shouting and glaring at each other. Meanwhile, Feng Qing, in the middle of the match, frowned as he looked at Jin Daoyang's shoes. They didn't have much physical contact because they mainly used sword techniques, focusing on skill rather than close combat. But that didn't mean they wouldn't touch each other. Just now, Jin Daoyang had tried to get close. With a spin, Jin Daoyang's foot swept toward Feng Qing. Feng Qing dodged quickly, but still got brushed by the shoe. It was just a light touch, but Feng Qing could feel that Jin Daoyang's shoes were special, heavy and custom-made. If hit hard, they could probably break bones. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Since Jin Daoyang dared to wear those shoes, he must have a plan. Reporting to the referee probably wouldn't help, so Feng Qing decided to finish the opponent and stop watching him flail around. As a fan of traditional Chinese clothing, Feng Qing naturally disliked the stick country that kept stealing and claiming things as their own. They even tried to get heritage protection for everything. Is it really yours? Then why claim it as heritage? Now was a good chance to show this group of petty people that they couldn't get away with it. Wind Qing moved his mind and relaxed his stance. He feigned a move, taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, and his sword was already at the opponent's throat. Jin Daoyang was caught in Wind Qing's grip, his vital point sealed. He looked up at Wind Qing's cold gaze, feeling angry. He had prepared for this martial arts competition for a long time and didn't expect to lose to someone so unknown. 1, 2. Seeing Jin Daoyang bow his head without moving, the referee counted. After 3 counts, the match was over, and Wind Qing was declared the winner. Wind Qing waited for the referee to announce the result, thinking the match was finished. He relaxed slightly and looked at his family. But just as he relaxed, Jin Daoyang caused trouble again. Despicable person, Jin Daoyang shouted this last word, and with it, he made a move. He swept his left leg across and heavily kicked Wind Qing's lower leg. A muffled sound came, and Wind Qing supported himself with his sword to stay steady. The shoe Jin Daoyang wore seemed unusual. Wind Qing clearly felt that his lower leg might be broken.
Referei, Jin Daoyang comite a fo, o Huyangrilha pealed.
You know the old Chinese saying, all's fair in war, and the players can be careless. Before the referee declares the match over, anything can happen, Jin Daoyang's coach said proudly. Jin Daoyang's shoes are suspicious. They are definitely not ordinary shoes, Wu Rui pointed out, not letting go of Jin Daoyang's sneak attack and instead focusing on his shoes. Everyone saw Jin Daoyang's sneak attack on Wind Qing just now. His shoes definitely had a problem.
The shoes are fine.
There are no special rules about shoes in this competition, Jin Daoyang's coach said cleverly. Years ago, in real combat martial arts, fighters sometimes used hidden weapons, but as injuries increased, such weapons were banned. In recent years, most martial arts competitions are just performances with choreographed routines, so hidden weapons are even less common. What are hidden weapons used for? To sneak attack spectators? This Maldives competition organizer either overlooked this rule or had other reasons. They didn't clearly state this rule, but Jin Daoyang's coach insisted on it, and Jin Daoyang was not disqualified. While the debate was happening below, the situation on the stage changed dramatically. Jin Daoyang thought he had used special shoes to sneak attack Wind Qing, believing Wind Qing's strength couldn't match him. He thought he would win this martial arts competition. Thinking about defeating Wind Qing made Jin Daoyang very excited. Recently, Feng Qing has been preparing for a competition and hasn't gone out much. However, she still attracts many female tourists who come to visit. Feng Qing is now quite famous in the Maldives. Even a young lady from the Japanese imperial family has taken a liking to Feng Qing, subtly showing her interest. This makes Jin Daoyang, who has always been the center of attention, feel jealous. He believes that if he defeats Feng Qing, all the women's attention will turn to him. But Feng Qing's face is better than his in every way. As a new Chinese competitor, defeating Jin Daoyang is a matter of national pride. Jin Daoyang feels very proud of himself now. However, Feng Qing doesn't let him enjoy his moment for long. He endures the pain in his calf and, taking advantage of Jin Daoyang's arrogance, uses the back of his sword to strike Jin Daoyang's knee. Jean Dallin, lacking Feng Qing's balance, immediately falls to the ground. Feng Qing learns from previous experience and doesn't get careless. He quickly uses the back of his sword again to strike Jean Dallin's other knee, ending the fight. As for Jean Dallin's coach shouting from the sidelines, Feng Qing ignores him. "Why are you shouting? You said earlier that the match isn't over until the referee calls a stop. Listen to the referee. The match isn't finished." Feng Qing wants to win, so he has to defeat his opponent. Wu Rui happily retorts to Jean Dallin's coach. As for hurting someone, using fists and kicks without regard for safety is quite normal, isn't it? Jean Dallin's coach said that, so Feng Qing naturally says the same. Feng Qing's leg was broken, so he didn't use much force when striking. Jean Dallin, lying on the ground, had no ability to resist. The referee, sweating nervously, announced the end of the match. Feng Qing won first place in this martial arts competition. It's not a big problem. The bone didn't. Just rest for a few days and avoid using that leg. The doctor accompanying Feng Qing immediately checked him after the match. That's good, that's good. Real combat competitions are too dangerous. We won't participate in such events in the future, Granny Lu said with lingering fear. It was really too dangerous just now. Jean Dallin's shoes even had blades on the soles. Luckily, Feng Qing didn't give him a chance. Otherwise, Feng Qing would have been in serious trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. Performing routines is boring, but it's better than getting injured or disabled. After receiving the trophy, the group helped Feng Qing back to the hotel. They hadn't thought about how to celebrate yet when Wu Rui approached with a serious face. "The organizers just notified us that there is a celebration banquet tonight. Feng Qing, as the champion, must attend." The organizers seemed suspiciously biased, clearly favoring the Korean team. "This banquet tonight might not be a good event. Must we go? Will Jean Daliang go too? How is his injury?" Xiao Ling frowned and asked. "This organizer is so unreliable. Feng Qing's injury isn't obvious." "That's exactly what I worry about. I heard Jean Daliang insists on attending tonight's banquet. I also just found out that the biggest sponsor behind this competition is the financial group backing Jean Daliang." Wu Rui felt a bit heavy-hearted. He had been blinded by fame and fortune and didn't thoroughly check the details of this competition. Now, participating without caution has led to this situation. "Can we skip it? They say we have to go. Who do they think they are?" Guo Wei frowned and asked. Of course, they could skip it. But if they didn't go, they might lose the title of champion. This isn't an official competition. It's a popular international event organized by a civilian group. If they offend the organizers, they have many ways to make trouble. Hearing Wu Rui's analysis, everyone fell silent. They had finally won first place, and it would be a shame to lose it just because they refused to attend the banquet. "Let's wait and not decide yet. I'll ask the Martial Arts Association," Wu Rui said, uncertain. Although the competition is civilian, it's quite famous internationally. Giving up now feels unfair. "Yes, ask the Martial Arts Association. We can't let these small countries get away with this." "I'll also ask my husband to see if he can help," Yang Xinran said. Her husband works at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and she hoped he could find a way. Others also offered ideas, but it was clear that these efforts might be too late. The banquet is tonight, and trying to use connections or ask for help might not be enough. The two most promising suggestions had already been tried. Yang Xinran's husband advised that safety comes first. There's no need to attend the banquet. They should wait for official updates before taking further action. Wu Rui was reassured that the Martial Arts Association wouldn't cause trouble. Although the Korean team is the main sponsor, the event is organized by the International Martial Arts Federation, a semi-official, semi-civilian organization. Korea wouldn't dare to push too far. Moreover, the president of the Martial Arts Association also contacted the event organizer. The organizer promised it was just a routine dinner. Although Korea has sponsorship, they cannot interfere with other matters. Tonight's cruise dinner will include not only the competition participants, but also other social guests. Korea dares not cause trouble. After hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. However, they only felt slightly reassured because Korea is known for acting recklessly. Who knows what underhanded things they might do? The Martial Arts Association's words also made Wu Rui and Fengqing decide to attend the celebration banquet. Since social guests are allowed to join, Xiaoling, Guowei, and others also decided to go and see. Fengqing has an injured foot and cannot move much. If something happens, they might be able to help a little. Also, Fengqing works at the resort. Guowei's video is meant to be used as a promotional clip for the rehabilitation center. For both reasons, they should go along. With Xiaoling joining, there's nothing to worry about. Now, the people from Korea should be more worried about themselves. Wow, if no trouble is caused at this celebration, that would be amazing, Lekong whispered to Deng Bin, complaining. In recent days, they have traveled by many means, seaplane, submarine, small boat, cruise ship, but they have never been on such a large, luxurious cruise. It's even bigger than a small island in the Maldives. Since they said there wouldn't be big problems, they decided to relax and enjoy themselves. By the end of August, their vacation days will run out. Deng Bin sighed helplessly. As a university freshman, he should be excited about college life. But recently, he's been having so much fun that he prefers to play freely rather than attend classes. With friends, beautiful scenery, and so many interesting things, who wants to go to school? Just enjoy the fun and forget about worries. Live for today, worry about tomorrow when it comes, Lekong said. Lekong also didn't want to go back to school. He already has a year of college experience. At first, college life was fresh and fun, but no matter how happy, it couldn't beat the frustration of classes. Meanwhile, Ding Shirlan finally had a chance to get close to Fengqing. Fengqing, do you want some champagne? Or some fruit? Although it's called a celebration dinner, after the opening speech by the host, it was over. Now everyone is free to mingle. Being with a group of unfamiliar people is not very fun, especially with the scheming Jean de Jong. Playing together isn't enjoyable either. If the ship hadn't already set sail, they might as well rent a yacht themselves. A 3-day, 2-night cruise at sea allows for fishing, relaxing in chairs while enjoying the sea breeze, chatting, taking photos, and playing mahjong. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As I was thinking, Jean de Jong came over in a wheelchair. Fengqing, you are very good, he said almost through gritted teeth, glaring at Fengqing and others with a hostile look. His knees were shattered in a serious accident. The reason he insisted on attending the meeting like others thought was because he wanted revenge on Fengqing. Thanks to Fengqing, he now has to rely on a wheelchair for several months to get around. While Fengqing gained everyone's attention and returned with honor, Jean de Jong, who is vengeful, couldn't stand it. He wanted revenge on Fengqing and could only do so in the Maldives, where he still had some power. If Fengqing returned to the country, no matter how powerful he was, it wouldn't help. So even though he was physically limited this time, he still came on purpose just to make Fengqing suffer and feel ashamed. Xiaoling also saw Jean de Jong's gloomy face when she followed Fengqing. After some thought, she decided to ask Guowei to find another cruise ship to pick them up. It's not good to leave things to chance, better to be cautious. Now that the banquet was over, they wouldn't stay here to deal with these problems. Lingling, it's not good. I just heard that this ship is heading to international waters, and it's sponsored by the Korean side. We have to be careful, Yang Xinran said seriously, sharing her discovery. While international waters aren't outside the law, they are much more complicated. Since the cruise belongs to Korea, under jurisdiction, if they reach international waters and are on a Korean ship, then Korea has control. Don't expect anything good from this country, which has no limits. I've asked Guowei to contact other ships. Everyone gather together and be careful. Don't fall into their trap. Xiaoling realized how serious the situation was. She explained everything in their small group of 9 and waited for the new cruise to arrive. It would take nearly 5 hours for the new ship to come. The current ship would enter international waters in about 4 hours, leaving an hour of buffer time. They were worried Jean de Jong might cause trouble during that hour. Fengqing, your legs are injured. Later, sit in the wheelchair and don't move around. Just follow us. Seeing Fengqing's worried face, Xiaoling comforted her. Fengqing's leg injury isn't good for movement. If she struggles in chaos and uses too much strength, it could cause lasting problems. Deng Bin, Lekong, you two push Feng Qing's wheelchair and watch her closely. Don't let her put too much pressure on her legs. Xiaoling arranged for Deng Bin and Lekong to help. They have practiced martial arts for a while. Although they haven't won awards, they can handle 1 or 2 people alone. Martial arts coach, please stay close to Feng Qing and the others. If anyone tries to harm her, please watch out for her. Wu Rui, though retired, still has good skills. If something happens, he can hold them off for a while. As for Guo Wei, Yang Xinran, and others, they have no grudges with Jin Dewang. Jin Dewang probably won't attack them, right? It turned out Xiao Ling had overestimated some people. Besides Feng Qing, Jin Dewang also plans to target everyone coming with her this time. Are things ready? Are all the people here? They like to come here for sightseeing, right? I'll make sure they stay here forever, in this sea. Jin Dewang looked fiercely at his 2 legs in a cast. He's never been so helpless before. He won't be satisfied until he makes up for it. Everything is ready. I guarantee these people will stay. Jin Dewang's bodyguard nodded respectfully. To be safe, they also brought guns with the leader. No matter how skilled someone is, they can't compete with these firearms. Jin Dewang was satisfied after hearing his subordinates' plans.
Good.
After it's done, there will be a big reward. Finish the cleanup work well. The authorities like to put on a show, but as long as there's no evidence, they can't do anything to us. Jin Dewang was proud. Sponsoring this martial arts competition wasn't for nothing. The undercurrents inside the cruise ship also attracted attention from others. Is this really a good idea? How will we explain when we go back? The 2 main organizers were also discussing this. What else can we say? The competition is over, and they can't find us. Even if there were some procedural mistakes, we can just quit. The other organizer wasn't worried, especially after getting the anonymous card. With money, they can do whatever they want. Since the organizers were giving up, no one else was expected to interfere. Trouble has not yet settled, and new waves are rising. Feng Qing, I like you. You know you've caused trouble now. Stay with me, and I promise you'll be safe, said a woman in traditional clothing with a proud attitude.
Who are you?
We can handle our problems ourselves. Stay away, Ding Shirlan said, almost angry at her tone. Sure enough, she comes from a dishonorable background, just like her ancestors who fought over resources and land. Now they're even trying to steal people. Haven't they learned enough from the past? Miss Maisie, we will handle our own affairs. No need for your concern, Feng Qing quickly refused. He disliked this country even more than the neighboring one. Lord Feng, you should think carefully. Jean Daliang is prepared. If I don't act, you'll be stuck here forever, Maisie warned with bad intentions. She had received news that Jean Daliang's people were in position, waiting to enter international waters. Miss Maisie, Feng Qing has already made himself clear. No need for your fake sympathy, Xiao Ling retorted. Jean Daliang may have strength, but they also have powerful backing. If Maisie helps, their ancestors would be furious. Maisie was not bothered by the rejection. She knew that once these ungrateful people realized how serious the situation was, they would understand. Refusing her help would be a foolish mistake. She shrugged and left with her bodyguards to find a good spot to watch the show. This won't do. I will find others to help. You all stay alert, Maisie said as she left. After she left, Xiao Ling felt more and more uneasy. If it was just ordinary methods, Maisie wouldn't act like that. He took a deep breath. It was rare to go on a trip and encounter such trouble. It seemed today wouldn't end well. He went to a corner and explained the situation to Xia Yuan, asking for his help. All right, Boss Qiao. I'll send people immediately. Pay attention until reinforcements arrive. If anything happens, prioritize your safety. We will handle the rest, Xia Yuan agreed quickly. This matter was clearly unfair to the neighboring country. If time wasn't urgent, they would definitely challenge them. But since the situation was urgent, the first priority was to bring everyone back safely. Other issues could be discussed later. With Xia Yuan's assurance, Qiao Ling felt somewhat relieved. Thank you for your message. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Shi Yuan's hint was clear to Xiaoling. Protecting herself was the most important thing. If something happened that threatened their safety, she wouldn't mind hurting others to stay safe. Thinking of this, Xiaoling touched her small bag and felt a bit regretful. They were all dressed in traditional clothes for the dinner. They didn't bring many things. She knew something might happen later, so she wanted to find something to defend herself. Do you have any small tools? Show me, she said. She looked through her bag, but didn't find what she wanted. She then looked at the others. What kind of thing do you need? There was a fruit knife in the banquet hall. Maybe we can get one, Wu Rui said nervously. He had helped organize this event and he really wanted to come. Now he was regretting it and wanted to do something to fix the problem. Do you have glass beads or playing cards? Xiaoling asked. She wanted something that could help her stay safe. It was not the time to hide her skills. She had trained for a long time and was ready to show her strength. Glass beads? Playing cards? Sister Xiaoling, can you use those as weapons? Lekong asked in surprise. Usually they didn't see Xiaoling fight. The only time was during the online bullying incident in the new year, when she fought off many people easily. Another time was when Xiaoling made a promotional video. She didn't fight then, but everyone thought she was light and quick, and no one saw her use her skills. Feng Qing had only started practicing breathing exercises this year at the resort. Xiaoling had been practicing since last year when she returned to her village to start her business. She had practiced longer than Feng Qing. He was very curious about Xiaoling's fighting skills. Now, hearing that Xiaoling wanted glass beads and playing cards, he wondered if she could really do that. Could what he saw on TV really happen in real life? Could Sister Xiaoling really use playing cards as weapons? Lekong, be quiet. Don't let others hear, Feng Qing whispered. Playing cards could be a surprise weapon, but shouting about it wouldn't help. As for whether the boss could use playing cards to defend himself, Feng Qing never doubted it. He had been practicing the breathing exercises the boss taught, and he knew how powerful they could be. The others no longer worried about revenge from Jin Dezhong. They looked at Xiaoling with shining eyes, silently asking, "Can you do it? Can you hurt someone with playing cards?" Xiaoling nodded silently, giving everyone reassurance. Now is not the time to worry about her martial skills. Solving the current problem is more important. I don't have glass beads, but I have a pearl bracelet. Maybe you can use that, Chenjia said, taking off her bracelet and offering it to Xiaoling. I have a deck of playing cards. I was thinking, if nothing happens on the ship, we could play some poker, Yang Xinran said, pulling out a deck from her purse. No mahjong, but poker will do. There are many small knives and forks at the fruit station just now. Come on, Ceylon. While they're not paying attention, let's grab some, Huang Shasha said, pulling Ding Ceylon along. Everyone, don't eat anything outside. We have to wait a few hours. Just be patient, Guo Wei whispered, watching the others look for weapons. He wasn't sure how Jin Dezhong would attack, so it's better to be cautious. If they don't find weapons and get caught, it's their own fault. After giving instructions, Guo Wei went over to Xiaoling and whispered again. Boss, no one else is around. Can you tell me for sure? What you said earlier, is it true? Can you really hurt someone with playing cards? Guo Wei was a bit worried that the boss was just saying that to calm everyone down. He wanted to understand the situation better before making any plans. Do I look like someone who jokes about this kind of thing? Don't worry. If they really come, you focus on protecting yourselves. I'll handle the rest. Even if they have hot weapons, as long as I move fast enough, no one can catch us, Xiaoling replied softly. Since she handed over the management of the scenic area, she had more free time and had improved her martial skills a lot. Half a year ago, she could cut down a large cabbage on the ground with playing cards. Now, hurting a person is no problem. If Jin Dezhong really comes at her, don't blame her for being ruthless. She understands the importance of self-defense very well. Can you handle hot weapons too? Boss, what have you been secretly learning? When we go back, I want to practice too, Guo Wei said, surprised. He wondered what kind of boss he was following, someone who isn't afraid of guns. Will the boss become so powerful that they can take everyone to the sky someday? Without discussing further, the ship finally reached international waters. And Xia Yuan also informed Xiaoling to hold on for 40 more minutes. After that, support would arrive. On the ship's deck, Lekang eagerly looked out at the sea, hoping to see the support ship coming. Stop looking. Hold on for 40 minutes, and then we can leave this terrible place. Deng Bin coldly broke Lekang's hope. The support still needed 40 minutes to arrive, and now it was hard to see anything. I don't know if we can leave smoothly. I hope nothing goes wrong, Yang Xinran said with worry. Jean Daliang, if you can't win, don't join the race. Why cause so much trouble?
Hey look, a ship is coming.
Is it here to pick us up? Lekang excitedly called out to Deng Bin and Feng Qing as the approaching ship got closer. Didn't they say it would take 40 minutes? Are they mistaken? Huang Shasha also widened her eyes at the cruise ship approaching. Is this the ship coming to pick us up? Xiao Ling quickly contacted Xie Yuan. After a while, she shook her head at everyone. It's not support. I just got news that the cruise they booked earlier has arrived. Why is it so early? Guowei looked at the message on his phone, surprised. They said it would take 5 hours to arrive before, but now only 4 hours had passed. Why is it here so soon? As he thought, the cruise ship was already close. It wasn't very big, but it could fit Xiao Ling and the others. Who is Guowei? You ordered a cruise ship 4 hours ago. The person in charge of the cruise asked the group dressed in traditional Chinese clothing with confusion. I'm me. It arrived so quickly? When I contacted earlier, they said it would take 5 hours. Guowei was happy that the ship arrived so fast but double-checked to avoid getting on the wrong boat. Did anyone else want to leave? Before Guowei could think more, the person enthusiastically stepped forward. Yes, the wind is good today. The ship is moving fast and arrived an hour earlier than expected. You must be Mr. Guowei. The ship is here. Let's go. Guowei exchanged glances with Xiao Ling. Should they leave now? Wait a moment. Let's talk to the organizer first and say goodbye, she said. Although the organizer was not very fair this time, they couldn't just leave without saying anything. As representatives of a great nation, they should show some dignity. Zhou Ling and the others casually followed Wu Rui to the deck where the organizers were. They politely said goodbye and then moved on to a small boat. Winning the game and what? Still leaving like a lost dog. Jean Daliang loudly mocked Feng Qing and the others, pushed by his bodyguard. It's better than some people who can't accept losing.
Don't worry about him.
Let's go. I've sent everyone return tickets. Please check your phones. Zhou Ling retorted to Jean Daliang and led the way onto the small boat, casually reminding everyone to check their phones. Previously, Guowei handled booking the tickets. Why is Zhou Ling suddenly bringing this up now? Is there something she's not comfortable saying? Although everyone was confused about what Zhou Ling was hiding, they trusted her. They walked onto the small boat while checking their phones. They should be safe now, away from Jean Daliang's control. So why is Zhou Ling acting so strangely? Wait a moment, Feng Jun. Please reconsider my previous suggestion. Miko called out mysteriously to Feng Qing, accompanied by her bodyguards. Miss Miko, we have different goals, so we can't work together. Feng Qing saw the message Zhou Ling posted in the group, but still refused Miko's invitation firmly. You'll regret this. Miko looked at Feng Qing's handsome face with regret. It's a pity that such a good-looking man is about to be lost at sea. Jean Daliang wouldn't let Feng Qing go easily. Wait, I haven't got something yet. Don't start the boat yet. You all go ahead. Zhou Ling stopped and let the others board the ship first. Seeing everyone board the ship and enter the cabin, Zhou Ling turned back to the luxurious cruise liner. Jean Daliang didn't care about Zhou Ling's actions at all.
So, what if he sensed danger?
As long as they got on the new boat, all their efforts would be useless. It was clear that the new boat was arranged by Jean Daliang. Although Jean Daliang was arrogant, he wouldn't dare to attack on the luxurious cruise they were currently on. This ship not only carried athletes and coaches from other countries, but also many social figures. Causing trouble on this ship would definitely cause complications, which was not good. Coincidentally, Jean Daliang's people, who had connections everywhere, found out about Guowei's booking of the boat. They then devised a plan and replaced his people with their own. We're just waiting for Wen Qing and the others to be taken onto a separate boat. Once that happens, the incident will happen quietly and unnoticed. The sea is rough, and it's normal for people on the boat to be knocked over by waves and drown. Before Jean Dalio could imagine what might happen next, Xiaoling took a small item from the previous cabin and headed to the new boat. She checked the messages on her phone. Guo Wei and the others had already locked the cabin doors as she instructed, so no one else could get in for now. Xiaoling didn't rush to meet Guo Wei and the others on the new boat. Instead, she quietly stayed on the deck, watching Jean Dalio with a happy expression. This hypocrite really doesn't think things will turn out the way he expects, does he? Jean Dalio wants to take their lives. It's shameful for them to leave so cowardly, showing no national pride. Xiaoling is confident in her skills to handle this crisis. Not showing Jean Dalio some color would be a shame for her training. Thinking quickly, as the boat started moving, Xiaoling contemptuously flipped Jean Dalio. This is very much how someone trying to escape would act. Let's see if she can lure Jean Dalio into a trap. Prepare the speedboat. I want to see them disappear into the sea. Jean Dalio gritted his teeth and ordered his bodyguard. This woman dares to provoke him even when facing death. He must punish them. Boss, your leg. The bodyguard Ada hesitated. The boss's legs were badly injured and normally he shouldn't be out and about today. But the boss insisted. As his subordinates, they could only do their best. To prevent his legs from getting hurt again and affecting recovery, they had to put heavy plaster casts on them. Each cast weighed around 10 to 12 pounds. With the wheelchair, getting onto the speedboat was quite complicated. But what could they do? Jean Dalio insisted, and they had to follow orders. The bodyguard, couldn't help but secure the boss with a safety belt to prevent him from falling when getting on and off the boat. He also asked some colleagues to help carry the boss onto the speedboat to chase after the previous ship. Such a pity. The whole group will probably lose their lives at sea, a person near Maisie whispered softly. With Jean Dalio chasing the ship in a speedboat, it became clear that the previous ship was arranged by Jean Dalio. Although everyone hadn't looked closely at how many of Jean Dalio's people were on that ship before, since Jean Dalio was prepared, it's likely he was fully ready. That group of people is in danger. Since you dare to refuse me, if I can't have you, I might as well die, Maisie said with a malicious look. Since Fengqing was so ungrateful and was tricked into losing her life, she deserved it. On the luxury cruise ship, the others watched calmly as Jean Daliang left. Out at sea, such things happen often. Without proof, even the authorities can't do anything to anyone. Lost at sea? Not seen again. A handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes muttered thoughtfully as he watched the ship disappear into the distance. Jean Daliang's methods weren't clever. Even if he didn't react when he first boarded the ship, those people should have realized something was wrong after they got on. Also, the woman who returned to the ship must have taken something important, not just something trivial. There must be a hidden reason. As for what that reason was, the man didn't understand, but he guessed that those people wouldn't die so easily. Far from the luxury cruise, the middle-aged man who had met Guo Wei earlier was watching Xiaoling stay on the deck, touching the railing. He was getting impatient. "Miss, we have only a few hours before returning. You should rest in your cabin," he said. Although they were away from the crowd now, he still wanted to wait until everyone gathered so they could deal with them all at once, knock them out and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. But seeing the beautiful woman in front of him and the few women who had gone into the cabin, the middle-aged man had different thoughts. They floated at sea all day long, and he hadn't seen a single mosquito. It was rare to see such pretty women, so he wanted to let his brothers enjoy themselves. "Keep looking, and I swear I'll gouge out your eyes," Xiaoling said sharply, not bothering to hide her anger. She grabbed the railing and threatened him fiercely. You. The middle-aged man stared in shock at the railing in front of him, unable to speak properly. Realizing something was wrong, he trembled and reached for his weapon. But Xiaoling wouldn't give him that chance. Without hesitation, she swung the railing and hit the man's head. With a loud bang, the middle-aged man collapsed. After dealing with him, Xiaoling didn't stay long. She searched his body and found a gun. Even though she was mentally prepared, she was still very angry. She kicked him a few more times, causing him so much pain he lost consciousness again. To prevent the middle-aged man from waking up halfway, Qiao Ling found a rope on the deck, tied him up, and carefully hung him up before quietly walking into the ship. Qiao Ling was mentally prepared for the situation on this ship. At first, she was very happy when the ship arrived. It was perfect. It left the open sea just in time, allowing her to escape from Jean Daoyang's plans on a cruise. That was the best outcome. But things didn't seem so coincidental. The cruise was supposed to take 5 hours, but it arrived an hour early. Was even heaven helping them? At that moment, Qiao Ling was suspicious, but couldn't be sure. What if they were just lucky? Maybe they had incredible luck. However, Jean Daoyang's calm attitude made Qiao Ling realize there was something more to this ship. Based on what netizens said about Jean Daoyang, he was a vengeful and shameless person. How could he let them leave safely? So, Qiao Ling stayed alert and decided to go ahead and check out the new cruise ship. Seeing the rough-looking staff and their frequent glances toward Jean Daoyang, Qiao Ling confirmed her suspicions. Looking at the layout and the simple map of the cruise, she came up with a plan. While the luxurious cruise was nearby, Jean Daoyang's people couldn't act openly in front of everyone. She ordered Guowei to take people inside and lock the door. She stayed outside to deal with the others on the ship. Meanwhile, the 8 people in the locked cabin weren't idle. They kept a close eye on Qiao Ling's movements and also tried to gather information from the tourists still on the luxury cruise. Yang Xinran, a social butterfly, made 2 international friends during the short trip. "Dear Xinran, are you okay? I heard the ship you're on is also owned by Jean Daoyang. Be careful and hold on. Our ship is heading in the same direction. Once we arrive, with us here, Jean Daoyang won't dare to be too bold," a young lady from Bear Country worriedly advised Yang Xinran. The people on the luxury cruise found it boring. After Jean Daoyang left, they ordered the captain to follow and see what was happening. Who needs real swords and guns to make a martial arts contest exciting? Some on the ship even started betting on who would win or lose. How many people would survive in the end? So many people joined the game that it became chaotic. Most people lost everything in the gamble, with only a few individuals betting on surviving 1 or 2 rounds. They all had little hope of staying alive, including Yang Xinran and others. "Are you still betting? Xinran, ask your friend if she can help us place a bet," Huang Shasha said after hearing Yang Xinran's report. She didn't pay much attention to other details. Whether they could survive depended on others' guesses. Their safe stay in the cabin was the best proof. They didn't need to guess anymore. Lingling, who knew how to use card tricks to hurt people and was fearless of firearms, gave her endless confidence. She was not worried about safety at all. However, the betting activity caught her attention. Maybe she could make some money from it? Working was too hard. If she could make a big sum here, she would quit her job immediately. Losing the bet didn't matter much either. If they lost, it meant they couldn't escape Jean Daoyang's trap this time. Since everyone was dead, the money was useless. It was better to take a big risk now. The others in the cabin listened to Huang Shasha's analysis and saw a good money-making opportunity. "Yes, Xinran, ask if it's okay for us to place a bet. We'll transfer the money right away," said Ding Shirlan, her eyes shining. She worked in her hometown with a very low salary. Earning a big sum here would greatly ease her financial pressure. "I know you trust the boss, but have you thought about whether, even if you win the bet, you can actually get the money? They want your money, but you want their power." Guowei disagreed with the girl's idea. "Forget the urgent situation now. Even if the boss could really solve the problem, gambling is unreliable. Don't worry, I'll ask for details first." Yang Xinran reassured everyone and quickly checked the situation. After a while, Yang Xinran put down her phone. The game is being hosted by a famous young man from abroad, not a scammer. As for whether we can really get the money if we win, it shouldn't be a big problem. Many influential people are involved. Plus, the money in the pot is just a small amount for wealthy people. They see it as a simple game, so they don't care much about small sums. Also, my friend comes from a well-off family. If she places the bet in her name, those people won't dare to mess around. If you really want to participate, transfer the money to me, and I will have someone handle the transfer to her." Yang Xinran quickly shared what she knew with everyone. Guowei's worries are somewhat reasonable, but they depend on the situation. For powerful people, this is just a small game. Money isn't their main concern. Also, Yang Xinran didn't mention that their group isn't very wealthy. They don't have much money to spare, so even if the odds are high, it won't affect the big picture. After hearing Yang Xinran's analysis, everyone became restless and started transferring money to her, eager not to miss this chance to make money. Even Guowei, who was just worried, didn't hold back and transferred money. He had been very serious earlier, but now he turned around. Out of all the people, he had invested the most. When people have money, they want more. Guowei was no exception. Before everyone finished transferring the money, Xiaoling's voice came from outside the door. All safe now.
Come out.
Everyone was knocked out, and in another cabin. We're just waiting for backup. The ship wasn't very big, usually holding about 30 people, but Jean Daliang had arranged quite a few people. Besides the middle-aged man on the deck, who was the captain, the other thugs numbered about 10. If Guowei and the others hadn't hidden in the sealed cabin as soon as they boarded, they would have been caught by these people. Even the most troublesome person with a firearm was knocked out by Xiaoling with a single strike. How could the other thugs be more capable than her? In fact, the thugs on the ship hadn't even reacted when Xiaoling quickly knocked them down with the railing. The tape and ropes were ready-made, just used to tie up the targets, which had been switched from Xiaoling's group to the people arranged by Jean Daliang. Before the captain could report the situation to Jean Daliang, Xiaoling had already taken care of everyone, leaving them no chance to fight back. 12 people taped their mouths, locked them in a cabin, and locked the door. Xiaoling, did you take care of all those people? Lekong asked happily after transferring his money and hearing Xiaoling's voice. When they first boarded the ship, they had hurriedly hidden in this cabin, but they had seen many strong, dark-looking men on the ship. Not long ago, Xiaoling had sent a message asking them to be ready for action. How much time has passed? Let's take care of those people. Their fighting skills are incredible. Yes, we're now safe for the moment. What are you all doing? Xiaoling followed Lekong into the cabin, surprised to see a group gathered around Yang Xinran. At this moment, what could make these people abandon her? Who was the hero? Lingling, you're just in time. We're placing bets. Do you want to join? Huang Shasha finished her transaction and asked Xiaoling. Bets? Playing cards? Xiaoling was confused. When did these people have time to play cards? Oh, not just cards. Let me tell you. Huang Shasha explained how the luxury cruise ship was betting on the game. Then she asked Xiaoling again. How about it? Do you have any ideas? I know you don't need money right now, but why not earn some? Those people are so boring, they're even using us as part of their game. Huang Shasha was quite upset. Those people were really mean, using lives as bets. She wanted to earn some money back to ease her anger. Lingling, hurry. The betting time is almost over. It seems that the cruise ship is not far from us and has spotted our boat. The mystery will soon be revealed. In 3 minutes, no more bets, Yang Xinran said anxiously, looking at the message on her phone. Not taking advantage of this opportunity would be foolish. This kind of deal was too good to pass up. Without hesitation, Xiaoling took out her phone and transferred the money immediately. Boss, we haven't been able to contact anyone on the ship. It seems there was an accident, bodyguard Ada reported seriously, holding a phone that hadn't connected. An accident? After all the preparations, you tell me it was an accident? Are those people fools? The weapons we arranged are just for show, Jean Daliang growled softly. He was here to check the results, not to be laughed at. Watching the increasingly close luxury cruise ship and the stalled ship ahead, he could already imagine how those people would mock him once they found out. I don't care. You all brought weapons. Go now, get on that cruise and deal with those people, Jean Daliang ordered his bodyguards sternly. If they didn't eliminate Feng Qing and the others, his reputation would be ruined. Boss, but right now, Ada hesitated, looking at Jean Daliang sitting in his wheelchair. The people on the ship must be skilled if they managed to subdue that group. The speedboat they were on was not very small, but no matter how big it was, it couldn't hold much. The owner's wheelchair took up a lot of space. Besides the owner, Only 5 people were on board, so they were at a disadvantage in numbers. If those people took the owner hostage while they were boarding, it would be a big loss for them. It's nothing serious. Just take out your weapons and fight openly. I'll handle the consequences afterward. Jean Daliang didn't care if this left evidence or if someone caught a clue. At this moment, he just wanted to quickly deal with Feng Qing and the others to vent his anger. Ada and the others felt helpless. Since the boss was planning a reckless move, they could only follow along. They drove the motorboat toward the small ship. What's going on? Why is that small ship not moving? What is Jean Daliang doing? Has he not finished dealing with those people yet? A curious person on the luxury cruise asked his companion in surprise. Could there really be a big twist? My money. The companion also had a bad feeling. Jean Daliang had prepared so much, yet those people still managed to escape? Jean Daliang, he caused him to lose money. The others also used binoculars to check the situation of the distant ship. Little sister, honestly, did you get some inside information? I remember you, and those people were very close a few days ago. Victor from the Brown Bear country whispered to his sister. Joya. No wonder she suddenly changed her attitude and bet heavily. She must have had some connection with those people. Just be glad you bet on me. Earning some money to enjoy yourself for a while is enough.
Joya looked proud.
Her brother had just tried to stop her from betting on Xian Ran and their team winning, but now she was proving him wrong. Jean Daliang. No wonder he kept trying different tricks but still couldn't win. Someone with weapons messed everything up. He was hopeless, and he even lost his pocket money. Haha, luckily I had a quick idea and bet on the other team winning. The odds were amazing. Some people were happy, others worried. Without mentioning the reactions of the passengers on the luxury cruise, Jiao Ling looked seriously at the approaching motorboat. He told Guo Wei and the others to hide in the cabin again, took out the previous railing and coldly watched Jean Daliang and his group get closer. Oh my god. Where did that woman get that thing in her hand? A tourist on the luxury cruise exclaimed loudly while watching through binoculars.
Wow, Chinese Kung Fu.
Victor also looked impressed. Jean Daliang lost to such a group of people. He was underestimated. Oh my god, tell me this isn't real. The others also looked amazed. Truly a magical land in the east. Boss, maybe we should go back and think this over first. Ada looked at the woman on the deck, hesitating as he paused the speedboat, and asked worriedly. Can we really fight this person? Thinking it over won't help. No matter how strong she is, can she outrun a bullet? Why are you just standing there? Get your gear out, Jean Daliang ordered fiercely but nervously. Ada clenched his teeth, and with other bodyguards, drew their guns and shot directly at Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling wasn't stupid. She didn't stand still to be shot at. She quickly moved away from the deck and hid. She also had guns she had taken from others, but Xiao Ling had no shooting experience. Those guns probably weren't as useful as the railing she was holding. But letting Jean Daliang and others shoot at her wasn't a good idea either. She wasn't sure if the ship was strong enough. If it got damaged, that would be bad. At this moment, Jean Daliang's speedboat and the ship where Xiao Ling was were only about 200 meters apart. Xiao Ling weighed the railing in her hand, uncertain if she could throw it far enough to hit Jean Daliang and his men. Before she could decide, there was movement in the distance. Seeing the distant ship, with its hopeful, lively red color, Xiao Ling felt relieved. They came so quickly. Throw the guns into the sea, Jean Daliang said with a grim face, watching the approaching ship and muttering under his breath. All his frustration now had to be put aside. The next part was simple. Guo Wei and others came out of the cabin and followed Xiao Ling onto the support ship. As for the conflict between the two sides, Jean Daliang's attitude was shameless and selfish, even turning the blame back on others. I don't know why there are bullet marks on the ship. And I still need to talk to you. My staff are all injured and can't move. Your people also damaged my ship. If you want to leave, you first need to compensate for the damages. Zhou Zheng, the person supporting the rescue, didn't care about Jean Daliang's attitude at all. Mr. Jean, right and wrong are for you to judge. Although we are in international waters, it's not a lawless place. You are suspected of trying to harm a Chinese citizen. We will pursue this to the end, and you will face legal punishment. Jean Dalong was unconcerned, pretending to be kind and righteous, speaking more sweetly than he acted. He didn't believe anyone could really control him. International waters are not outside the law, but it's not your place to control me either. This isn't a place where you can decide everything. You need evidence. Do you have any proof? In the vast sea, what evidence do you have? Jean Dalong felt proud. Although he couldn't defeat Feng Qing and the others directly, he forced them to run away like mice. Inside, he felt very happy. Even if everyone knew he had started the fight, so what? Without proof, it's just words. These hypocrites can't do anything to him. I really want to push him into the sea to feed the fish. Qiao Ling and the others nearby heard Jean Dalong's shameless words and felt very frustrated. Are we just going to let Jean Dalong go like this? Young Deng Bin also looked angry. He had barely saved his life, and now he couldn't do anything to the one who caused all this.
Don't worry.
Justice will catch up with him. We will gather evidence and bring Jean Dalong to justice. It might take some time, but rest assured, we will get justice for you. Zhou Zheng's colleagues tried to comfort Qiao Ling and the others. They promised Jean Dalong would pay the price. Qiao Ling wasn't comforted at all. How long would it take to get justice? How long would it take for Jean Dalong to pay for what he did? A gentleman doesn't seek revenge overnight. When it's time to act, you must act. Didn't Jean Dalong say he couldn't leave evidence in the vast sea? She thought the same way. After some negotiations, Jean Dalong proudly ordered his bodyguards to transfer him to the ship where Qiao Ling and the others had been earlier. The ship was small but still bigger than a speedboat. Jean Dalong, in a wheelchair, found it a bit inconvenient. Anyway, everyone knew the ship belonged to him, so he didn't need to hide it. Captain Zhou, could you slow down the boat? I don't know if I accidentally hit my head earlier, but I feel a bit dizzy. Qiao Ling and Zhou Zheng returned and quietly asked, Sure, I'll arrange that right away. There's a doctor on board. Do you want him to check you? Zhou Zheng trusted her. He had already learned that Miss Qiao single-handedly defeated more than 10 thugs, so it was normal for her to be injured. No need. Just feeling dizzy. Just slow down the boat a bit. I'll get some fresh air. Qiao Ling thanked Zhou Zheng and slowly walked onto the deck. At this moment, Qiao Ling's boat was slowly moving away from Jean Dazhong's boat. Even though Zhou Zheng had ordered the crew to slow down, in no time, the two ships were about 100 meters apart. Qiao Ling secretly gathered strength in her hand, holding the iron bead. The iron bead was small, about the size of a regular glass bead, which she had just found on the ship. It hadn't been useful before, but now it should come in handy. Qiao Ling faced Jean Dazhong, her right hand hanging naturally by her side. She exerted force and quickly shot the iron bead straight at Jean Dazhong's wheelchair. At this moment, there was no one else around Jean Dazhong. His bodyguards had gone into the cabin to check the injuries of the people they had sent earlier. The iron bead hit the wheelchair and, with the impact, caused it to slide forward. The railing of the ship had been removed by Qiao Ling, leaving no cover. The wheelchair, carrying Jean Dazhong, was pushed straight into the sea. Help me. Jean Dazhong realized something was wrong too late. Earlier, when Jean Dazhong was getting on and off the ship, his bodyguard Ada had fastened his seatbelt to prevent him from falling. Jean Dazhong, busy and flustered, hadn't unfastened it. Jean Dazhong's wheelchair was quite heavy, which was a sign of its quality. It was like tying a stone to a person and throwing them into the sea. Jean Dazhong didn't even have a chance to struggle before sinking heavily to the bottom. Moreover, Jean Dazhong had difficulty moving his legs and was wearing heavy plaster casts. Even a divine being would find it hard to save him now. Ada and the other bodyguards came out of the cabin too late. It was like dropping a stone into the water. By then, the sea was calm, with no splash. They struggled to reach out, but in the vast, endless ocean, finding someone was extremely difficult. This. Victor, on the luxury cruise, couldn't speak clearly. Who would have thought there was such a twist? What happened to Jean Dazhong? How did he suddenly fall into the sea? Sister, do you think it was those people who did it? How did they manage to do that? Victor asked Ria. It was unbelievable. Although there was always sea breeze, it wasn't strong enough to Jean Dajong into the water. Victor's first thought was that those people had done something to cause it. Probably. Probably not. The two ships are so far apart. Even if they wanted to attack, they wouldn't have the chance. Toya was unsure. Not only did her brother think this way, but her first reaction was also to happily join in the fight. However, everyone nearby saw clearly. It wasn't just Shiran and their boat. The ship they were on was also some distance from Jean Daliang, and no one was close to him. It must be them who started it. Quickly, steer the boat over and leave them behind. Of course, Jean Daliang had companions on the luxury cruise. At first, they just wanted to watch the fun, not expecting it to turn dangerous and end with Jean Daliang in trouble. Jean Daliang's coach was very regretful. He wondered what kind of punishment he would face once Jean Daliang's death news reached home. Aside from Toya and her group's reactions, even Zhou Zheng, who was very close to Qiao Ling and others, looked surprised. From over 100 meters away, how did Miss Qiao manage to start the fight? Yes, Zhou Zheng didn't doubt that Qiao Ling was involved in Jean Daliang's fall into the water. He found it strange when Miss Qiao suddenly asked to slow down the boat. Normally, she should have been resting in the cabin if she was feeling unwell, not outside enjoying the sea breeze. The second and most important reason was that before coming to help, he had looked up information about Miss Qiao online. Although his knowledge was limited, he knew from her tough attitude when facing online bullies that she wasn't someone who easily accepted unfair treatment. Jean Daliang's treatment of her shouldn't have left her so calm, even under pressure. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Jean Daliang unexpectedly fell into the water. Zhou Zheng felt a sense of satisfaction about Jean Daliang's death. Such a scoundrel deserved to die early. As for the trouble that followed, Zhou Zheng didn't care. He didn't understand how Miss Qiao managed to start the fight, so he certainly didn't expect others far away to have any evidence. Soon, Zhou Zheng returned with a proud look. Let's go. If they want to prove their innocence, they can find their own evidence. We're heading back home. The official from the country of the aggressive nation was filled with anger and had nowhere to vent. This time, they truly suffered a setback. Not only did they lose face, but they also lost a valuable person. Quick, send sailors to find him. We need to see him alive or dead. At this moment, the organizers were panicked. If Jean Daliang really drowned in front of them, not only would they lose money, but they might also face the wrath of President Jean. Remember, President Jean only has Jean Daliang as his son. If his only son dies, how can they withstand President Jin's anger? This is also their fault. If they had held the event fairly and justly, none of this would have happened. The organizers not only had to face President Jin's fury but also needed to explain to the Chinese side. They might not die, but they would definitely suffer. Aside from the tense situation between the aggressive nation and the organizers, Qiao Ling found Zhou Zheng and asked him to help take away the excellent employees and the elderly. Since President Jean lost his son, he might take his anger out on others. It's better not to test the limits of the aggressive nation's people. Sending everyone away was the right choice. Moreover, if they didn't leave today, it would be time to go tomorrow. Everyone understood how serious the situation was and didn't dare delay. They packed their things and left together. Mr. Xie, thank you so much for your help this time. I really appreciate it. After everyone was settled on the boat, Qiao Ling took a moment to call Xie Yuan to express her gratitude. The Maldives was not close to their home country. Being able to find support nearby so quickly was truly impressive. No problem, Miss Qiao. I told you before, if you sincerely run your business and don't do anything illegal, the Xie family will protect you. Besides, you are a citizen of our country. It's our duty to ensure your safety, Xie Yuan said casually. Although the situation was complicated, it wasn't difficult for him. However, Jean Daliang's death surprised him. He didn't believe the Jean family could have had the ability to interfere with Qiao's affairs, but he still reminded her, Boss Qiao, don't go abroad again in the short term. If you want to go out, wait until this storm passes. After giving this reminder, Xie Yuan couldn't help but be curious. Boss Qiao, can you tell me how Jean Daliang fell into the sea? Not only him, but his friend Kong Xian, who arranged the support, also pricked up his ears. Mr. Xie knew I had been practicing martial arts. There's nothing special about it. I just used my hand to flick a few metal beads onto Jean Daliang's wheelchair. From the moment I made my move, I knew I couldn't hide what I did from the people around me. Of course, it's not easy to hide something if I want to keep it secret. Instead of hiding, I might as well be open about it. Like Xie Yuan said, I didn't do anything wrong or harmful. Is having excellent martial skills a bad thing? I also shared my training method. If handled properly, it could be a win-win situation. Flicking metal beads? Kong Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Remember, that wasn't a short distance of just a few meters. According to Zhou Zheng, the ship where Jean Daliang was located and the ship we were on were over 100 meters apart. A silent metal bead shot onto the wheelchair, and the recoil pushed the wheelchair into the sea. That's some terrifying strength. Miss Chiao, a friend of mine is curious. Would you mind talking to him? He arranged this rescue. Xie Yuan acted as a go-between. Although he believed the Xie family could protect Xiaoling, it was clear she had a special encounter. Watching her actions, she's someone who considers the bigger picture. Even in this era of firearms, the military still values personal skill. If Xiaoling is willing to cooperate with the military, it would be very beneficial for her.
All right.
It's hard to explain everything over the phone. We're heading back now. Let's discuss it in detail when we return. Xiaoling agreed quickly. Since the day she taught others breathing exercises, she had already anticipated today's situation and was mentally prepared. From what's happening now, the authorities don't seem to have any bad intentions about her unusual abilities or the magic of the resort. She decided to be open and cooperate with the officials. That way, her resort can develop better and go further. On the way back, she had enough time to think about working with the authorities. Her previous cooperation with the Xie family was good, and they helped her avoid many troubles. But the Xie family is just a powerful family, not the government itself. This time, with official backing, if everything goes smoothly, Xiaoling won't have to worry about other issues. She can focus on developing her resort. She was very cautious about this cooperation and thought about it for a long time in her restroom. She didn't believe the officials hadn't noticed the strange things happening at the resort. The incense at Lingyun Temple and the peaches from Peach Blossom Valley are so effective that it is impossible for the authorities not to notice something unusual. The reason there haven't been any other developments before is probably because the higher-ups are doing further investigations. Even the Xie family or Wu Nan might be official agents reaching out to her. Xiaoling doesn't know how the authorities are weighing the situation, but now they have sent people to discuss cooperation. This shows that the officials accept the unusual effects of the resort and believe that both sides can benefit from working together. Xiaoling naturally won't miss this opportunity. As the resort's reputation grows and the spiritual energy increases, Xiaoling is not worried about the situation. She knows it would be a lie to say she isn't concerned. However, because she's been busy developing the resort, she has chosen to ignore this issue for now. Now that she has stepped back from power and taken a few months to rest peacefully, she sometimes worries about the future. But now, with the Xie family actively helping to connect her with others, it shows that the officials don't have any special plans for her. Most of her worries can be put aside. She can only relax most of the way because the details of the cooperation haven't been finalized yet. Only when the specific plan is confirmed and it can meet expectations will she truly feel at ease. While Xiaoling is thinking about the cooperation in another meeting room, a group of people are also discussing this issue. According to the information, this woman named Xiaoling changed after returning to the village last year, said Xinhuan, handing out the data he found to everyone present for further discussion. Before and after the Qingming festival last year, Xiaoling checked her lungs at several hospitals in City C. Without any medical intervention, her lung cancer was cured in less than 3 months. In today's modern society, information is easily accessible. If the authorities want to investigate, they can find out everything. Xiaoling's multiple visits to different hospitals for lung checks can be easily uncovered. From her actions, it's clear she is confident she can recover her health and cure her cancer. Many visitors to the resort can prove this. Not to mention others like the young Dengbin and Professor Xie are good examples. As Shun Huan finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Xie Yuan, who was quietly sitting nearby. Yes, I don't know much about other places, but Lingyun Resort definitely has health-boosting effects. Faced with everyone's doubts, Xie Yuan confidently responded. Why is this happening? Has there been an investigation? Is there anything special about Yinshan Village? Someone asked. Before Xiaoling returned to the village, Yinshan Village was nothing special. We can rule out local factors as the cause. I believe all these abnormalities are brought by Xiaoling, Shun Huan answered firmly. Does she have some kind of lucky encounter? Another person inquired. All right, I called you here not to ask trivial questions. If she had a lucky encounter, could she still force her way through? And who can guarantee that it won't end in disaster for everyone involved? The situation is clear. Xiaoling's actions are proper. She is firm in her stance, willing to help those around her when she can, and she has her own principles. I think we can achieve a win-win cooperation. Now we need to discuss how to work together. Kong Xian stepped forward to speak. This isn't the time for questions. The key is the details of cooperation. What do they want to get from Xiaoling? And what can Xiaoling gain from them? They need to find a balance that makes both sides happy. Xiaoling and the officials were both thinking about cooperation. Although they hadn't met officially yet, both sides showed good intentions and tried to consider each other's situations. This was a good start. Cooperation isn't something that happens overnight. Initially, Xie Yuan and Wu Nen made first contact. Next, both sides would test each other further. How the cooperation will develop depends on time and adjustments. Xiaoling thought for a long time and finally had a rough idea. Xiaoling, have you rested well? Are you okay? Huang Shasha and others asked with concern when they saw her come out. Everyone knew Xiaoling had spent a lot of effort dealing with Jean Daliang. Since she wanted to rest, they tried not to disturb her. I'm fine. I rested for a while and feel much better. What are you all doing here? Xiaoling didn't want others to know about the cooperation with the officials yet. Since things weren't settled, it was not appropriate to share this information. She smiled and changed the subject. I'm glad you're okay. Lingling, now is the moment of harvest. Our friends have already transferred the money. We're sharing the profits. Look, my money has arrived. I didn't expect such high odds. I actually earned so much. Looking at Xiaoling being fine, Huang Sasa no longer asked much and excitedly pulled her to check her account balance. 1, 2, 7 figures. Not bad, Sasa. Xiaoling counted the digits of her balance and was happy for her friend. Although Huang Sasa was quite capable, she knew that a student who had just graduated a few years ago wouldn't have much money. Without outside help, it was impressive that she could accumulate wealth so quickly. I didn't expect the odds to be so high. With this money, I can finally breathe a little easier. Huang Sasa was also relieved about her decision at the time. She thought, since she was alone, and if something really happened, she wouldn't have money left. So she decided to use all the savings from these years to gamble. Fortunately, luck was on their side. They were still alive and they made money. Everyone else happily shared their joy. Those bad guys from the other country are up to no good. Luckily, you're safe. Grandma Dangbin looked at her grandson with lingering fear. She heard they even used guns. That country is really dangerous. It's better to stay away from going out in the future. Zhou's resort is very nice. Good air, beautiful scenery, friendly people. There are no such troubles there. A few other elderly people also agreed angrily. If Jean Dolly had not drowned at sea, these old folks would be scolding him so badly they wouldn't even recognize his parents. What are you planning to do with this money? Xiaoling casually asked everyone since the bets had been settled and the money was in their accounts. I'm planning to go back and open an online store in the village, selling local products. Lekin had always wanted to run an online shop, but his family preferred stability and never agreed. Now that he had earned this much, he had enough to start a store. Poor kids often take charge early. Even though Lekin had only been in college for a year, he was already thinking about his future job after graduation. The products from Yinshan Village are popular with tourists. Lekin had heard many times about their desire to buy local goods online. Now he had a chance and he wanted to try. Xiao Ling nodded. Lekin was still young, but his ideas were mature. Opening a proper online store in Inshan village was indeed a good plan. I planned to buy gifts for my family to take home. When I was sick before, they were worried about me. Now I have money and I want to give back to my family. This is Deng Bin speaking. The Deng family isn't short of money, but his sincerity is truly valuable. Guo Wei and his wife, Wu Rui, Yang Xian, and others plan to invest this unexpected money for future needs. Ding Shirlan plans to buy a house. She currently lives with her parents and younger brother, which is not very convenient. She wants her own space. I will resign when I go back. My current job pays well, but it makes me tired and stressed. If I don't quit soon, I feel like I can't breathe. I've almost achieved financial freedom, and I don't want to keep feeling upset. Huang Shasha is straightforward. A year ago, she wanted to work hard, but this year she feels exhausted. The high-performance demands and pressure cause her to lose a lot of hair. She is very worried about her health. Stress doesn't turn into motivation. It only becomes a problem. She plans to take this chance to rest. Lingling, can I buy a shop or a house with this money at your place? Huang Shasha is very curious about Xiaoling's resort. The online reviews are mixed, but as Xiaoling's close friend, she trusts her words more. She wants to visit and, if possible, buy a shop or a house there to live permanently. Yes, of course. The third batch of shops will be finished soon. I'll get them to give you a discount for employees. Also, I saw in the financial reports that the resort has bought land next to the village to build a community. If you're interested, you can buy a unit. Xiaoling quickly encourages Huang Shasha. If she also comes to the resort, she won't be bored in the future. Lingling, let me know when the houses are for sale. I want to buy one too. Hearing that the resort is building a community, Yang Xian can't sit still. She hasn't visited Xiaoling's resort yet, but she has seen the wonderful things there. Beautiful peach blossoms, sweet peaches, and magical nourishing incense. Places that produce such good things can't be bad. Your resort is getting so big? Can you build a community there? Ding Shirlan also feels conflicted. She doesn't have much money. If she buys a house back home, she won't have much left. She finds it hard to decide between buying a house in her hometown or at Xiaoling's resort. Not only are we improving the neighborhood, but our resort has also started building schools, shopping centers, and a nursing home that will open soon. It's just as good as anywhere else. Girl, listen to me. The real estate market is slow right now. Instead of buying a house in a small city, it's better to buy one at the resort. Even if you don't live there, you can rent it out to tourists and you'll recover your money soon. Aunt Lu spoke kindly, knowing well what was happening at the resort. After she finished, she took Ding Shirlan's hand and said sincerely, I heard you have a younger brother in high school? Listen to me, don't tell anyone about this money when you go back. Just give some to your parents to buy them things and show respect. That's enough. Now, girls with some money attract attention. Before marriage, parents, brothers, and sisters worry about it. After marriage, men worry about it. I don't know your family situation, but don't use money to test people's hearts. Keep a backup plan for yourself. Aunt Lu truly meant well for Ding Shirlan. Her advice was based on decades of life experience. The other girls listened thoughtfully to Aunt Lu's words, especially Xiaoling, who strongly agreed with her. Women face many challenges, so, if possible, it's best to keep some options open for themselves. Until they returned home, Ding Shirlan hadn't decided whether to buy a house with the unexpected money. Xiaoling simply invited the girls from her dorm to visit her resort. Her resort had been open for a while, but none of them had been there. It was a good chance to go together and see it, just to look around. Huang Shasha didn't mention anything, and she had already decided to resign, so she planned to take a few more days off. Yang Xinran, whose family was well off and didn't rely on her income, could take her time to request leave from her job. Ding Shirlan was still unsure what to do. She also wanted to visit Xiaoling's resort during this trip. If possible, she thought about buying a house there to rent out. Although Ding Shirlan didn't think her family was overly concerned about her money, Aunt Lu's words made some sense. If Xiaoling's resort was developing well, she would prefer to buy a house there for rental income. So, the four sisters agreed to go and have fun together. Joyce was happy, but also focused on important matters. As soon as she returned to the resort, she arranged for Lin Ping to organize Yang Xinran and others, while she went to the hotel conference room to discuss cooperation with officials. There were only a few people in the meeting room, just 3, including Xia Yiyuan. Xia Yiyuan helped introduce the others. A strong, healthy middle-aged man named Kong Xian, from the military, was there to assist with the support effort. Another man, thin and tall, was Shun Hui, who worked in an office job. Miss Joyce, I believe you understand our purpose. We won't waste time with formalities. Let's get straight to the point. How do you suggest we cooperate? Kong Xian asked directly. How should they cooperate? Joyce had thought about this a lot, but was it really up to her to decide how to work together? Since she was giving her the initiative, she thought it probably wouldn't be difficult for her. Mr. Kong, I offended the Jean family business group from Korea during my trip abroad. Can you arrange for someone here to protect me? Rest assured, I will treat your people well. I know you have your own training methods, but I also have a set of exercises suitable for the public. They won't slack off here. Protection was just a pretense. Bringing people to the resort for training was real. The Jean family was powerful, but they couldn't reach into the country. Joyce only wanted a formal way to seek protection. Those Jean troublemakers, if they dare to come, they won't leave easily. Miss Joyce, don't worry, I will arrange for people to come, Kong Xian promised confidently. They had discussed this cooperation for some time and thought carefully about how to proceed. Joyce's situation was quite clear. 2 main points stood out. One was health regulation and the other was physical fitness. While many places could do these, it was rare to find a place like Joyce's resort that could treat cancer patients. The focus on physical fitness was also special. It wasn't just ordinary exercise. It could significantly improve a person's physical quality. Using playing cards as a weapon, even in the age of modern weapons, was quite impressive. Kong Xian's visit was mainly to address this situation. He wanted some people to practice Joyce's exercise methods first. If the results were good, they could discuss deeper cooperation later. Now, Qiao Ling generously allows people to come, and she has no further demands. How many people does Boss Qiao want? I can bring a group over first. What do you think? Kong Xian discusses the details with Qiao Ling. Having too few people wouldn't be representative. But since the outcome is uncertain, it's not good to arrange too many people suddenly. Also, this is just a preliminary cooperation. Both sides are testing the waters, so they shouldn't take too big a step. A squad? Sorry, how many people exactly? Qiao Ling asked shyly. She is an unintentional victim of compulsory education and isn't very clear on the exact number in a squad. 30, or rather about 40 people. Miss Qiao, do you see any problem with that? Normally, a squad has 30 people, which was the number discussed earlier. But Kong Xian, knowing more about the situation, becomes more eager. He thinks that with a few months of training, Feng Qing could win international awards. His soldiers are definitely capable, so he wants to bring more people. A squad usually has 30 people, but sometimes it's not normal, right? Adding 10 more people shouldn't be a big problem, right? Kong Xian looks at Qiao Ling expectantly. 30 or 40 people don't make much difference to Qiao Ling. The training methods are open to everyone, and anyone can practice. Kong Xian's request is reasonable.
40 people are fine.
Since they are protecting me, they should be close to where I live. The original temple has fewer visitors now, so we can use some rooms there for them to stay. It might be a bit crowded, so please bear with us. Qiao Ling shows her sincerity. The best place to practice martial arts is naturally near her home. The old temple on the back mountain was renovated a few months ago during construction, and it can accommodate the arriving people. Although this might expose some unusual activity on the back mountain or in the spiritual garden. But honestly, can she really hide it if she wants to? Her back mountain and spiritual garden are surrounded by walls, monitored by cameras, and covered by dense trees. But in this technological age, satellite surveillance can still detect everything. If someone is determined to find out, they will. It's better to be straightforward and show her value. Long-term cooperation is naturally based on mutual value exchange. Quickly training armed personnel for the country demonstrates her strength. Since we get along well, Miss Chow, let's leave it at that for now. Once everyone is more familiar, we can discuss the next steps. Kong Xian and Xia Yuan are close friends. He learns many things from Xia Yuan. The back mountain is the core of the resort, and placing people there shows Miss Chiao's sincerity. Kong Xian's initial goal has been achieved. Now, the remaining task is to deal with Shen Huan. From the conversation between Qiao Ling and Kong Xian, Shen Huan has also learned about Qiao Ling's attitude. Not just now, but before, they already knew quite a bit. Perhaps Miss Qiao has some small flaws, but compared to most people, she is quite good. She clearly understands big issues and stands firmly on her principles. Her character is quite good. These qualities are why this cooperation is happening. Mr. Shin, do you have any thoughts? Qiao Ling feels uncomfortable being stared at by Shen Huan. His gaze is like a strict school principal, directly piercing into her heart. Kong Xian's part of the cooperation has been agreed upon. Now, it depends on Shen Huan. Miss Qiao, you don't need to be nervous. From Minister Kang's attitude, you might also guess the official stance. It's about mutual benefit and win-win cooperation. We won't ask too many questions. There are a few points I want to confirm with you. Shen Huan notices Qiao Ling's nervousness and offers reassurance. China is a vast country with many talented and extraordinary people. There are also many events that science cannot explain. The authorities don't interfere in everything. While they do some intervention, it's not overbearing. They leave room for the involved parties to maneuver. Moreover, they can't guarantee that full control will lead to the desired outcome. Cooperation, mutual benefit, and sustainable development are the right paths. What points are you referring to? Mr. Shin, please tell me, Qiao Ling asks eager. Shen Huan sees her nervousness and doesn't hide anything. He speaks straightforwardly. Miss Qiao, you don't need to be nervous. Since we can sit down and talk, you should understand our attitude. First, can the current situation at the resort be taken abroad? Or can it be controlled by foreign forces? This is Shen Huan's main concern. To put it bluntly, as long as it's within China, it belongs to Qiao Ling and, naturally, to the country. Even if their cooperation encounters difficulties along the way, they always find ways to resolve them. Mr. Shen, land is fixed. Unless land is ceded or compensated to other countries, foreign powers cannot take control. Qiao Ling confidently replied that the resort would not suddenly move into foreign territory. She is very satisfied with her own country and has no intention of going abroad, so there is no risk of being taken over by foreign forces. As for land ceding and compensation, didn't Minister Kong look almost furious? Currently, it's already good enough not to offend other countries. All right, no problem. Miss Qiao, I wish us a happy cooperation. Shen Huan was very pleased with Qiao Ling's answer. Although this outcome was expected, hearing her give a firm guarantee was another matter. Weren't there some points still to discuss? Is this just the end of negotiations? She seemed a bit confused. Does this mean the deal is done? No more good things from her side? No arrangements to bring people here? Yes, that's it. As for the rest, Boss Qiao, run your business honestly and we'll cooperate normally, Shen Huan replied confidently. Their stance is clear. Within the country, they want good products and want people to come and improve their health. They can do this through normal channels without demanding too much forcefully, which could create a bad impression. It's better to be generous and let Boss Qiao develop the resort freely. Although they aren't sure what exactly caused all these unusual events, the Meteorological Monitoring Bureau found that the air quality in Yinshan Village is much better than in surrounding areas. The air contains more beneficial elements for health. Currently, this situation is limited to Yinshan Village, but their forecast suggests it will eventually spread to nearby villages and towns. Apart from the vacant land next door being leased to the resort, Qingshi Town and nearby towns have already been planned out. The better Boss Qiao develops, the more benefits they will gain. There's no need to worry about Yinshan Village specifically. Because of these considerations, the authorities don't intend to restrict Qiao Ling too much. In fact, they are even making it easier for her to develop faster. All right, don't worry. I will run the resort well and won't let you down. Qiao Ling didn't expect things to go so smoothly and kept promising confidently. Over the past 2 days, she's been thinking a lot about her return trip. To make this cooperation happen and gain official approval, Qiao Ling even considered making some concessions. For example, she thought about promising the peach harvest from her backyard mountain, offering spots for vacations at the resort, and even involving officials in managing the resort together. She didn't expect it to be so easy. At this moment, Qiao Ling felt a strange sense of unreality. If she had partnered with the officials when she first got the small gourd. But this thought quickly crossed her mind, and she dismissed it. When she first received the small gourd, she had nothing, no background, no connections, only her illness. She didn't even know where to start when trying to cooperate with the officials. If she had met someone like the Xie family back then, she would have been out of luck. Now, the timing is just right. The officials have seen her abilities, and she is no longer an unknown young person. Their concerns about her are why they have given her so much independence. After seeing off Shun Hui and Kong Xian, Qiao Ling sincerely thanked Xie Yiyuan again. Mr. Xie, I really appreciate your help. Without Xie Yiyuan, she believes things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. She is very grateful. This is what I should do. My life was saved because of you. We help each other, so there's no need to be so polite. Xie Yiyuan doesn't take credit. Helping each other is normal. Since Qiao Ling saved his life, he naturally wants to return the favor. Kong Xian is my close friend. Although he's a bit careless, his reputation is good.
He's trustworthy.
You can rest assured, Boss Qiao. Xie Yiyuan also doesn't mind giving her some advice. He's the Minister of Arms, and he values the skills and safety of his team members most. If you want to build a good relationship with him, you can focus on this aspect. Although the initial cooperation has been agreed upon, it doesn't mean everything is settled. They're still in the early testing phase. To gain more influence, she needs supporters. Kong Xian is the armed support that Xie Yiyuan found for her. As for Shun Hui, I haven't interacted much, but he has a good reputation. He's a person who cares about the public. You don't need to worry too much. Just handle the negotiations as needed. Of course, giving him some flexibility at the right time is normal. Just be careful to keep the balance. There is no need to worry too much about Shun Hui. It doesn't mean he ignores official matters completely. When the government needs help, he cooperates actively, which shows the authorities her attitude. With Kong Xian and Shun Hui arriving, your situation will definitely attract more attention than before. Other groups might come looking for you, both from abroad and within the country. Those who come to find you may not have harmful intentions toward the country. It's more about balancing and dividing interests. Shun Hui now represents the southern authorities, but other groups from the north, west, and east also have their own ideas. You need to consider this carefully. I oversee scientific research, so I don't know all these details well, and I can't give you many suggestions. Xie Yiyuan's experiment is now in an important stage. He doesn't have much time to focus on Qiao Ling now. But at this moment, he patiently analyzes possible situations for her. He is very patient with this lifesaver. Yes, I understand. You've already helped a lot. Thank you so much. Qiao Ling kept thanking him. Xie Yiyuan's honesty and openness in sharing so much with her show how kind he is. Compared to what she gave him, Xie Yiyuan has helped her a lot more. Since Xie Yiyuan is so kind, Qiao Ling naturally doesn't hold back. She can't do much to help him in other ways, but she can bring him some good things. She took some freshly brewed peach blossom wine, a few peaches from the back mountain peach orchard, and honey, which Xie Yiyuan took away happily. Helping each other is mutual. Since Xie Yiyuan helped her solve such a big problem, all she can do is bring him some nourishing things to help him stay healthy and work better. After seeing Xie Yiyuan off, Qiao Ling happily found Yang Xinran and the others. Although it was just a preliminary cooperation, it was a small step toward a bigger picture. As long as she doesn't do anything out of line, there shouldn't be any big problems later. The heavy burden that had been weighing on her heart was finally lifted. Qiao Ling felt like pulling Yang Xinran and the others out for drinks until dawn. Although her friends didn't understand why Qiao Ling was so happy, good friends don't need to ask why. If she wanted to celebrate with drinks, they would join her. The four women drank, sang, and danced all night, just like back in college. They forgot all worries, living in the moment. Drunk today, worried tomorrow. Things were very joyful here. But some people weren't so happy. Bin rest tonight. Tomorrow, your dad and I will take you to register for school. Your college classmates have already started registering a few days ago, so you're a bit late, said Renmin, after a short break, as she held Dengbin back from going out with Lekong. Mom, can I go a little later? I heard that college students have military training at the start. Can I apply for an exemption? Can you help me bring my medical records to ask for leave? Dengbin shared his ideas about delaying going to school, hoping to stay longer. Boss Chiao can handle so many people easily, even without fear of weapons. Dengbin at this moment wishes he could stay in the resort to practice special skills. No, you can't. Your health is almost the same as a normal person, so you can't take sick leave. Plus, you shouldn't miss the first day of college. It's a new start, and it's a good chance to make new friends. Be good, listen to us. Tomorrow, go with us to register. No more delays, Renmin firmly opposed. Dengbin mostly studied at home in high school and didn't join group activities at school. He has less experience in life and society than others his age. Now that he's healthy and entering college, he shouldn't miss this chance to experience group life. Seeing his sad look, Renmin sighed but still insisted. All right, I know you don't want to leave here, but your college is in our province. The transportation is good. You can finish classes early and come back for dinner, then go back to school the next morning. There's no need to be so upset. Didn't you look forward to college life? A colorful, lively life. You should see it for yourself. Here in Inshan village, this place has given my son a second chance at life. Renmin knows her son is reluctant to leave and has strong feelings for this place, but he's grown up and needs to explore the world. Even she, wanting to stay here with her family, can't. They need to earn money and support the family, so they have to leave no matter how hard it is. Thinking of this, Renmin continued to persuade him. The resort is building new houses. If you like, we bought 4 houses here, one for your grandparents, one for your maternal grandparents, one for me and your dad, and one for you alone. How about that? Your own house can be your wedding home here in Inshan village. You can live with the girl you like. Renmin and Xiamonli are well acquainted and have very good information. She has also heard about Boss Chiao's cooperation with the authorities. Even the officials recognize the special status of this place. If she has the chance to buy property here, she won't hesitate. Each of their parents has a house, and elderly people should rest and take care of their health in such a place. She and her child's father also bought a shop at the resort, so their work focus can gradually shift here. Dengbin seems unlikely to leave Inshan village in the future, and he might even find a job at the resort like Fengqing. So, buying a house for the child here is very necessary. Sure enough, after hearing Renmin, Dengbin was very happy. He is currently full of hormones. His wife might be a long way off, but maybe he'll have a girlfriend soon. Later, he can bring his girlfriend here. If he wants a girlfriend, university offers more chances. Dengbin finally started to look forward to university life again and no longer rejected his mother's plans. He packed his things for tomorrow. Since Dengbin agreed to return to school, Lekong dared not speak up. He packed his things while discussing with his family. Grandma, Dad, Mom, I earned some money this time. I want to move the pig pen and build a workshop to start an online store. The rural homestead is big, but the Lu family has already planned most of it. The only space left might be the unused pig pen. It's not big, but if cleaned up well, it could be turned into a workshop. No, I plan to build a small 2-story house there to rent out. Le Dad was the first to oppose. He doesn't understand online stores, but he knows that as long as there's a room in the village, it can make money. He prefers to build a house and rent it out. Lumom also looked at Lekong with disapproval. Building houses to rent out is the easiest and fastest way to make money she can think of. Starting an online store has too many uncertainties. Only Zhou Chunhua patiently watched Lekong. Since you don't understand online stores and you have money now, I won't stop you from opening one. Mom, why not stop me? Building a house to rent out is good and stable. Don't let Lekong mess around with online stores, Zhou Chunhua interrupted her son. I know renting out houses is stable, but with just that pig pen, how many rooms can you build? How much can you earn? Now, the children want to start their own business. As parents, you refuse to support financially and even block them. I decide everything myself. The pig pen will be left to Xiaokong, so he can arrange it himself. Over the past year or two, Zhou Chunhua has gained some experience and made a firm decision. Mom, we've only earned a little money. We can't let Lekong spend recklessly. The pig pen is small, but once repaired, it will bring in good income each year. Business has risks, but I still want to try. You think too much about what you want. Yes, renting out the house can make money. But our family's conditions are good now. Why not let the kids try other options? If they lose something, how much can it really be? The loss from a pig pen is something we can handle. I know business has risks, but if done well, it can earn much more than just rent. Look at me selling peach blossom cakes. Even if I only sell for a month or two each year, the profit isn't less than a year's rent, right? And are you sure you can always rely on rent for income? Having multiple ways to make money is always better. Although they can earn a lot from the resort now, people should always keep some backup plans. The kids want to try new things, and as parents, they should give them space to grow. Otherwise, if the child becomes like Xiaolei, they'll ruin everything. No matter how much money they have, it will be wasted. The next day at noon, Qiao Ling and the others finally woke up fully and started their day. They wore beautiful clothes and played an interesting murder mystery game. After lunch, Yang Xinran and the others changed outfits and joined the game, without needing Qiao Ling to remind them. Qiao Ling felt relaxed. Although their trip wasn't very long, less than half a month, they experienced many things. Yesterday, they also had a meeting with the resort's managers about their official cooperation, to pass on some instructions. In the meeting room, while the boss wasn't there, Lu Hongda leaned on Guowei's shoulder and whispered, "I heard from my mom and them that your trip was quite dangerous." What exactly happened? Tell me. Xiao Ling and the others didn't tell everyone about the danger on the cruise to avoid questions from others. But I can't resist the chatterbox elderly lady at home. Whenever Aunt Lu returns, she vividly tells her son Lu Hongda about this trip. Lu Hongda listens as his mother describes the exciting and thrilling experience, how shameless the people from that country are, and how impressive the boss is. He becomes curious and wants to learn more. Although his mother was involved, she didn't experience it firsthand. She only heard about it later, so her account isn't entirely reliable. Also, Lu Hongda knows his mother's personality. She tends to boast and exaggerate. So, he doesn't take everything she says seriously. Before the boss arrives, he first asks the person involved, Guowei. A few other leaders also listen carefully, eager to hear gossip. Since some of the outstanding employees in the department went along, they have heard bits and pieces and are very curious now. Guowei watches Lin Ping pretend to check documents, not exposing that she mixed up the papers. Wang Jian keeps typing on his computer, but the reflection from his glasses reveals he's not actually working. His computer isn't turned on. Only Wenda looks straight at him, clearly eager to hear gossip, without hiding his interest. But since he's related to the boss, he won't say anything. Wenda will find out eventually, so there's no need to worry. Alright, stop pretending. If you want to listen, do so openly. Just agree not to spread it around. After all, a life is at stake and too much publicity isn't good for the boss. International relations and other factors make it unwise to discuss these matters freely. Come on, you guys, you must know what's going on. Tell me, has the boss really mastered some incredible skill? Wang Jian puts away his notebook, excitedly asks Guowei. He has also been practicing the boss's breathing exercises, but due to busy work, he hasn't practiced for long. He knows it makes the body feel relaxed, but he hasn't noticed any other changes. Now he realizes he was careless, his eyes were clouded, and he missed the good stuff. I'll tell you, at that time, Guowei, feeling a bit proud, describes the danger of the trip. In his story, the boss, Qiao Ling, has become like a steel superhero. The railing on the cruise ship could be easily removed, and those who were quick could dodge bullets fired at them. People with quick reactions could easily defend themselves without thinking, and they were incredibly strong. They could use playing cards and pearls to knock people and wheelchairs from 100 meters away into the sea. Seeing the shocked looks on his colleagues' faces, Guowei felt very proud. In such a safe environment at home, the boss rarely took action, so Guowei was lucky enough to see the boss's strength firsthand. The others were stunned by Guowei's words and regretted not going on the trip with him. If they had, they might have also seen the boss's amazing skills. But they didn't know that Xiaoling had been inside the cabin when he dealt with those people. Guowei only guessed what happened based on his quick thinking. After a moment of thinking, Wang Jian quietly asked with some worry, "Do you think the boss might get hurt or worse?" Wang Jian didn't mean to curse Xiaoling. He liked his current job, with good bonuses, some power, and high social status. He hoped the boss was safe. But he was not naive. The resort was very different from other places, and it was normal for people to be jealous or want to take it over. Now that the boss showed such strong fighting skills, it was no longer just a small issue, but a very serious one. It could easily attract the wrong people's attention. His question was very normal. He believed that others probably shared the same worry. As soon as he spoke, the others' smiles faded, and it was like pressing pause during a meeting. Who wouldn't worry? Guowei had watched Xiaoling grow stronger step by step. He knew something was unusual about the resort. The magical peach blossoms, peaches, and offerings couldn't be explained by science. At first, he thought the environment was special, but now that the boss had learned such high-level martial arts, it was clear things were more complicated than he thought. Lu Hongda was even more obvious. He was originally attracted here to help his son recover. He had seen the resort's wonders before. Lin Ping, who managed the logistics, also knew a lot. From feedback from staff and guests, the resort attracted so many people because of its uniqueness. Therefore, there is no need to mention Wendy. He knows that Xiaoling cured lung cancer in just a few months. Such an extraordinary person cannot be hidden easily. At first, he wanted to develop his influence and increase his power. Now, the resort has been built, but it is still not enough to fully protect Lingling as he imagined. As Xiaoling's family member, he is more worried than anyone. Wang Jian saw that everyone was not very interested and regretted asking earlier. He thought he shouldn't have brought up these topics now. Just as he was considering changing the subject, Xiaoling happily walked over. "Is everyone here?"
Huh?
"What's wrong with you?" "I just came back for a meeting." There's no need to look so serious. The atmosphere in the meeting room was different from what he expected. Xiaoling joked with a smile. "No way. We're actually discussing that shameless guy, Jean de Jong." "Boss, you seem in a good mood today. Is there something good happening?" Guowei laughed and changed the subject. Although they were worried, they believed that as the resort developed, the boss's strength and skills would reach a new level. They could face outside troubles confidently. Maybe they were worrying too much. Good things, of course, are happening. That's why I came to tell you about this. When Kong Xian's people were coming, Xiaoling naturally needed to inform the department heads about this situation. People from the army are here to protect the boss? Guowei's first reaction was disbelief. Does the boss still need protection? Yes. What's the big deal? Why can't someone come to protect me? If the Jean family's group sends someone to scheme against me, with them here, everyone can rest assured. Xiaoling didn't explain too much. She only told everyone the obvious reason. The details they would have to understand gradually. Things are better understood through feeling rather than words. The few department heads in front of her probably understood her meaning. "Boss, are the soldiers always with you, 24 hours a day?" Wenda asked, confused. If they followed her all day without a break, there wouldn't be much freedom left. The others also looked at Xiaoling nervously. This was a very important point. Is it protection or surveillance? Or even control? Not following me. They rest in the temple on the back mountain when there's no urgent matter. They only appear when needed. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes. If the situation was serious enough to require 24-hour monitoring, she would have already escaped rather than trying to explain things to them now. Wenda didn't care about her eye roll. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if silently asking, "Has she received official approval?" Zhou Ling saw the excitement in Wenda's eyes. She didn't want others to worry too much, so she decided to share a little information. This is a cooperation with the authorities. The people coming won't affect me much or the scenic area. They are here to protect me, but more importantly, they are practicing the martial arts I previously announced. If it works well, more people will come later. You can all rest assured and focus on your work. Zhou Ling reassured everyone. Although she hadn't heard the previous conversations, she understood their worries. She decided to say a bit more to ease their minds. A formal cooperation with the authorities? That's good news. As long as it doesn't affect you, that's great.
Wendy's happiness was obvious.
Cooperating with the authorities meant she had official approval. The unusual officials around Ling Ling wouldn't investigate further, which was perfect. Will the resort be taken over by the government? Will our management style change? Will others get involved? Wang Jian was happy that the boss wouldn't be cut off and that they had official recognition. But how did this recognition come about? Could it be that the resort was handed over, or that they lost influence? What about their roles as managers? Don't worry, everything stays the same. Same management, same boss. The only change is that a few more people will come out from the back mountain. If the officials want to cooperate, it's a normal deal. Understand? Zhou Ling patiently explained. Not just these managers, even she was stunned when she first heard about it. The officials were really generous. After her explanation, the managers relaxed immediately. Management style unchanged. The boss remains the same, and even the potential threats from the boss are gone. With official backing, the resort now seems to be on a smooth path, ready to soar. After clarifying the cooperation with the officials, and since everyone was present, Zhou Ling decided to ask about the resort's affairs. Boss, the school is currently under major construction. It's expected to be ready for use early next year. They've already started recruiting staff for management, teachers, and logistics. Lahonda first reported on the school's situation. This is very important because it concerns the children of the resort staff. Everyone is very interested. All right, you all handle it. But from working with the military, I have a new idea. When young people are strong, the country is strong. Since we already have good learning conditions, the resort should add a martial arts class. Students can practice martial arts every day. We already have a good teacher. Feng Qing won first place in international martial arts competitions, so he would be a great martial arts teacher. In the future, soldiers from the military might come here often to practice. We can also invite soldiers to help train our students. You can work out the details later. This trip left Zhou Ling with a deep impression, not because of the beautiful scenery in the Maldives, but because of all the conflicts. Strength is the most important. The resort built its own school. If they have the resources, they are happy to provide benefits for the staff's children.
Okay, boss.
Later, I will work with my colleagues to improve this plan. Lahonda agreed immediately. His own child is about to start school, elementary and middle school, which means 9 years of education. 9 years. Even if the child isn't very talented, hard work can make up for it. If the child has skills like the boss, he won't have to worry so much. Wang Jian and Lin Ping also nodded repeatedly. Their children are a bit older now and are studying in the city. But next semester, they will definitely transfer to the resort. If their children learn skills that can save their lives, parents will feel more at ease. Especially Lin Ping. Her daughter is small and thin. School violence is serious now, and she worries about her daughter. If her daughter can learn a few moves, she will feel better about her going to high school and college later. Not only the parents of children, but also people like Guo Wei and Jia, who don't have children, are very hopeful about adding martial arts classes at the school. In the future, their children can also enjoy these benefits. Everyone feels a stronger sense of belonging to the resort. After finishing the school matters, Wang Jian reported on the construction of the residential area. He had already reported on this earlier. Now, the main thing to discuss is the progress. Boss, the first phase of the houses will be ready for handover early next year. In a few days, pre-sales will start. The first batch of houses at the resort is next to Huanshe Village. The land that you previously leased has been abandoned. Now, Wang Jian and others have taken it over. According to the plan, a large leisure and residential community will be built there. Although it is in a neighboring village, the roads are well maintained, and it's only a few minutes away, so it's very close. Okay, let me know when you start pre-sales and I'll come to see it. Although Xiaoling owns a house and some land in Hidden Mountain Village, it is still necessary to keep 2 houses in the nearby large residential area for emergencies. Next is the main event for the resort, the opening of the health spa. The preliminary work for the health spa is almost done. It will be ready to open in about a month. Wendy reported on the progress of the health spa. This project took the longest time and cost the most money. They worked very hard to finish it, and it was finally completed recently. Equipment is arriving one after another, just waiting for guests to move in. Guowei made a promotional video of Feng Qing's martial arts, but before promoting it, they need to develop a business plan based on the situation. The health spa mainly focuses on long-term stays for health recovery. Its business model is different from Lingyun Temple and Peach Blossom Land. Lingyun Temple and the resort operate as tourism businesses, and they're doing well. But the health spa is different. It combines leisure and medical care, so the usual methods don't work here. Guowei's promotional video can be used, showing a positive and energetic image. However, the people who stay at the health spa need to be carefully selected. Healthy people don't benefit much from staying there, and the cost of staying is high. This might make some guests worry that the spa isn't as effective as advertised, which could hurt its reputation and development. So, it's better if the guests are those with health problems so the results are clear. But bringing in people with health issues can cause other problems. Wendy knows that Xiaoling's lung cancer has been treated successfully, and the boy Dengbin with leukemia is also in good health. Even Mr. Xie, who was exposed to nuclear radiation, has recovered. But he's not sure if all illnesses can be cured, and selecting the right patients is a big task. How do you want to run the health spa? Share your ideas so everyone can brainstorm. Right now, our resort has many followers. If we open the health spa for bookings, I believe many people will come. However, I want to have a buffer period, not officially open right away. We should start with a trial operation for a while. During this trial, only a small number of patients, about 100 representative cases, will stay. Once we see some initial positive results with this group, we can then gradually increase the number of patients. The wellness center is not a hospital, but its purpose is similar, to help solve patients' health issues. Although Wendy resigned from the hospital, he still tends to think like a doctor when doing things. He knows that the wellness center can help improve people's health, but he is also considering which types of patients it can help, how long they need to stay, and whether external intervention is necessary. Wendy has been in Yinshan Village for nearly a year. While he understands the unique features of the resort, he doesn't have complete or accurate data. He doesn't want to rush into dealing with too many patients without proper preparation. Rushing too quickly would not only harm the resort but also negatively affect the patients staying there. If the wellness center cannot accurately identify its target patient group, it might lose many visitors, which could also impact other projects. Nobody wants that to happen. For patients, coming to the wellness center is full of hope. They expect to improve their health. If the results are not as good as they expect, it could be very discouraging for them. Since their health is already fragile, such setbacks could affect their mood and delay treatment. Therefore, he wants to have some extra time to gather more samples, understand the patient groups and treatment methods, and develop better business strategies. His idea is correct, and he is confident that Lingling will agree with him. However, putting this plan into action will face many challenges. He is just a medical student who has recently graduated, and many tasks require coordination with other departments. Everyone is on the same team. If there are any problems, just speak up. After listening to Wendy's analysis, Xiaoling nodded. She understood his reasoning. The wellness center requires a lot of manpower, resources, and effort, so being cautious is the right approach. The basic infrastructure of the wellness center is ready. The main issue now is sourcing patients with representative health conditions. I have some connections, but they are not enough. I hope everyone can help find different types of patients, preferably influential ones with specific health issues, to prepare for large-scale opening in the future. Although Wendy is a doctor and has some connections for sourcing patients, he still needs assistance from others. His affordable father-in-law can help solve many problems, but there are still other factors to consider. Will the patient be willing to go to a little-known rehabilitation center now? Is the patient willing to spend this money? How well can the rehabilitation center improve the patient's health? He can help select some candidates, but most of the work still depends on everyone else. The others nodded repeatedly, but Guo Wei just smiled. Director Wen, you haven't shifted from a doctor's perspective yet. The resort gets a lot of visitors every day, especially at Lingyun Temple. Most visitors come for health, and many are sick. How could there be a shortage of patients? Apart from not being good at sports, Guo Wei is truly skilled in many areas. His quick thinking reminded one, and he continued to brainstorm. We can directly hold a public recruitment on Lingyun Temple's official website. You want 100 patients, right? To assess their health conditions, right? No problem. Send me what you want, and I'll help you find candidates on the website. Lingyun Temple has a large fan base. There are all kinds of patients. In the end, the initial screening might have a huge number of applicants, and one would need quite some time to select and evaluate their medical records. As for the influence of the patients, he didn't have a clear idea yet. But he thought it wouldn't be a problem. People's eyes aren't blind. If the first group of guests at the rehabilitation center shows good results, it's possible that people will fight over the chance to get in. Hearing Guo Wei's words, Wen suddenly realized he was narrow-minded. The resort wouldn't lack visitors or patients. He remembered the rows of tents when he first visited Lingling's back mountain. Those were for people who wanted to get closer to Lingling's back mountain to improve their health. Not to mention others, Lu Hongda, who was present, had been one of those people. And the young man Deng Bin, who was also a regular there. If Guo Wei's plan to gather patients is successful, it's likely he won't be able to choose from all the patients because there will be so many. All right, let's proceed with that plan. Director Guo, I'll send you the detailed plan after the meeting. Please help follow up on this. Thanks. The problem that was bothering him was solved. Wen thanked Guo Wei. Indeed, many hands make light work. Just by raising the issue, it was already resolved. Thank you for your kindness. Everyone is colleagues, so there's no need to be so polite. Our trial opening is in a month, and I need to finish my promotional video quickly. Feng Qing's influence is quite strong, so once the video is ready, I will also send out messages to recruit patients. More people will sign up then. Guo Wei also shared his plan. Wendy knew that finding influential patients was not easy, but it didn't matter. Feng Qing, the ambassador of their resort, has a lot of influence. Moreover, Feng Qing recently won a top spot in an international competition, which gives him a healthy, positive, and strong influence. However, Guo Wei and Wendy didn't expect that influential patients had already arrived, ready to expose the truth about Lingyun Resort. Hello everyone, I am Yu Yang. A thin man greeted the camera and viewers at the main gate of Lingyun. At everyone's request, I am here to expose the truth about Lingyun Resort. I am now online, and Lingyun is very popular. If you have questions or want to know more, please send your messages to the screen. I will try to help answer. Yu Yang used to be a game streamer with many followers. A year ago, he was diagnosed with a malignant tumor. After surgery and chemotherapy, the cancer came back in less than a year. He chose not to return to his original hospital but looked for various home remedies or doctors recommended by others, hoping for a miracle. His fans were very upset about his situation. Although Yu Yang no longer streamed games, fans still left messages on his account to encourage and support him. Moved by their concern, Yu Yang wanted to document his medical journey. He streamed live every day so fans could see how he was doing. When he felt weak, he would just say hello and go offline. When he was stronger, he would stream longer, sharing whether the home remedies worked or if the doctors recommended by others were helpful. He had been doing this for 2 months. His already thin body was getting even thinner, and his face looked very gaunt and exhausted on camera. Seeing Yu Yang's condition, his fans were very worried. His situation was very similar to that of a cancer-fighting internet celebrity from last year. They also watched that popular online host live every day, greeting everyone. His health was similar to Yu Yang's, visibly growing weaker each day, eventually leading to death. Yu Yang visited many doctors and tried many home remedies, but his condition kept getting worse. Yu Yang's visit to Lingyun Temple was also suggested by his fans. When he arrived at Lingyun Temple, a caring fan spoke up. Yu Yang, because of work, I've only been to Lingyun Temple once, but really, Trust me, it's very helpful. Many people with health problems go there, and they all say it works well. You should try. Other netizens also encouraged him. Yes, I don't know if it will help your illness, but since you're here, give it a try. Maybe it will really help. Other fans also urged Yu Yang not to give up. Getting Yu Yang to come to Lingyun Temple took a lot of effort from his fans. In the past 2 months, Yu Yang visited hospitals in nearby cities, trying many remedies. He was exhausted from all the fuss. Now, he didn't even hope to fully recover, just hoped to survive this year. When his fans first recommended Lingyun Temple, he refused. Later, he couldn't resist their persistence and asked them to help expose the temple's true nature, to prevent others from being deceived, since he believed it wouldn't work. With his family's persuasion, Yu Yang finally agreed to visit Lingyun Temple, but he said this would be his last attempt with home remedies, and he wouldn't keep trying like this. So, Yu Yang's friends and fans hoped this exposure would be effective and not just another failed attempt. Yu Yang nodded, signaling his wife to push his wheelchair. He needed to get a verification code to exchange for incense. Even if the final outcome wasn't what he hoped, Yu Yang wanted to be involved from start to finish, showing his fans the full, honest situation. Although I don't know if Lingyun Temple is truly reputable from other aspects, it's quite good. After taking the high-speed train, there's a direct shuttle bus that's free, and it takes less than half an hour to get there. It's very convenient for people with mobility issues. The wheelchair I used today moved smoothly on and off, with proper facilities. While collecting incense, Yu Yang talked with his fans about how the trip went. Soon, Xiang was brought out. This time, many people came with him. His elderly parents insisted on coming, along with his wife pushing his wheelchair and their young child. The group of 5 was all brought out together. The live streaming equipment was placed right next to the wheelchair, requiring no special setup. After Yu Yang handed Xiang to his family, he and everyone else entered Lingyun Temple. Let me turn the camera so you can see. Lingyun Temple is quite large, with many visitors coming and going. The scenery is nice. If you're just here to relax and tour, this is a good place. Yu Yang turned the camera to show the fans in the live stream the situation at Lingyun Temple. Maybe because he knew he wouldn't have many more chances to talk with his fans, Yu Yang kept his spirits up and interacted with them. Finally, when Yu Yang still had a little energy left, he and his group reached the largest hall. At this moment, the hall was bustling with voices. It wasn't crowded, but it wasn't spacious either. Yu Yang's wife apologized to those around her and pushed Yu Yang toward the center. The family of 5 sincerely lit incense. Yu Yang also got up from his wheelchair and, supported by his wife and parents, knelt down respectfully to pray. If miracles truly exist, he hopes to be lucky enough to encounter one. His elderly parents, his young child, and his fragile wife, if he really were to leave, what would they do? How would they live? He didn't want his parents to suffer the pain of losing their child. He didn't want his daughter to lose her father at such a young age. Would her classmates bully her for not having a dad? When she gets married, without her father's hand to hold her, would her future husband look down on her or mistreat her? His wife has always been sensitive and fragile. If he leaves, can she take care of herself? Would she quietly cry in a lonely corner? Thinking of these things, Yu Yang's heart ached terribly. As the pillar of the family, even knowing that the chance of his illness being cured was almost zero, he still tried everything, hoping for a miracle. Various blood tests and treatments were very uncomfortable. When the illness flared up, every cell in his body screamed with pain. The pain was unbearable. He often couldn't sleep through the night. During those especially painful times, he even thought about giving up. Maybe death would be a relief. But he couldn't bear to leave. He couldn't bear to leave his parents, wife, and child. Although there was some savings at home, his parents were getting old, and their needs would be many. His daughter was still very young and needed a lot of things. She had no father, and if he didn't save money now, she might suffer more than other girls. His wife was a college classmate, and after graduation, she stayed at home full-time. Being away from work for so long, she might find it hard to return to the workplace. Because of these reasons, even when he was sick, he still insisted on live streaming. Partly to thank his fans for their support, but mostly to earn money. If his illness couldn't be cured, he wanted to leave money for his family so they wouldn't live in poverty after he was gone. At this moment, kneeling on a mat, Yu Yang's tears involuntarily fell from the corner of his eye. If there really is a spirit, please, heaven, have mercy and don't let him leave like this. At this moment, a nearby worshipper looked at Yu Yang's sad family and sighed. He was young, sitting in a wheelchair, with a face so thin there was hardly any flesh left. Everyone could tell what was happening. "Hey, young man, the ground is dirty. Get up quickly. As long as your heart is sincere, there's no need to kneel. Maybe there will be a change," an elderly man nearby, deeply touched, advised him. He had lived over 80 years and still didn't want to leave this world, so it was even harder to see such a young man suffering. The elderly man speaking was also in a wheelchair, pushed by his daughter. His complexion was slightly better than Yu Yang's, but his face showed he was seriously ill. This man was Mr. Ma from Shanghai. Mr. Ma had pancreatic cancer and was debating whether to undergo chemotherapy when a special fruit called Peach of the Peach Blossom Land suddenly appeared. The delicious peaches, with their unique effects, made him fall in love with them. He also used great favors and paid a high price to get a peach called Spirit Peach, which was so extraordinary it could be called divine, like the peaches of the Queen Mother of the West. After eating the Spirit Peach for a few days, Mr. Ma clearly felt the damage from surgery was healing. When they couldn't buy more peaches, his family discussed it for a long time and finally decided to take him to see where the Spirit Peach was produced. Mr. Ma and his daughter, Molly, had come today to the hidden mountain village. Originally, I wanted to go straight to Peach Blossom Spring to see if there were any leftover peaches, but now not even a peach hair is visible. The place is full of tourists immersed in dramatic scenes. Old Mr. Ma wanted to join in and enjoy the feeling of having 3,000 beauties in the harem, but unfortunately, his health was too weak, and his family didn't agree. So, he tearfully said goodbye to Peach Blossom Spring and turned to Lingyun Temple. Lingyun Temple worships the Medicine King, hoping to cure his illness. Although old Mr. Ma also has a malignant tumor, his mindset is much better than that of young Yu Yang. All thanks to the function of spiritual peach. He believes that producing a peach like a fairy's spiritual peach for the Medicine King's shrine at Lingyun Temple is also impressive. Maybe the old man will have a chance to rekindle old friendships with the square dance ladies, and he might even get to see the 3,000 beauties of Peach Blossom Spring. So, at this moment, he is also comforted by Yu Yang. Yu Yang was helped by his family to sit in a wheelchair, wiped away tears from his eyes, and said to old Mr. Ma, "Sorry, I lost my composure just now." After saying this, Yu Yang felt shy about facing the live broadcast camera again. "My emotions got the better of me earlier, and I worried everyone." Old Mr. Ma carefully looked at Yu Yang, then at the live streaming equipment beside his wheelchair, as if recognizing him. "Oh, you're that gaming expert Yu Yang, right? Before I got sick, I was a big fan of yours. I didn't expect you to be here too." When old Mr. Ma was healthy, he led a lively life, dancing in the square at night and playing games during the day. He liked Yu Yang, the game streamer, very much. He had heard that Yu Yang stopped streaming PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds because of his illness and felt regretful for a long time. Later, he also got sick himself, so he didn't pay much attention. But now, he was surprised to meet him here. Old Mr. Ma then pulled Yu Yang aside to whisper, "That's how it is. My child worked very hard to get this news. Tomorrow, they will announce it. Prepare your case, and once the news is out, we'll sign up." Old Mr. Ma and Yu Yang were talking about the selection event for patients at the rehabilitation center. Because of the spiritual peach, he had high hopes for the rehab center at the resort. He heard that only the first batch would accept 100 people and they wouldn't miss this chance. No one knows how long it will take for large-scale release of spots. Others are waiting, but these patients with cancer cannot wait. They need help as soon as possible. Yu Yang doesn't want to believe such things. He has never tasted the spiritual peach mentioned by his father, nor has he ever eaten peaches from Peach Blossom Land. Just hearing old man Ma's words isn't enough to make him decide. After listening to his fans, Yu Yang and his family stayed all day in the smoky main hall of Lingyun Temple. In the evening, they rented a guest house in Inshan village to visit Peach Blossom Land the next day. The effect was so immediate that when Yu Yang woke up the next morning, the insomnia that usually troubled him the night before was gone. He didn't wake up from pain in the middle of the night either. For the first time in a while, he had a good sleep. "Husband, today we will go to Lingyun Temple again. We should go early. Maybe your illness still is hope," his wife said excitedly, holding his hand. She has been taking care of Yu Yang and knows his condition very well. Recently, Yu Yang's sleep at night has been getting worse. He spends more and more time in pain each day. Quiet sleep like last night is very rare now. Seeing such a sudden improvement, she believes it must be because they prayed at Lingyun Temple yesterday. She is eager to go back with Yu Yang to see if her guess is correct. If it is true. Also, about the old man's suggestion to sign up for the health retreat, we should do that too. I need to get the paper medical records. The electronic version isn't enough. I will go back and get the physical files. Yu Yang's wife was so excited she was rambling and hurriedly packed her things to leave. "Honey, no rush. The announcement hasn't been made yet. I have the old man's phone number from yesterday. Since he has inside information, he probably knows more. I'll ask him what documents are needed." Yu Yang comforted his wife. He knew she was excited, and he felt the same way. He was not calm either. After such a long treatment, trying all kinds of remedies and famous hospitals, nothing had ever worked as quickly as this. The next day, he saw results. Maybe the health retreat at the resort won't cure his illness completely, but it is a hope, a chance to start over. He wants to seize this opportunity more than anyone else. After contacting the old man from yesterday, Yu Yang reassured his wife that he was always ready to go home. Old man Ma said to register online first, upload the medical records for an initial screening. Then the nursing home will do further checks on the selected candidates. They only trust their own test results, so there's no need to go back for the medical records. Is it that strict? Even though it's a nursing home, it has some hospital features, but it's not a real hospital. It's more of a profit-making place. Such high standards and many requirements. Will anyone come? This morning, Yu Yang's older brother, Yu Hai, who had just arrived, was surprised to hear Yu Yang's words. Why are there so many rules for a resort that is supposed to be open for business? There's a preliminary screening, then a detailed check, and finally, personal testing. It doesn't seem like a regular health checkup service. Maybe it's a health exam company transforming itself? Yu Yang didn't answer Yu Hai. Whether people will come depends on time to prove. Right now, his main task is to register quickly and secure this verification opportunity. "Wendy, there are really so many people signing up." In the office, Li Jing looked at the summarized report and said with some emotion, "Today was only the first morning of registration, and they had already received over 1,000 medical records. By the deadline, they probably would have tens of thousands. That's a lot of work." Of course, the nursing home staff was quite large, so initial screening of the records could be done quickly. She was just surprised. Before the nursing home even opened, so many interested patients had already signed up. Once it's fully developed, the scale will be enormous. It's quite a lot, especially since only certain diseases are allowed now. If everything was open, even more people would sign up. We should first select common and representative conditions and put others aside for now. Wendy was also looking at the records. Even with his medical background and years working in hospitals, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of cases and the variety of illnesses. There were all kinds of conditions, some patients with unexplained symptoms. He was happy about the diversity of cases, but also saddened by how many people were ill. He felt a mix of emotions. "Wendy, do you think the people my dad recommended earlier can be selected? Their conditions aren't life-threatening, but they tend to recur. Should we let them try?" Li Jing handed Wendy the medical records her father had brought. Although these patients had also signed up online, her father still asked her to bring these records, which showed his intention clearly. They are all similar cases. It's enough to select one, and the others can wait. Let's first check the details of the rehabilitation center. Wendy kept one copy of the case file, but did not keep the others. Since the first batch of spots was limited and the same illness didn't require many selections, a few references were enough. Did Guowei send over the medical records? Does his family also have patients applying? Wendy looked at the email from Guowei, which was a medical record. He hadn't looked at it carefully yet when Guowei called. Wendy, pay attention to this case. You wanted patients with strong influence before, right? This patient is very influential, but his illness is serious. I'll tell you the details and you can decide. Guowei briefly explained Yu Yang's situation to Wendy. He didn't interfere much with the specifics. Whether to select this internet celebrity was up to Wendy. Let me see. Who is he? Ah, Yu Yang. I know him. A girl from my dorm used to like him and often watched his game streams. I didn't expect him to be so seriously ill. Li Jing listened nearby, curious, and checked out the patient. She actually knew this person. His influence isn't low, but it's late-stage malignant tumor. Would coming here help? Wendy, maybe we shouldn't choose him. If he unfortunately passes away here, his large fan base could affect our rehabilitation center. Li Jing shared her thoughts. Having a public figure could quickly promote the center, but it could also bring trouble. Since the center just started, she preferred not to choose Yu Yang. I'll think about this more. Xiao Jing, follow our previous plan for screening. I need to talk to Ling Ling. Wendy briefly instructed his girlfriend, and then took his laptop to find Xiao Ling. Although he knew Ling Ling had cured her lung cancer, he wondered how she did it. Could this method be replicated on others? He had some guesses, but he still wanted to confirm with Ling Ling. At Xiao Ling's home in the living room. Malignant tumor? Game streamer? Xiao Ling read the medical record Wendy sent while listening to his explanation of Yu Yang's situation. Vinda asked Zheng solemnly about Xiao Ling. He didn't know how Ling Ling's illness was cured, but it was clear that this place could help treat cancer patients. However, cancer patients are different. Ling Ling's lung cancer was early stage. Would this treatment work for someone like Yang, who has late-stage cancer? The conditions are different. Ling Ling has lung cancer, while Yang has cancer. Can the same treatment work for both? Most importantly, did Ling Ling take any special substances to improve her health? Are those special substances available in large enough quantities? Can the resort supply them? He needed to confirm all these questions with Ling Ling. It should be possible to treat cancer patients here, but I can't guarantee it will definitely work. Everyone's situation is different, and I don't have many examples to refer to. The authorities already knew about some unusual aspects of the resort. They even investigated her lung cancer recovery. There was no need to hide that the resort could help improve health. But her case isn't typical. To understand the resort's true effectiveness, more examples are needed. The resort has been irrigated with gourd water for some time. Because of its special nature, Xiao Ling had asked the resort to take care of her. The spiritual energy there isn't as strong as in the back mountain, but it's still enough to help improve a person's health. Whether it can help late-stage cancer patients still needs to be tested in real cases. Deng Bin and Xia Yuan also needed to use other methods to recover so quickly. Late-stage cancer patients might not have enough time to wait for the resort to work. Thinking of this, Xiao Ling continued. During the trial opening, I will give you a jar of peach blossom wine and a jar of honey. For severe patients, they can take a small amount to see the effect, but not too much, just a little to try. The peach blossom wine is made from petals from peach blossom land, and the honey is also from there. While it may not be as effective as the peach blossoms from the back mountain, its quality is better than last year's peach blossom wine. It should be helpful for cancer patients, but how much depends on each patient's condition. It's understandable that only a small amount of peach blossom wine and honey can be taken. The resort's peach blossoms are limited. Besides making wine, they also produce peach blossom sachets and other items. Each year, only a limited amount of peach blossom wine and honey can be obtained. If large quantities are needed to help cancer patients recover, then there is little point in the rehabilitation center accepting such patients. Wendy nodded, probably understanding the situation. Then it's not good to include Yu Yang in the resort now. It's a pity. He might not wait until our trial opening ends. Wendy regretfully removed Yu Yang's name. As a popular online influencer with millions of followers, It's not suitable for him to broadcast the resort situation to the public before the effectiveness is confirmed. Since cancer remains a difficult problem that the world has not yet solved, accepting such patients makes the resort vulnerable to criticism. Although the resort is now confident and not afraid of outside attacks, there's no need to invite trouble unnecessarily.
Why?
Why was I rejected? Yu Yang asked painfully after receiving the resort's reply. He heard from old Ma that the resort preferred influential patients. He thought his large fan base would help him get in. He and his family had been at Lingyun Temple all day. He clearly felt that Lingyun Temple was different. So, he was hopeful about getting a spot at the resort, hoping for a miracle. But in the end, he was rejected. Looking at the message from customer service, telling him to wait until the trial opening was over before applying again, he wondered if there might be future opportunities. But does he have a future? The resort's trial period would last at least 3 months. He knew his health well, he wouldn't survive that long. Missing this chance meant only death. Yu Yang, don't worry. We'll think of another way. I have a friend working at the resort who's influential. I'll ask him to help inquire. Yes, don't worry. Did they say why you were rejected? We can analyze it. A relative of mine has a friend who also has cancer. I heard the resort chose him this time. I'll ask my relative's friend to find out more. Yu Yang, the resort probably saw your large fan base and was afraid of being exposed for false advertising. They're nervous and didn't want to choose you, or it could have been a live broadcast mishap. That's very possible. Yu Yang, if they don't pick you, we're not interested in them anyway. Maybe we should try other remedies. I heard there is a very effective method. Fans are busy trying to help Yu Yang. Some are trying to find connections to get him into a rehab center. Others want him to leave the resort and think of other solutions. A lot of messages are displayed on the screen. Usually, Yu Yang might interact with fans and discuss options, but right now he doesn't feel like it. He has finally seen a small glimmer of hope and doesn't want it to be lost. Thinking about old man Ma from yesterday, Yu Yang asked his wife to push him into the next room. Yu Yang, you're giving me a big problem, but since I am your fan, I will ask around for help. Old man Ma naturally got a spot for the trial opening of the rehab center. His pancreatic cancer sounds scary, but it was caught early, and he is in the early stage. He had surgery and is recovering well. This situation is quite typical. Although society is progressing, cancer treatments haven't improved much. Many cancer patients, even after surgery and chemotherapy or radiation, still experience recurrence. Especially older people who have a higher chance of relapse than younger ones. One wants to see if the rehab center can help prevent this. The most frightening part of cancer is the uncontrolled spread of cancer cells, which can transfer to other organs. If the rehab center can control this, it could be a hope for patients with cancers that can be surgically removed. That's why Old Man Ma was chosen for the trial opening, even without special connections. Having no connections doesn't mean he has none. Old Man Ma isn't very powerful himself, but he has many talented grandchildren. Through connections, Yu Yang's medical records reached Xiaoling and went again. People helping to speak for him include Luo Yuansheng, who made a lot of money helping Xiaoling a few months ago, Jia, the finance director, who is related to fans, and the well-connected teacher Guowei. With so many people helping, Xiaoling and Wen gathered again to discuss. In the end, they agreed to give Yu Yang a spot for the rehab center's trial opening. But the spot wasn't given randomly. At this moment in the office, besides Wen and Xiaoling, Yu Yang and his wife are also there. Boss Xiao, Director Wen, I know it's not right to rely on connections everywhere, but I really don't have time to wait for the rehab center's trial to end. Please give me this chance. Before Xiaoling and Wendy could speak, Yu Yang apologized first. He knew that trying to use connections everywhere was not good and could easily offend others. But he didn't have much time. Missing this chance might mean there would be no future opportunity. So, even knowing that this behavior was not proper, he used every possible way to ask for help, just to get a trial operation spot. Mr. Yu, the reason for having a trial period at the health retreat is to improve management and service before officially opening, and to identify the right customer group to serve better. You know your condition well, and there's always a risk it could worsen. The retreat isn't a real hospital, So if something sudden happens, we're worried it might not be able to help you properly. That's why we previously excluded you. Everyone was already here, and Wendy didn't let go of the issue of using connections. In China, personal relationships are very important. Asking for help from friends is common. Wendy first explained why Yu Yang was excluded, then added, "Moreover, you have a large fan base, and your illness isn't minor. If something unexpected happens, the retreat could easily become a target for online criticism." Yu Yang nodded in understanding. "I understand, Director Wendy. If that's the case, I can explain to my fans in advance. No matter what the final result is, I will make sure they don't cause trouble." Yu Yang knew what Wendy was worried about. If the retreat's treatment was ineffective or if he suddenly passed away there, it would cause big problems for the retreat. He kept promising. But what good are promises? What people say online is unpredictable. Can Yu Yang really control what others will say? "Mr. Yu, let me be straightforward. Since you're trying to get a trial spot through connections, we can agree, but with some conditions. If you accept, prepare for the stay. If not, unfortunately, we can't work together further." The retreat had many things going on recently, and Wendy didn't have time to waste. He directly stated his requirements. First, inform your fans that your stay at the retreat is just for health adjustment. The retreat does not cure diseases. Please don't confuse its purpose. If you're sick, go to a hospital. A sanatorium cannot directly cure diseases. It is only responsible for helping the body recover. If someone expects the sanatorium to completely cure their illness, I'm sorry, but please seek help elsewhere. The sanatorium does not have that ability and cannot make such promises. The promotion of the sanatorium has always focused on health improvement and body relaxation, not on curing diseases. However, most fans in the resort's fan group believe that the sanatorium can cure all illnesses, and they spread this idea as if it were a miracle. This time, Wendy also wants to clarify the true effects of the sanatorium to the public through Yu Yang. While the sanatorium can help improve health, perhaps by strengthening the body and boosting the immune system, it cannot quickly or directly cure diseases. It does not have the power to cure all illnesses. We hope everyone understands this clearly. After mentioning the first point, Wendy didn't care about Yu Yang's reaction. While the sanatorium can help improve health, perhaps by strengthening the body and boosting the immune system, it cannot quickly or directly cure diseases. It does not have the power to cure all illness. But since the sanatorium is a public place, please don't do live broadcasts that disturb others. Third, since you chose to stay at the sanatorium, please enjoy the services peacefully before leaving. Don't try any home remedies or alternative treatments. If you have better options, we won't stop you. But while at the sanatorium, please follow the rules. Yu Yang has a history of breaking rules. Wendy looked through his previous live videos and saw he was quite reckless. Yes, some folk remedies can be effective, but only if they target the right problem. Many medicines don't work immediately. Yu Yang tried a folk remedy and didn't see results, so he immediately switched to another. How can that be a proper way to treat an illness? Even if there's no illness, improper treatment can cause problems. Wendy didn't say much about other details. For now, these 3 points are enough. If Yu Yang can follow them, we can discuss other matters. If not, there's no need to waste words. No problem, Director Wendy, Boss Chiao. Whatever the outcome, thank you for giving me this chance, Yu Yang replied quickly without much thought. Today is his 3rd day at the resort. After experiencing the effects of Lingyun Temple, he mostly stayed there, aside from asking connections for help. He listened to many fans praising Lingyun Temple and, combined with his own experience, realized its special qualities. He became more hopeful about the healing center's effectiveness. At this moment, even if it meant risking danger, he was willing to do anything that could help his condition. He decided not to do live broadcasts. Although this would reduce his income, compared to getting a spot at the healing center's trial operation, it was acceptable. He could endure stopping live streams for earning money, so other sacrifices were even easier to accept. Wendy handled the arrangements, and Xiaoling didn't interfere much. The trial operation of the healing center accepted patients like Yu Yang, despite some issues. However, it was undeniable that he would bring many benefits to the center. Although the authorities didn't require her to do more, Xiaoling was very conscious. She believed she shouldn't focus only on profit but also give back to society. When the healing center officially opened, it could serve 10,000 people at the same time. After discussions with department leaders, Xiaoling decided to allocate half of the spots to give back to society. When fully operational, they would open a charity platform. All resort members could have an equal chance to get a spot for treatment, paying only the cost price. The prices would be affordable, not just for the wealthy. The remaining half of the spots would be for high-end clients. As for the healing center's effectiveness, of course, it was no joke. Do people really think the small gourd is just for show? With daily nurturing, the spiritual energy concentration at the resort would only increase. Living here would definitely be effective. The only concern was how long the effects would last. Yuyang was chosen by Wendy and Xiaoling to introduce the healing center to the public. Every day, he posted videos showing his progress, allowing many netizens to see his condition improve. This was the most convincing way to persuade the public. The selection process for the trial residents was still in full swing. Besides Yuyang, Xiaoling paid little attention. She was now helping a few sisters choose rooms. The sales office was very close to the resort. Early in the morning, the sisters dressed beautifully and drove there. Lingling, if possible in the future, you should get some horse-drawn carriages or sedan chairs. The Peach Blossom Spring has an ancient, rustic style. Using shuttle buses or cars as transportation doesn't match the vibe, Yang Xinran suggested, dressed in a traditional ancient-style dress, holding a fan, sitting in the passenger seat beside Xiaoling. Travelers usually don't rush when they visit, so the resort can fully develop into a traditional-style vacation spot. Not to mention Peach Blossom Land, which is already full of traditional-themed drama activities. Lingyun Temple also fits well with the traditional style. The people at the health retreat mainly come to relax and take care of their health. During their leisure time, they can wear beautiful hanfu to make themselves happy. When their mood improves, their health naturally gets better, right? Don't worry, the resort is gradually developing in this direction. Hidden Mountain Village still has several thousand acres of land available, and we plan to build a traditional-style small town. Just wait and see. While speaking, Xiaoling parked the car and led a few people to the sales office. There's a plan now? That's good. It seems buying a house here is a must. Lingling, you have to give us an internal discount, Yang Xinran joked with a smile. She had already planned to buy a house from Xiaoling before, and after having fun at the resort, her decision to buy here became even firmer. The air quality is good, the scenery is beautiful, the people are lovely, and it's very fun. Such a place is perfect for relaxing and vacationing. Next to them, Huang Shasha and Ding Shirlan nodded in agreement. These days, the resort had completely won them over. Ding Shirlan no longer planned to buy a house back in her hometown. She wanted to buy a property here to rent out. Maybe in the future, the rental income would be higher than her salary. Huang Shasha, in addition to having fun these days, also started thinking about her future career. She wanted to buy a house and a shop. The overall style of Lingyun Resort leans towards traditional Chinese. She plans to open a traditional pastry shop, combining it with popular online live streaming to show the process of making traditional delicacies to everyone. Before her parents passed away, Huang Shasha was in the pastry business herself. She loved working with those ingredients. Unfortunately, her parents died early, and she was raised by relatives. Although her relatives weren't overly strict, as a child living under someone else's roof, she had to be more sensible and couldn't pursue her hobbies freely. After graduating from university and facing the pressures of employment and life, she rarely had the chance to work on those things again. Now, having earned some unexpected money, Huang Shasha no longer felt financial pressure. She wanted to fulfill her childhood dream and do what she loved. The four sisters planned to buy houses close to each other. After some thought, they finally chose the floor and layout they wanted. As the big boss, Xiaoling didn't need to worry much about buying a house. She simply instructed the sales lady, and everything was arranged. The rest was naturally taken care of by others. While Yang Xinran and others were paying and submitting documents, Xiaoling carefully observed the sales office. At this time, many people were in the sales office, mostly staff from the resort and villagers from Inshan village. There were also quite a few tourists and fans coming to watch the scene. Guowei's aunt-in-law and her family were planning how to buy a house. Their family was not short of money. Besides their own house, they wanted to buy 2 more to increase their value. However, the resort had introduced restrictions. They were discussing together to see if there was a way to buy 2 more houses. Zhao Si and Xiao Mei were also choosing a wedding house hand in hand. Zhao Si's family owned a small supermarket and a small inn in Inshan village. He thought buying 1 house was enough. But Xiao Mei wanted to use her quota before marriage. She planned to buy a house first. The staff discount was very low, so she could buy a house cheaply. Whether she rented it out later or sold it at a high price, it would be a good choice. Grandma Lu and her husband were also choosing houses. Although she had staff dormitories, they were not her own house. Now that she had a chance, she naturally wouldn't miss it. Xie Dazue and Zhou Chunhua from Inshan village also planned to look at houses together. Renmin, Molly, and other wealthy women were happily choosing houses. Feng Qing, Yuran, and others were also selecting with their families. Even Yu Yang, who just got a spot for the nursing home trial operation, was in a good mood to choose a house with his family. Everyone who knew about the resort was full of confidence. Investing in real estate here, or living here, was definitely a profitable deal. Many people at the resort were busy choosing houses and feeling conflicted. Meanwhile, Kong Xian was also troubled about selecting staff for the resort. Kong Xian was the armed forces minister, with many subordinates. 40 spots should have been easy to fill. But unexpectedly, when he gathered people, those he selected were unwilling. Minister, just protecting 1 person, is it too much to ask us to go? People in the army spoke very straightforwardly. Qian Jin said whatever was on his mind. In his view, protecting just 1 person was a simple task. With so many colleagues present, 1 team leader could handle it. There was no need for everyone to go. Wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time? It's important to note that among the 40 people present, each one could handle things independently. When these 40 people gathered, it looked like a major security incident had occurred. Protecting a resort owner is really overthinking things. Qian Jin looked at Kong Xian's serious face and secretly wondered why the target was so special that so many people were needed. Overreacting? Do you know how much effort I put in to let a few more people go? You guys are ungrateful. Come on, follow me to the playground. Kong Xian looked at this group of ungrateful kids and clenched his teeth silently. If he didn't want them to be more skilled and have a better chance of survival, would he need to go through all this trouble? Overreacting? Actually, he was the one making a big deal out of it. If the situation allowed, he would have all his subordinates go to the resort for training. Qian Jin and his team watched as the leader led the way to the playground, feeling confused. Weren't they just discussing the protection team? Why go to the playground now? But in the army, obeying orders is deeply ingrained. Qian Jin wasn't refusing to listen. He was just sharing his opinion. Now that the leader ordered them to the playground, even if they found it strange, they still followed. Xianghua, let's go. I'll push you. Qian Jin pushed his thin and fragile friend toward the playground. This was the second reason Qian Jin couldn't understand Kong Xian's plan. Xianghua was very capable and talented. He had previously gone undercover to catch a major drug trafficking gang, and Qian Jin had no doubt about his friend's ability. But now they needed to protect the target. Xianghua's health had completely collapsed after that big case. He could barely move without a wheelchair. How could he protect others? Even as a behind-the-scenes strategist, Xianghua's current condition made it impossible. Qian Jin couldn't understand what the leader was trying to do. Not only Qian Jin, but Xianghua in the wheelchair also couldn't understand. He was useless now. How could he go on missions? What was the leader trying to accomplish by calling him back? Others also felt confused, speculating about the mission. This target is very important? Involved in many things? Probably not. A friend of mine lives nearby, and I haven't heard of any big cases recently. I heard it has something to do with that country, the one that's causing trouble again. It's definitely not them. With their timid attitude, daring to cause trouble, their leaders probably want to avoid being overthrown. A rebellious person confidently denies the previous guess and then shares his own idea. I think it's related to the cross-strait issues. The great task of national reunification is destined to be completed by us. No wonder the rebellious person, He Yuan, thinks this way. With such a big fuss from the minister, he can only think of this matter. Otherwise, why would they all gather together? A few people around He Yuan nod in agreement. It's possible solving the cross-strait problem is necessary. But many others don't agree. If it's really about the issue He Yuan mentioned, the people involved wouldn't be just them. Right now, they are quite a few, and they are capable. Each has achievements in their own field. But if you look carefully, you'll see that everyone here is young. They're not very old. They admit that the younger generation is pushing forward, but they don't think all the older folks should be pushed aside. There must be other reasons for calling them together. While everyone was thinking, they arrived at the sports field. Kong Xian had someone place a wheelchair at the front. Now, everyone is even more confused. Why bring a wheelchair? Is the person they need to protect also in a wheelchair? Is Xian Hua brought here to get closer to the target person? But that doesn't seem right either. They're not undercover agents. Just clearly explaining the purpose would be enough. There's no need for all this. They just can't figure it out. It's really puzzling. The leader is truly a leader. Their way of thinking is beyond what they can follow. Don't make a big deal out of it, okay? Look at that wheelchair over there. And my iron ball here. I won't make things difficult for you. If anyone can shoot and move the wheelchair from 20 meters away, this mission is cancelled. Kong Xian isn't making things hard for his team. 100 meters is too far. 20 meters is manageable. If they can do that, it's already impressive. With such skills, he doesn't need to worry about their safety. Minister, who do you look down on? 20 meters isn't hard. I can do even more than that. The rebellious person, Qianjin, thought the minister would set a difficult challenge. But this? Isn't that insulting their team of elite soldiers? Throwing a bead 20 meters onto a wheelchair is difficult for ordinary people, but for this trained group, it's nothing special. Qianjin, did the minister mean to say bounce? Xiang Hua, sitting close to Qianjin, gently reminded him with some doubt. Bounce? Is it really what he imagined? Xiang Hua stroked his wheelchair. Over the year, he had sat in different wheelchairs. Some were lighter than others, but even the lightest still weighed dozens of pounds. A metal bead hitting a target 20 meters away is already quite difficult. Thinking about bouncing? Is he too out of practice, or is the minister dreaming? Clearly, it's not Xiang Hua who is out of date. Qianjin's voice came from above, full of disbelief. Bounce? Minister, are you talking about bouncing wheelchairs? If you want us all to do it, just say so. Don't set impossible tasks to embarrass us. In the army all these years, he had met many strong comrades. But no matter how strong, they couldn't be that strong. Does the minister think they are like the legendary hero Xiangyu? Qianjin was speechless. He thought the minister was kindly letting them go, but it turned out to be a game of words. Others whispered and openly spoke badly about Kong Xian. The fake inspection department hasn't been doing well lately. Minister Kong must have drunk a few pounds of fake wine to say such things. It seems staying in the office isn't good. Minister Kang's brain is rusted. Kong Xian listened to these capable subordinates gossip with a dark expression. The kids have gotten bold, daring to talk about him like that. They really think he, the great Kong, is just a nickname. There's only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Little brat, just wait for him. Everyone, run 20 laps around the track. Kong Xian suddenly ordered loudly. The great King Kong immediately responded. It's been a while since these kids trained, and he's not going to pretend to be a saint. They dared to say he's old to his face. If he doesn't teach them a lesson, they'll think he's old. Minister, 20 laps? This track isn't like the old one. 20 laps, that's deadly. Qianjin questioned. The place they are in now is the headquarters of the armed forces, where the track is big enough for a concert. Running 20 laps sounds terrifying. Shut up. Do what I say. Have you forgotten military discipline? One more word, and you run an extra lap. Kong Xian remained calm, knowing that everyone in the team was capable because they all came from the military. 20 laps might be many, but it was still a doable task. Minister, is Xiang Hua also going to run? Yuan asked while looking at Xiang Hua in the wheelchair. What did I just say? Everyone has to do it. Am I old? Or do you all have bad memories? 21 laps. Start running now. Yuan wanted to ask more, but Qianjin pulled him back. If he asked again, it wouldn't be about just 21 laps anymore. Xiang Hua was too weak to run, so they pushed him in the wheelchair while the others ran. Besides Xiang Hua, the other 39 people were quite skilled. Each person ran less than a lap, so it wasn't a big problem. So, 40 people were like soldiers again, forced to run as punishment. Seeing everyone maintain the discipline of their military days, Kong Xian nodded with approval. This was the kind of good talent he needed. All 40 had been carefully selected by him. They had performed excellently in the military, assigned to different roles, and made great contributions. Especially Xiang Hua, who had caught major drug trafficking gangs and destroyed many drug labs, an incredible achievement. But even such a good young man was deliberately injected with dangerous drugs by drug lords. To avoid being exposed, Xiang Hua had to keep injecting drugs inside the drug den. When the case was finally solved, Xiang Hua was badly affected by the drugs, and his health was failing. He then went through strict detoxification, and it looked like he would finally kick the addiction. But unexpectedly, his body collapsed completely. When the drug craving hit, if he didn't inject drugs, he could die instantly. There was no choice but to find ways to treat Xiang Hua's failing body while controlling his drug intake, just to prevent him from having seizures or losing his life due to withdrawal. Now, Xiang Hua didn't even dare to appear in front of his wife and daughter. The hero of the drug bust lived only in their memories. He didn't want his loved ones to see how weak and broken he had become. As Xiang Hua's former leader, Kong Xian had advised him many times. But Xiang Hua was stubborn, just like he refused to let go of the big drug lord, even if it meant risking everything. He gritted his teeth and completed his mission. Now he was doing the same. To keep the image of a hero alive for his wife and daughter and for the public, Xiang Hua was like an invisible person, hidden away in the military. Heart problems still need heart medicine. Xiang Hua's situation is both simple and complicated. His drug addiction has not been fully cured, mainly because his body functions are weak. If his health improves, completely quitting drugs would not be difficult for someone like Xiang Hua, who has strong mental strength. Even though Xiang Hua can endure not injecting drugs, he almost lost his life because of it. So he has not yet managed to get rid of that harmful thing. Kong Xian has worried a lot about Xiang Hua. Now, continuing to use drugs is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It will gradually damage Xiang Hua's body and eventually lead to death. This great contributor should be enjoying the glory of his hard work, but instead, he is tortured by drugs, and Kong Xian's heart aches deeply. Fortunately, there is hope now. His good friend Xie Yuan recovered from radiation sickness, so Xiang Hua's health can also improve. Taking this chance, Kong Xian called Xiang Hua to join him at a vacation resort to rest and recover. Xiang Hua, look at Lao Kong, sometimes worried, sometimes happy. Maybe he's going through menopause. Qianjin, who is strong and healthy, pushes Xiang Hua's wheelchair. Seeing Xiang Hua feeling down, he tries to distract him. Don't say that about Captain Kong. We don't know why he called us together this time, but he only wishes us well. In the army, Kong Xian was strict with everyone, but it was all for their good. Xiang Hua thinks that if he had been more careful and skilled when he was in the dangerous environment, he might not be in his current state now. Not bad, your skills haven't fallen behind. But compared to when you were in the army, you've lost a lot. Only with a strong body and agile skills can you go further. Kong Xian looks at the exhausted crowd and speaks loudly. Don't think I'm making things hard for you. Before, I asked you to move a wheelchair with iron balls from 20 meters away. You thought it was impossible, but I tell you, some people can do it very well. Don't believe it? Come with me to the office. Seeing the doubtful looks of the young ones, Kong Xian waves his hand and leads the way to the office. After running 20 laps, everyone is exhausted and no longer interested in talking. They look like defeated soldiers, tired and disheartened, following Kong Xian behind. Kong Xian returned to his office, turned on the projector, and displayed the video sent by Zhou Zheng. Did you see that? Two ships came close, about 100 meters apart, and someone in a wheelchair fell into the sea along with a person. There are surveillance cameras on the ship, and Zhou Zheng had already sent the video to Kong Xian. It was this video that made Kong Xian the first to team up with Xiaoling. He didn't care about any abnormalities Xiaoling might have, as long as his soldiers could improve their skills, so they could better protect themselves and fight criminals during missions. Boss, did someone on our ship do this? Did they use any advanced technology? Tianjin stared hard at the video on the projector. His tone changed. All he wanted was an answer. Are there really such powerful people in the world? Could it be that the person's break failed, and they fell by themselves?
He Yuan also didn't believe it.
He thought that even if he couldn't beat everyone in the world, he wouldn't be so clueless. How could such a person with such skills exist?
He wouldn't even dare to boast like that.
Do I look like someone who jokes about this? I'm not bothering to make you all guess. The target person you're supposed to protect this time is the one who made the move. Protection is just a cover. In fact, it's to help you learn skills. You have 3 months. First, learn for 3 months. After that, you must reach her level of 3-tier martial arts. Kong Xian built up the suspense, clearly explaining the mission. After hearing Kong Xian's words, Tianjin felt both excited and nervous. He was excited that the country still had such talented fighters. The military always respects strong people. Since the target is so impressive, he naturally wanted to learn a few moves. But he also felt something was off. If the target really was as powerful as Kong Xian said, would 3 months be enough? Their foundation wasn't as extraordinary as Kong Xian thought. Although he said that, Tianjin, He Yuan, and the others completely lost their resistance. They honestly accepted Kong Xian's plan and happily prepared for 3 months of training. Xiang Hua didn't go out with Tianjin and the others. Minister, since it's not a mission, do I still need to go? Xiang Hua also knew his situation. Besides his broken body, his drug addiction was like a ticking bomb in his mind. It was better not to go out and embarrass himself, so others wouldn't look down on our soldiers. Xiang Hua, you go. Even if the others refuse to go, you must go. Kong Xian firmly refused Xiang Hua's request. He was counting on Xiang Hua to use this chance to start over. How could he not go? His team was very clever. Originally, Kong Xian didn't want to reveal too much, but seeing Xiang Hua's expression, it was clear he wouldn't go without knowing the full story. So, Kong Xian explained the situation at Lingyun Resort. That's how it is. You must go. First, take care of your health, completely get rid of the toxins, then practice your skills and return to society, family, and work. Xiang Hua was surprised to hear this. He looked shocked and a little unbelieving. Is there really such a place? Does it really work? Can it solve my problems? Minister. Kong Xian isn't a very emotional person, but hearing Xiang Hua's slightly tearful voice, his eyes reddened a little. Xiang Hua was really going through a lot. He took a deep breath and answered seriously, Yes, don't worry. My good friend, Professor Xie Yuan, you know him, right? He was exposed to nuclear radiation before, and his health was worse than yours. Now he's back to work and shining. Your situation is better than his, so it will be fine. As long as your physical health improves, everything else will be easy. Seeing Xiang Hua so excited, Kong Xian secretly thought that at worst, he could be shameless and buy some good things from Boss Chiao to help Xiang Hua recover. Thinking about the different Lingyun resort, and because he had other matters to handle, Kong Xian couldn't go with him this time. He pulled Xiang Hua aside, gave him an important task, and asked him to take good care of the 40-person team. The team was efficient and quick. The day before, they gathered, and early the next morning, 40 people arrived at the entrance of Lingyun Resort. We're here. Get out quickly. He Yuan, what are you standing there for? Did you steal cattle last night? The special bus stopped, and Tianjin called everyone to get off. Seeing He Yuan still sleepy and slow, Tianjin asked impatiently. Even Xiang Hua, who had limited mobility, was ready to get off. Why was He Yuan hesitating? He claimed to be a soldier king. What a shame to waste that title. All right, stop rushing me. We're leaving soon. He Yuan carried a large suitcase, answered briefly, and immediately got off the bus. Ignoring Hiyuan, Qianjin helped Xianghua sit in a wheelchair and carry their luggage. This time, we'll stay together. If anything happens, tell me, and I will handle it. Of course, anything mainly referred to Xianghua's drug addiction issues. Xianghua's situation was not a secret in the military. Qianjin and Xianghua were good friends, so he naturally knew about Xianghua's condition. Xianghua nodded in response. However, he didn't bring any harmful substances this time. Previously, doctors had to give him injections because he couldn't handle his condition, but he was very against it and preferred to avoid them if possible. He hadn't prepared any drugs this time. Moreover, Xianghua came with a determined attitude. If he couldn't recover as the minister suggested, he refused to get injected with harmful substances again. If he couldn't endure it, he'd rather die than keep living in pain. Qianjin nodded at Xianghua and didn't think much more about it. His main focus was on meeting the extraordinary expert soon. They helped Xianghua out of the car. At the entrance of the resort, a group of well-trained people stood together, an impressive sight. Sister, look at these people. They don't seem ordinary. Their muscles are so big they can't be hidden by clothes. They look like members of a hidden family clan, Victor said, wide-eyed. The people from the Bear Kingdom were naturally strong-looking, but this group seemed even more powerful. They might belong to some mysterious Eastern martial sect. Julia also looked at the group with stars in her eyes, feeling very safe. Yang Xinran even lied to her, saying they were just ordinary people. Does this look like ordinary folks? Julia, when will your friends arrive? Where are they? How much longer do we have to wait? The others asked her eagerly, like machine guns. They were the same group from the luxury cruise in the Maldives. After dealing with the Jin family's people, they hurriedly completed the procedures to come to China, eager to see what kind of environment could produce such a top expert who could defeat Jean Dali. Yes, after analyzing everything along the way, Julia and her friends had learned a lot from different sources. They were now very sure that Jean Dali was defeated by a friend of Julia's friend. They heard that the attacker was a woman, and the Jin family's boss, Jin Shi, was demanding that China hand over the culprit. But without evidence, both sides kept arguing, and no one could do anything. The organizer of the International Martial Arts Association was blamed by both sides for being rough and unfair. The Chinese side accused the organizer of not fulfilling their duties, questioning why injured people were forced to attend the celebration and threatened that they wouldn't receive their rightful honors if they refused. They also accused the organizer of helping Jean Daliang bully Chinese participants, putting them in danger. President Jean criticized the organizer for not taking responsibility and allowing the situation to worsen, which led to his son's death at sea. President Jean paid a lot of money to hire a rescue team. After several days of searching, they finally found Jean Daliang's body in the vast ocean. However, after a few days, the fish in the sea had eaten parts of the body, leaving it incomplete. If it weren't for a wheelchair tied to the body, it would be hard to be sure it was Jean Daliang. Although President Jean was furious and couldn't get justice from the Chinese side, he still tried to show off his power within the Martial Arts Association. The two leaders of the organizer had already been worn out, and with the Chinese side's aggressive actions, not only were they exhausted, but even the International Martial Arts Federation was heavily weakened. After learning all this, Victor and his team cooperated with the investigation and immediately headed to China, eager to learn about the mysterious Chinese kung fu. Yang Xinran and her group quickly arrived at the resort entrance. Julia, why are you here too? Didn't you say you were going to Europe? Someone asked. Because they were middlemen who helped make money, Huang Shasha and others also helped greet the guests. Xiao Ling separated from them and went to stand with Qian Jin and others, who were standing out among the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Ling, the resort manager. You are arranged here by Mr. Kong, right? Come with me. I'll take you to your accommodations first. Since Xiao Ling wanted to build good relations with the team, she naturally would neglect those sent by Kong Xian. She had also seen the list of visitors. Although the introductions were simple, each person was important. Among them were drug enforcement hero Xianghua, the youngest special police captain Qianjin, and the elite soldier Hiyuan. Even just one of them was a significant figure, so with 40 people gathered, Xiaoling was very careful in her reception. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoling led them to the back mountain temple, walking and explaining as they went. The temple on the back mountain isn't fully open yet. Only a few members can enter. Rest assured, it won't be too noisy. Xiaoling looked at Qianjin and the others as they occasionally glanced at the tourists dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. She smiled and explained, the resort has a special program focused on ancient-themed role-playing activities. They provide many Hanfu costumes. If you're interested, I can ask the staff to bring you a few more sets. Here, as long as your clothing isn't revealing or too outlandish, you can wear any style. People won't look at you strangely. Wearing unusual clothes draws attention only because few people wear them. If everyone dressed like that, it wouldn't stand out at all. It would just seem normal. Because of this, the resort attracts many Hanfu enthusiasts. Here, they can wear Hanfu without receiving strange looks from others. They can also meet many like-minded friends. Most importantly, the resort has a large collection of Hanfu and accessories. If you have enough money, you can buy Hanfu at the resort. Since they sell directly from the manufacturer, the clothes are much cheaper than outside for the same quality and style. If money is a bit tight, that's okay too. The resort has many shops that rent Hanfu. The prices are affordable, and you can enjoy different styles, making the experience very enjoyable. In this friendly environment, many people are now wearing Hanfu when they go out. Sounds good. Are those security guards? They look quite spirited. He Yuan looked at a group of guards patrolling nearby, dressed in official uniforms. He nodded. Whether they are just for show or not, they look pretty impressive just standing there. Yes, those are our resort security guards. They have many such costumes, including guards with swords, imperial guards, and palace guards. If you like, you can wear them around the resort. Zhao Xi's team of sword-wielding guards is quite famous at the resort. Lin Ping even arranged for this star security team to patrol daily, so visitors can enjoy watching the guards with swords. Of course, only the best security personnel are chosen. Their height, build, appearance, and manners are all carefully selected to present the best image to visitors. All right, Boss Qiao, please prepare a few sets for us. He Yuan nodded in agreement. It was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to try it out. While speaking, Xiao Ling led them inside the mountain temple on the back hill. The temple here is not fully open now. Only certain members can enter. At this moment, there are few people, and only a few are quietly sitting on the grass, practicing meditation. Boss Qiao, are those people practicing martial arts? He Yuan looked at the quiet people resting on the grass and still found it hard to believe. Is this how the legendary skills are learned? Does such martial arts really exist in the world? Xiaoling looked at Feng Qing and others resting peacefully in the distance and nodded with a smile. Yes, they are practicing martial arts. It's a simple breathing exercise. If you're interested, you can try it later. Since returning from the Maldives, Feng Qing has spent most of his time here practicing martial arts. One reason is that his foot is injured, making it inconvenient to walk around. Another reason is that he was inspired by Qiao Ling. Feng Qing knows that his boss is more skilled than he is, but he didn't expect him to be so much better. With a few words, he could put Jean Dali in a difficult position. After witnessing Qiao Ling's skills, he felt the gap between himself and his boss was too big. He hoped to improve quickly and catch up with his boss's progress. Considering the situation of Qianjin and others, Qiao Ling specially arranged a separate courtyard for them. Once the gate is closed, outsiders cannot see inside. Inside the courtyard, Qiao Ling pointed to a carved inscription on the side of the courtyard about breathing exercises. It's very simple. You can follow the described rhythm to breathe. You can try now. If you have questions, you can ask me. Knowing that these people were eager, Qiao Ling didn't hesitate. After bringing them to the place, she immediately let them try. Boss Qiao, excuse me for asking, but is practicing quietly like this enough? Are there no other training methods? Qianjin endured all the way here, and now that there are no outsiders present, he finally voiced his doubts. Surely, he wasn't the only one feeling this way. His teammates must also be curious. Although they watched videos at Kong Xian's place, They hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they still had some concerns. Yes, just like that. It's called martial arts, but really it's just mastering the breathing rhythm to improve physical fitness. These people are all top talents from the military. Xiaoling doesn't think she can impress this group of talented individuals with just a quick glance. She took out a deck of cards from her purse. These cards were given to her earlier by Yang Xinran in the Maldives. She hadn't used them before, but now she planned to show her skills to this talented group and surprise them. 40 people, including Qianjin, watched as Xiaoling suddenly took out a deck of cards. Remembering Minister Kang's instructions, their eyes lit up with anticipation. Here comes an exciting scene. The young woman before them truly seems as formidable as the minister described. All 40 pairs of eyes, 80 in total, fixed steadily on the cards in Xiaoling's hand. She held the cards, building suspense, and looked at the pomegranate tree outside the courtyard. The tree was now heavy with bright red fruit. Xiaoling gathered her strength in her right hand, aimed at a pomegranate, and with a swift motion, threw the cards toward the tree. With a sharp, the cards hit the branches full of pomegranates, breaking a small branch about the thickness of a little finger. At the same time as she threw the cards, Xiaoling quickly moved toward the tree and caught the broken branch. See, I haven't deliberately practiced any moves. I just react based on my physical ability, and I can achieve this effect. You all are soldiers. If you train hard, your skills will only improve, not diminish. Xiaoling set down the pomegranate branch and casually let Qianjin and others examine it. Xia Yuan had warned her that in the army, strength was everything. Showing her abilities in front of this group was very necessary. Seeing their expressions, some surprised, some thoughtful, some excited, Xiaoling finally relaxed a little. This should be enough to impress this group of soldiers. From now on, as long as they focus on training and feel the effects, she wouldn't need to worry anymore. After witnessing Xiaoling's skills, Qianjin and the others were too focused on practicing to pay attention to anything else. They each found a quiet spot and began practicing the techniques Xiaoling had demonstrated. Mr. Xiang, you can't stay with them for now. I'll take you to the rehabilitation center. Is that okay? Xiaoling looked at Hua Yi, who was still practicing with his eyes closed, and interrupted him gently. Lian Xian had already told her about Hua Yi's condition, and Wenda also thought Hua Yi wasn't suitable to stay at the Taoist temple. Not only was Hua Yi's body in poor shape, but he also might relapse into his old addiction at any moment, which made staying at the temple unsafe. The rehabilitation center was well-equipped, and if Hua Yi had a relapse or faced other issues, they could provide necessary medical treatment. After careful consideration, Xiaoling decided that Hua Yi should go to the rehabilitation center. Mr. Qiao, was this arranged by Minister Kang? Qianjin, who was quietly waiting nearby, listened to Xiaoling's plan and, without hesitation, stood up to ask. Minister Kang specifically told me about Mr. Xiang's situation. I think that the rehabilitation center has dedicated doctors to care for him, and since our resort is a new key project aimed at health recovery, Mr. Xiang can receive better care there. Of course, if Mr. Xiang doesn't want to go, that's fine too. I can arrange for a doctor to come here instead. Although Xiaoling admires Xiang Hua's character and feels sad about his situation, she wouldn't make decisions for him. If Xiang Hua doesn't want to go, she won't force him. All right then. As per your boss, Mr. Qiao, please trouble you. Qianjin, you practice first. I'll go to the rehabilitation center. Xiang Hua naturally wouldn't refuse. Before coming, Minister Kang specifically told him that Xiao Boss's place is special and good for health recovery. Whether he can regain his previous health depends on this. At this moment, he wouldn't reject Xiao Boss's arrangement. Qianjin thought about how the minister had specifically mentioned Xiang Hua before coming. Knowing the minister had other plans for him, he wasn't worried. He simply gave a few instructions and went back to practice martial arts. Having so many skilled soldiers here, he needed to seize the time and not embarrass himself in front of so many people. Xiaoling took Xiang Hua's bag and pushed him toward the rehabilitation center. Lingling, is this the Mr. Xiang you mentioned before? Come on, I've arranged the room. It's in room 101. As soon as they arrived at the center, Lai Jing led Xiaoling toward room 101. Room 101, as the name suggests, is the 101st room. The room is about 20 square meters. Though small, it has everything: a private bathroom, a single bed, a wardrobe, a tea table, and a TV. Because of the special nature of the center, each room is equipped with essential devices like a breathing apparatus and health monitors. To avoid making residents feel overwhelmed, these items are stored in cabinets and can be quickly accessed when needed. They are not visible unless opened. Li Jing asked a nurse, hired at a high salary, to help assist Xiang Hua onto the bed so the doctor could check his basic condition. Xiang Hua was very familiar with this process. Without saying much, he quietly allowed the doctor to examine him. "Hello everyone, I am Yu Yang. Don't worry, I am still strong and alive today." Outside the door, there was some movement. Xiang Hua looked up and saw a man outside the corridor filming a video with a live streaming device. The person helping him film was probably his wife. After saying a simple sentence, she finished and handed him the phone to show him the footage. Next to them, a little girl sat quietly holding a cloth doll, watching the couple, creating a warm scene. The doctor finished a quick check and left the room. The others were busy with their own tasks. Now only Xiao Ling and Xiang Hua remained inside. Perhaps because of the warm scene just now, Xiang Hua felt like sharing his feelings. "I also have a daughter about the same size as the girl in the corridor and a gentle, lovely wife." "Really? That's great. Children of that age are very cute. She should be in kindergarten now, right? If you want your wife and daughter to visit, you can ask them to come." Xiao Ling didn't know Xiang Hua's true reason for mentioning his wife and daughter. She guessed he might be missing his family, so she made that suggestion. "Boss Qiao, you should also know my health situation. How can I let my family see me like this? If I recover fully, I'll go back to see them." Xiang Hua shook his head in disagreement. He didn't want to ruin the image in his wife and daughter's hearts, nor did he want the hero they admired to become a weak, helpless person. "Mr. Xiang, if your wife and daughter knew about your condition, they would only feel worried about you. They wouldn't care about these details. Little do they know, avoiding them makes them even more sad. Being unwell, I just need to rest properly. There's no need to hide from them." Qiao Ling had heard from Kong Xian about Xiang Hua's condition and strongly disagreed with his approach. His doctor had just examined him and confirmed he didn't have cancer. But his health was similar to Yu Yang's, and there was an uncertain toxin in his body. If it acted up, causing seizures, he might not make it through. One mistake could mean losing his life and family forever. How could he avoid seeing his loved ones because of such fears? Maybe. Let's wait and see. If it improves, I'll let them come. Perhaps because of the warm scene outside earlier, Xiang Hua didn't oppose as strongly as before. Since returning to China a year ago after solving the case and learning about his health, he hadn't seen his family for nearly a year. Now, he missed them very much. He and Yu Yang both see this place as their last hope. No matter whether it succeeds or not, they always want to see their family members. Xiao Ling didn't say much. She looked at Hua, who wasn't interested in chatting, and after giving a few instructions to the nurse in charge, she left room 101. At the corridor outside, old Master Ma was happily watching Yu Yang and his wife edit videos. When he saw Xiao Ling passing by, he warmly greeted her. "Boss Qiao, do you have time to come by today? Thank you for your help the other day." Old Master Ma first expressed his gratitude, then couldn't help but ask, "Boss Qiao, is it really not possible to get the honey we drank these past few mornings through delivery? My granddaughter is postpartum, taking care of the baby all day and not resting well. I want to buy some for her to take home." The first group of residents had been in the nursing home for several days. After moving in, just as advertised, they weren't given medication or frequent tests. Even the food wasn't overly restricted. There was a dedicated cafeteria window, and they could ask the chefs to prepare whatever they wanted. This made old Master Ma, a foodie, very happy. After being diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, his family had been very cautious about what he ate, drinking only soups and broths, and his taste buds had dulled. Now, he finally had the chance to enjoy delicious food. Of course, old Master Ma understood the importance of priorities. He didn't forget the purpose of staying in the nursing home. While it was nice to skip injections and medication and indulge in good food, real results were still necessary. Since staying there for several days, the nursing home had little interference. Every morning and evening, they drank a sweet honey water, and at sunrise, they were taken outside to do some aerobic breathing exercises among the plants. These two seemingly simple activities surprisingly yielded unexpected benefits. The feedback from over 100 people was very positive. They felt noticeably lighter and more relaxed. This discovery was a big deal. Everyone looked forward to the magical honey water every day. They even rinsed their cups with water after drinking it. And the aerobic breathing exercises? Without anyone urging them, besides their meal and bathroom breaks, they voluntarily found quiet outdoor spots in the nursing home to practice, all aiming to improve their health and resist illness. On the second day of his stay, old Master Ma shared this breathing method with his family and descendants, encouraging them to practice as well. However, the feedback was that it didn't seem to work. He wasn't sure if his family members were neglecting it or if other factors were involved. Since free methods are not working, Mr. Ma decided to try honey water instead. The manager of the health center said they couldn't sell it because supplies were limited. Mr. Ma was still hopeful and, by chance, met the big boss, Xiao Ling. He asked cautiously about the possibility. "Sorry, sir, we don't have enough honey for the health center, and we can't sell any extra. If your family members are resting poorly, they can visit the resort. I have to go now." Even though Xiao Ling still had many good things stored in the back mountain, she no longer casually took out valuables like she did at the beginning. Now that she was officially recognized, she knew she had to be careful and not reveal these treasures to outsiders. She remembered what Shen Huan asked her last time. She didn't ask for anything special, just whether these items could be controlled by foreign forces. Naturally, Xiao Ling paid attention to this. The items stayed at the resort, and only those who needed them would come. Even if those people didn't let the items go abroad after buying them, with many visitors, accidents could happen. Xiao Ling was happy with her current cooperation with the authorities and wanted to keep strict control over these matters. Therefore, even if Mr. Ma had many acquaintances, she couldn't make concessions on this issue. After speaking, Xiao Ling went to Si Wenda, who was busy in his office, to ask about Xiang Hua. Mr. Xiang's condition is very poor. His body functions are worse than those of Mr. Ma, who is 80.
Plus, he has a ticking time bomb.
I plan to try Plan A like Yu Yang. The staff at the health center would give different treatment plans based on each person's health. Currently, there are 4 plans, A, B, C, and D. Plan A is for those in the worst condition like Yu Yang, who have terminal illnesses and no surgery options. The main difference with Plan A is that these patients need to take more things. Besides honey water in the morning and evening, they also need to drink diluted peach blossom wine daily. The amount isn't large but helps nourish their bodies and has some positive effects. The rooms for patients on Plan A are also decorated differently, with plants grown at the resort, along with special sleep-inducing incense and peach blossom sachets. Since they have admitted patients with serious illnesses, the nursing home cannot really let their conditions worsen. Plan A includes many good treatments, aiming to help these already weakened patients last longer. It gives them more time to recover their health and resist the disease on their own. The longest recovery period is in Plan A, initially set at 3 months per cycle. The full effects will be seen after the nursing home's trial period ends. Plan B is for patients like old Master Ma, who have a serious illness but are still in early or middle stages. They may have tumors that can be removed, are older, and have a higher chance of disease recurrence. These patients drink honey water daily and are surrounded by plants grown in the resort to help recovery. The treatment lasts about 2 months per cycle. Plan C targets people with weak immune systems. They're not seriously ill but often fall sick, with issues like stomach or heart problems that come and go. Their health problems keep recurring because their immune system can't properly control their body functions. If left untreated, these issues could develop into more serious diseases. Each cycle lasts at least a month. Plan D covers a wider group, such as women with menstrual pain, menopausal women, elderly with insomnia, office workers with occupational health issues, children with night sweats or anxiety. These problems are not severe, but still need attention. The treatment cycle is short, about a week or 2, sometimes up to half a month. All 4 plans require patients to do some exercise. Medical staff, paid a high fee by Manhwa, studied and confirmed that the breathing method shared by Xiaoling is also suitable for patients. Those who practice it recover twice as fast as those who do not, without needing special resources. This kind of health practice should be widely promoted. For the patients in the nursing home, it is recommended they practice the breathing method as much as possible to recover faster. Understanding how the breathing method works makes it easy to see why it benefits patients. Breathing exercises help people better absorb the natural energy in the air. But what is this energy? It is an important factor that can improve a person's physical health. Whether drinking honey water or peach blossom wine, the goal is to absorb the mixed energy. It is normal for breathing exercises to work in this way. If practiced well, people might not even need the help of things like gourd water or peach blossom wine. In a resort filled with this energy, breathing exercises are the best way to relax and heal. Without mentioning these details, Xiaoling carefully advised Xiang Hua after learning about his health. "Cousin, Mr. Xiang's situation is special. You need to pay more attention. If necessary, you can upgrade his treatment plan to help improve his health faster. I've already surrounded a large area at the water pond on the edge of the resort. Have the nurse take him there every day, whether for rest or practicing breathing exercises. Just let him stay there for a while. Heroic figures usually get special treatment." Xiaoling and Wen had marked the area around the waterfall pond where the little gourd caused a big fuss before. The water from the underground river irrigates the resort, and Xiaoling decided to let the little gourd occasionally pour water from there. Most of the gourd water flows down the stream into the resort, but the pond is at the source. The energy concentration here is quite high. Several acres around it have as much energy as the back mountain, and the center can even compare to the spiritual garden. Xiaoling discovered this by chance earlier and had someone enclose 10 acres around the pond, preventing outsiders from entering. Now, opening it up for Xiang Hua is to help him recover faster. She also doesn't plan to fully close off this area like the spiritual garden. The pond has many plants mainly for viewing, which are unique but not inaccessible. In such a lively resort, adding one more special place doesn't matter. Xiaoling plans to have a small healing center built inside, open to people like Xiang Hua with special needs, so they can improve their health more quickly. For people who have made special contributions to the country and society, like Xiang Hua, Xiaoling is willing to make exceptions and give extra care. After arranging matters with Xiang Hua, Xiaoling asked Lin Ping to handle logistics for the 39 people, including Qian Jin. Then, Xiaoling went to find Yang Xinran. Yang Xinran's friend Juya was at least able to earn a small profit. Since she came to her territory, she deserved a good welcome. "Lingling, is everything done? Come, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Juya and her friends. Juya, this is Xiaoling. She owns this resort and is also my best friend." Yang Xinran introduced Xiaoling and Juya to each other. As for the others, she wasn't very familiar with them and mentioned them briefly.
Hello, Suoya.
"Thank you for your help in the Maldives. My resort isn't bad either. It offers a different cultural experience from the Maldives, with some fun activities. You all should enjoy your stay for a few days." Xiaoling warmly invited Juya and her friends to explore. The resort has hosted many international guests, and there's even an international version of the Peach Blossom Spring Murder Mystery game. Juya and her friends would definitely have a good time. "Thank you, Boss Qiao.
We won't hold back.
We'll definitely enjoy the beauty of the East." Juya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaoling. She was clearly a top expert who could easily outshine others. Her companions also looked at Xiaoling with admiration. They had heard of legendary martial arts masters, and if they weren't worried about their relationship, they would have insisted on seeing her skills firsthand. After a brief encounter, Xiaoling accompanied Yang Xinran to greet Juya and her friends. Since they didn't speak the same language and were watching her closely, she felt a bit uneasy. She decided to find a chance to slip away and rest. Since returning from the Maldives, Xiaoling had been busy working with official departments. Plus, with the trial operation of the rehabilitation center, She hadn't had a moment of peace. Now that she finally had some free time, she didn't want to spend it with those irrelevant international guests. The incident with Jin Dezhong reminded Xiao Ling once again of the importance of strength. If she hadn't had solid martial skills this time, the outcome could have been very different. This time, Jin Dezhong was caught off guard because he was focused on guarding against Feng Qing, ignoring her skills, which allowed her to turn the situation around. But after this, Xiao Ling no longer dared to have such luck on her side. If someone wanted to target her in the future, they would definitely consider these factors. It's no longer possible to pretend to be weak and then strike back later. You cannot win by surprise alone, but Xiao Ling is not out of options. She has practiced breathing techniques for over a year, reaching a basic level, and can also train in other skills left by her ancestors. If something really happens in the future, and her opponent assesses her strength based on previous situations and attacks her, she will still have the ability to protect herself. As long as her fighting skills improve to a higher level, any number of enemy moves will be useless. The enemy thinks she is only at the first level, but they don't know she has already reached the second, third, or even beyond the atmosphere. It's not easy to deal with her. To achieve this, she must put her plans into action. Although Xiao Ling doesn't believe that the Korean President Jin would come to her country to cause trouble, she is not afraid of small risks. She doesn't want to lose her life due to a moment of carelessness. After sending Yang Xinran and Ding Shirlan away, and while Huang Sasa was returning to handle work, Xiao Ling focused entirely on practicing martial arts. Yang Xinran may have left, but her good friend Zhuya has not. Little sister, if I tell Dad I want to stay in China long term, do you think he would agree? Zhuya asked uncertainly as she packed her bags. Victor watched his sister Zhuya pack and asked hesitantly. Victor initially came to the resort just to see what kind of expert could defeat Jin Daliang so easily. The expert ignored them, greeted them indifferently, and was rarely seen afterward. But it was okay. They spent a few days at the resort and surprisingly discovered that the expert had shared a mysterious martial arts technique with everyone. Although they weren't sure if it was real, since the resort visitors would eventually try practicing it out of curiosity, they also gave it a few days. Wow, it actually worked. Among their group, a blonde guy seemed very talented. After 10 days of practice, he felt his strength increase. It might have been psychological, a kind of mental filter, but everyone's mood lifted. They stayed at this little-known resort for half a month. No one knew how they managed to keep going. In places like the Maldives, a popular tourist spot, people usually get bored after 10 days and look for fun. But they stayed at the resort for half a month, which was quite unbelievable. But seeing everyone's energy and spirit, this half month was definitely worth it. Practicing martial arts for a short time doesn't show much difference, but everyone's energy and spirit are noticeably better. For example, that blonde guy, even though he's young, is A. No matter how many supplements he takes, he can't hide his weakness. After practicing martial arts for half a month, he's much more energetic, and his steps are steadier. Victor, who is related to Zhuya, is in better shape than the blonde guy, but he's still only slightly improved. He gets tired after walking a few steps. Now, his body seems to have returned to its peak in high school, strong like a young ox. As for Zhuya herself, although she mostly spends her time on story-based games, she still finds time to practice martial arts every day. The results are clear. Her skin looks bright and healthy, as if she just had a spa treatment, and her makeup feels unnecessary because her natural glow is so good. These obvious improvements make Victor and Zhuya reluctant to leave. However, many things are beyond their control. It's already difficult to find time to come here, and staying long-term is impossible. Victor and others have tried to leave the resort to practice martial arts. But it's clear that the training method loses its effect once they leave the resort. They can still feel some effect in town, but the farther they go, the weaker it becomes, almost useless. To continue practicing, they must stay at the resort. There's so much at home waiting for us. Dad won't agree. Maybe we can finish things quickly and come back here sooner, Zhuya said honestly. She wants to stay, but her circumstances don't allow it. Zhuya and her brother are trying to find ways to stay longer at the resort to learn more martial arts. Others are the same. At another hotel in the resort, a woman quietly asks someone who just returned with information, "How did it go? Did you find out why this resort is so mysterious?" The speaker is none other than Mizi, who previously had her eyes on Feng Qing in the Maldives. Mizi knows the story about Jean Delang. She's curious about who is behind the actions. The more she thinks about it, the more she feels it's a shame to let such a handsome man like Feng Qing go. So, she also came to the resort. However, because of past disagreements, she has kept a low profile and hasn't made a fuss. Maisie and the others naturally practiced the techniques announced by the resort. After experiencing some success, they naturally wanted to practice the skill forever. She even thought more about it. She wanted her family members to practice, and she hoped her country could also learn. However, after several attempts, she found that only practicing at the resort was effective. Once she understood the situation, she ordered her subordinates to investigate thoroughly and find out the reason. As long as she could control the source, her country might regain its former glory. Therefore, she was determined to uncover the unusual reasons behind the resort's special nature and bring the information back home.
Buzz. Buzz.
Oh no, this is bad. Xiao Ling quickly sat up from her bed. It was the alarm from the security system of the spirit garden. She hurriedly dressed and headed toward the spirit garden. Because of its special nature, Xiao Ling had taken many precautions to prevent spying. There were tall walls, thick leaves for cover, high-tech security fences, surveillance cameras, and dedicated drones patrolling 24 hours a day. Still, it was not enough to stop someone with bad intentions. She checked the time, 3 a.m. It was a very tricky time. She didn't know if the intruder had successfully entered the garden. But her worries were unnecessary. Although the security alarm sounded, the thief was caught as soon as they touched the garden's wall. Remember, the back mountain was now home to over 30 skilled soldiers. If the thief had succeeded, they would have been humiliated and dead. Be quiet. I see you're just asking for trouble, sneaking in right under Grandpa's nose. Do you think I'm just a fool? He Yuan said as he stomped heavily on the thief, who was lying on the ground. The thief tried to run? He didn't even bother to find out He Yuan's reputation. He was unbeatable in the military. Once in his hands, there was no point in struggling. Thief? This doesn't look like a normal thief. Everyone stay alert. These people are suspicious. Qian Jin warned his teammates. This group was not just ordinary thieves. Their skills were even more agile than regular soldiers, and their actions were well-coordinated, clearly organized. Qian Jin thought about the way he dealt with that group of people earlier. It was a bit like how people from a certain country live a good life. Be careful. This group might be spies sent from another country. We should take them back later. Suddenly, there were sounds of puff, puff, and 10 masked men in black who had entered the back mountain suddenly spat blood and fell to the ground. Not good. These people have been poisoned. Someone in the crowd whispered in shock. As they spoke, they reached out to check the breath of the nearby thieves. They shook their heads. These people were beyond saving. The others also checked the criminals. Unsurprisingly, all of them had been poisoned and died, with no survivors. After discovering the poisoning, over 30 people, including Qianjin, looked very serious. The situation was very serious. Sending such a brave team meant the backing force behind them was definitely powerful. While thinking, Xiao Ling had already come over. She looked at the large group of people lying on the ground, clearly surprised. Are they? Although Xiao Ling had thrown Jean Daliang into the sea, she hadn't seen Jean Daliang's body herself. She didn't have much idea about dead people. Now, seeing so many bodies on the ground, some still bleeding from their mouths and looking very pale, she wondered, could it really be what she thought? So many dead bodies at the entrance of Lingyuan. Maybe this place isn't suitable to be called a garden, and it's really unlucky. Before Xiao Ling could think more, Qianjin nodded seriously. Boss Xiao, these people tried to enter the garden. When we found and subdued them, they all poisoned themselves without saying a word. Qianjin was feeling regretful now. If they had been on a mission, these people wouldn't have had the chance to commit suicide in front of them. It was also because they had let their guard down, thinking these were just petty thieves, and relaxed. They didn't expect that in this small village there would be such well-trained thieves. But then, considering the different environment of the resort, it was normal to encounter foreign forces' interest. Although they had only been training for less than a month, the results were clearly visible. Their goal was clear: to practice the martial arts that Boss Chow announced. So, after a couple of days of wandering around the resort with some interest, the rest of the time was spent practicing in the back mountain. People who could stand out in the army and earn honors naturally had good skills. This group of people may have better physical strength than most, and after practicing for about 20 days, they gained much more than others who practice martial arts. If they keep practicing at this speed, in 3 months, they might not be able to kill someone silently with an iron ball like Boss Chow. But they should be able to complete the task assigned by Minister Kong, to hit a wheelchair from 20 meters away with an iron ball. Such a magical resort is not surprising to be targeted by foreign forces. Before Xiao Ling could react, Qian Jin and his team quickly packed up the battlefield. Although these people are dead, it's still possible to find clues from their bodies to identify the mastermind behind the attack. Since Boss Qiao's place has already been targeted, they need to find the person behind it and eliminate this threat. After a while, Li, who is in charge of criminal investigations, looked serious as he explained the situation to Qian Jin. These people have no identification marks, but it's likely they are from Japan. Japanese people are different from Chinese people, even though both are East Asian. Japanese tend to be shorter, with prominent large teeth, big toes, and separated toes, which makes them easy to distinguish. However, just because the attackers are Japanese doesn't mean the mastermind is. Recently, Boss Chow killed the son of the Kim family, a powerful family from Korea, so it's possible that Korean forces are involved. But it's hard to say for sure. The Japanese often like to steal valuable things from other countries, so they might be eyeing our country's treasures again. Boss Chow, don't worry. Since we're here, we will definitely find out what's going on. Qian Jin assured Boss Chow and everyone else. They don't think anyone can just attack them without consequences. Xiao Ling nodded. She wasn't worried. The attack was sudden, and the thieves were already dead before they even entered the garden. She has taken precautions, so anyone with bad intentions won't succeed. Moreover, although the garden is important, she is now working with the authorities. Even if someone notices something unusual inside, it's not a big problem. The treasures inside the garden are valuable, but even if someone steals them, it's not a big loss for Xiaoling. The real core item, the small gourd, is impossible to steal. But Qian Jin and the others don't know that, and after being at the resort for so long, they naturally understand the special nature of the garden. Without saying much, the closer they get to the spirit garden, the better their practice results become. Therefore, those who covet this place are on high alert, determined to find and punish the person behind the scenes. As for Maisie's side, the people she sent out haven't returned yet. She has already realized something went wrong, but she remains calm. The team she sent was carefully chosen from Japan, so she isn't worried about being exposed. Ono-kun, contact my father and brother. Ask them to send more people. The abnormal activity must be coming from inside the spirit garden. Once I find the cause and bring it back home, my family will regain its former glory. Maisie is growing more confident with each setback. The 10 people she sent out did serve a purpose. They confirmed there was an ambush in the spirit garden. Having an ambush is good. It proves her suspicion is correct. Because the spirit garden is unusual, they sent people to hide there. They're worried that valuable things inside might be stolen. Maisie has also observed the resort. She hasn't seen many official personnel stationed here. So, she plans to take the items back to Japan before the Chinese authorities notice anything strange. It's quite funny. Such a strange place, and China hasn't discovered anything yet. She thinks the security here is weak, so she plans to take advantage of the situation and bring the items back to Japan. Without going into how Maisie planned everything, Qiao Ling and her team, including Yu Qian, are responsible for the arrangements. She didn't interfere much, just asked Lin Ping to handle logistics and let Qian investigate. Lingling, I heard the alarm sounded here last night for a long time. Are you okay? Wendy hurried over, asking anxiously. Although Lingling is strong, this is a modern, technological era. Many methods are hard to defend against. He worries that Xiao Ling might get into trouble. Big cousin, I'm fine. The gang of criminals didn't even get past the backyard gate. Mr. Qian and the others caught them. Xiao Ling didn't tell Wendy that all 10 of the criminals had taken poison and committed suicide. Even though Wendy is a doctor and used to life and death situations, he wouldn't expect 10 people to all poison themselves at once. And this time, it might involve international forces. Xiao Ling doesn't want to worry everyone by revealing too much. That's good, that's good. With them around, those little troublemakers won't get away. Wendy felt relieved after hearing Xiao Ling say that the group behind was nearby. He knew a lot about that group, especially since there was a special patient in the sanatorium. Speaking of that special patient, Wendy said to Xiao Ling with admiration, Lingling, Mr. Xiang hasn't taken any drugs in a month. I heard he hadn't used that stuff for a while before coming here. Physically, he's no longer addicted. Usually a month is enough to detox from drugs, but that's only physical withdrawal. The psychological addiction can take 3 to 6 months to fully break. However, Xiang Hua's situation is different. He hates drugs deeply. If his health hadn't been an issue before, he would have quit long ago. So, Xiang Hua only needs to get rid of the physical addiction now. If he hasn't touched drugs for over a month, it's pretty sure he's detoxed. Really detoxed? He must have had cravings during that time, right? Didn't his body say it couldn't handle it? Was he okay? Xiao Ling's voice quickened. She had been told by Kong Xian that Xiang Hua's case was delicate and shouldn't be rushed. He had tried twice before to quit drugs but almost lost his life. He's a hero who is recognized for his bravery, so she couldn't let anything happen to him. He did have withdrawal symptoms in the middle, and I was about to give him an injection, but he insisted he wanted to stop relying on drugs as soon as possible. Seeing that his vital signs were stable, I didn't stop him. Wendy also knew Xiang Hua's situation was special and didn't take any chances. He made his decision after observing Xiang Hua. Although Xiang Hua's health wasn't perfect, he was on the A recovery plan in the sanatorium. He drank honey water, peach blossom wine, and other supportive drinks daily. Besides eating and sleeping, Xiang Hua practiced martial arts by the water every day. Even though he hadn't been in treatment for long, the results were quite good. His body was strong enough to handle the side effects of withdrawal. Director Wen, I just heard you mention Xiang Hua. Did something happen to him? Qianjin, who was talking to Xiao Ling about the troublemakers the night before, overheard Xiang Hua's name outside the door. He thought his friend was in trouble and, without hesitation, hurried inside, asking anxiously. Nothing's wrong. Mr. Xiang is fine. He's doing very well. Wendy saw Qianjin looking anxious and quickly responded. Xiao Ling suggested, let's put yesterday's matter aside for now. How about we go see Mr. Xiang? He has been at the resort for a month. I remember meeting him when he first arrived. It's been a while, and I wonder how he's doing now. Let's go see him together. Xiao Ling's idea was also to let Qianjin see Xiang Hua's condition with his own eyes. Another reason was her curiosity about the different recovery methods at the sanatorium. She wanted to check on how effective the treatments were. Qianjin naturally agreed to go along. Although he had been messaging Xiang Hua every day, he hadn't actually seen him in person this past month. Xiang Hua was physically disabled, so it was natural he couldn't come to see Qianjin. Qianjin had wanted to visit Xiang Hua before, but Xiang Hua refused, saying the sanatorium was for patients and needed peace and quiet, so visitors weren't convenient. Xiang Hua also said everyone was there for training, and it was a rare opportunity to focus on exercises. If there was something urgent, he would ask the nurses for help, so Qianjin didn't need to go out of his way. Qianjin knew Xiang Hua was proud and didn't want him to see him in a vulnerable state. He didn't insist but kept messaging daily to check on his health. He was surprised to find out that Xiang Hua hadn't received any injections for a long time. Now, he was eager to see him in person and confirm his health. The sanatorium was a bit far from Xiao Ling's back mountain. Luckily, the resort had sightseeing shuttles available at any time. The three of them quickly took a ride to the sanatorium. Xiang Hua, how are you? Didn't I tell you to message me if anything happened? You. Qianjin called out loudly before entering room 101. But as he opened the door, he held back his words and suddenly shouted with joy, "You're able to stand up? Amazing! Good job." Qianjin was very excited. Xianghua's legs and feet weren't injured. He had been sitting in a wheelchair because his nerves had been damaged by drugs, making it impossible for him to use his strength. That was why he had to sit in the wheelchair. Earlier, the hospital had said that his condition could only be further treated after completely removing the toxins. They didn't know if he could recover at that point. Qianjin remembered the regret in the doctor's words. Given Xianghua's condition, it was almost impossible to fully eliminate the toxins. Without better treatment options, Xianghua's life might even be short. So, at this moment, seeing Xianghua get out of the wheelchair, walk on his own, and greet everyone, Qianjin felt very uneasy, even a little disbelief. He vigorously rubbed his eyes to make sure it was not a dream, then happily went forward and pounded Xianghua on the shoulder. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why didn't you tell us sooner?" All kinds of complaints couldn't compare to the joy of his friend's recovery. "That's great. Did you tell Commander Kong? Have you contacted your family? Is your health completely fine now? Do you want to train with us?" Qianjin wanted to share this good news with everyone. "I just told my family and Commander Kong." Commander Kong said he plans to come to the resort in a few days. "I asked him to help bring my family here, since his health was resolved." Xianghua couldn't hold back his longing for his family and asked Commander Kong to bring them along. As for whether his health was truly fully recovered, Xianghua was unsure. He asked Wenda, who was with him, "Director Wen, how much longer do I need to stay in the hospital to recover completely?" After this period of recuperation, Xianghua had no doubt that his body could return to its previous condition, or even better. "Mr. Xiang, although you've gotten rid of the toxins, your body has been deeply affected. Many organs have been damaged. For your health, you should continue staying in the rehabilitation center until the trial operation ends, according to the original plan," Wenda objectively analyzed. Although Xianghua had now overcome his drug addiction and could walk on his own, this was only the first step. The toxins injected into Xianghua were very aggressive. Over the past year, his body had been through a lot, and there were still many hidden dangers. Staying in the rehabilitation center was the safest choice. "Everything is moving in a good direction. We're not in a hurry. The longer we stay, the better. Your health is the most important thing. We shouldn't rush." Qianjin nodded repeatedly. Xianghua had only been in the rehab for a month, yet the results were so obvious. He should stay longer until his body was fully restored. Moreover, as a soldier, how could he not have hidden ailments? Years of training and missions left many old and hidden injuries. Xianghua had this opportunity, so he naturally wanted to seize it. Thinking of this, Qianjin's eyes flickered. He briefly spoke to Xianghua and then went to a corner of the corridor to call Kong Xian. "Hello, Minister. Do you know Xianghua's condition?" "How could I not know? The day after tomorrow, I will take his wife and children to the resort to visit him. This kid has finally come through the hard times." Knowing that Xianghua's health was improving, Kong Xian spoke even louder. "Minister, do you have any other ideas? Many comrades in arms have retired due to injuries. If we could bring them to the rehabilitation center, wouldn't you worry about their injuries? Wouldn't you worry about there being no one available?" Qianjin asked Kong Xian directly. Every year, many soldiers have to retire because of injuries. He couldn't believe the minister didn't feel sad or regretful. Of course, he felt sad. Kong Xian thought about it more deeply. Many capable officers had to leave because of health issues. Besides feeling sad about losing good people, Kong Xian also worried about their lives after retirement. Although the government has measures to help them after they retire, many can't do their jobs because of injuries. And seeing old comrades suffering from illnesses made Kong Xian feel uncomfortable as a leader. Kong Xian was more anxious than Qianjin. So, when he heard Xianghua was getting better, he immediately arranged his work to learn more details and discuss cooperation with Boss Qiao. Knowing the minister had plans, Qianjin felt relieved. He went back to his room, told Xianghua a few words, and then left. With Boss Qiao's strong support, they couldn't fall behind. They had to fix the potential threats at the resort. Xiao Ling and Wendy also left room 101. Just outside, they saw Yu Yang's family filming a video. Hello everyone, I am Yu Yang. Today is still a beautiful day. Because of the rehabilitation center's rules, Yu Yang couldn't do a live broadcast. He could only make a short video to share his situation with fans. Yu Yang put down his filming equipment and saw Xiao Ling and Wendy. He happily greeted them. Boss Xiao, Director Wendy, good morning. The people nearby also greeted them. After a month of experience, the effects of the rehabilitation center were obvious, especially the people living close to Yu Yang. Their conditions weren't good. They had similar illnesses, advanced malignant tumors, and couldn't have surgery. Normally, these people would either stay at home waiting to die or go to the hospital for various treatments. They wouldn't have the time or energy to watch videos. After a month of treatment with Plan A, these people seemed to have a new lease on life. They looked energetic, and although their bodies might still be weak, they were able to go out and enjoy the scenery with help from others. At this moment, they saw Xiao Ling and Wendy and warmly greeted them with gratitude. Boss Xiao, Director Wendy, thank you both. Thank you for giving us a second chance at life. The effects of the month at the rehabilitation center gave them hope for the future. Although they spent a lot of money on the treatment with Plan A, and their health insurance couldn't cover it, they preferred to spend money on their health here. The one-time costs seemed high, but compared to the frequent hospital visits and expenses, the rehabilitation center's fee was reasonable. Most importantly, the results were visible. They knew their own health best, and here, they could feel their bodies getting better. So, everyone was very grateful to Xiao Ling and Wendy. They were like saviors who gave them a second life. It's okay. As long as it works, that's what matters. Since the rehabilitation center is in its trial phase, feel free to share any needs or suggestions. We will try to improve where we can. Xiao Ling was not being polite. Since the center was just starting, it couldn't be perfect everywhere. They were constantly improving and developing, and issues could still be fixed now. Boss Xiao, it's really good. For someone who is sick, seeing results can make up for any shortcomings. Plus, we stayed here for a month without injections or medication, and we don't have to worry about side effects. It's really amazing. I never thought I could recover like this. Yu Yang spoke sincerely, not trying to flatter, but genuinely feeling grateful. He hadn't tried any other remedies during this month, strictly following the center's instructions. At first, he was a bit nervous, worried that doing nothing wouldn't cure his illness. But Director Wendy had specifically told him to follow the plan, and with the confidence given by Ling Yun Temple, he stuck to it. The results were very encouraging. He didn't notice the change himself, nor did his wife, who stayed with him, but sharp-eyed netizens did. They compiled videos from his month-long journey and posted them online. To his surprise, he was shocked. Was that really him? The gaunt, dark-faced man with pale lips and dead fish eyes? Yu Yang posts only one greeting video each day. The videos are short, about 10 seconds long. Careful fans edited 30 days of his videos into a clip that lasts less than 5 minutes. When Yu Yang watched it, he didn't notice how quickly time passed. It was over in a flash. At first, his greetings were very quiet, almost like he was barely alive. As the videos played, his voice changed, and his face looked healthier and more energetic. Although his face was still thin, his eyes were clearer, no longer cloudy or protruding, and his face had a healthy color. Maybe watching a single day's video doesn't seem special, but when all 30 days are combined, it's quite powerful. It seems the nursing home really helped improve Yu Yang's health. This discovery was big. News spread quickly, and Yu Yang already had many fans. Fans edited the videos, and it suddenly went viral. Now, on the app, his video is everywhere. Manager, this video is going viral and attracting a lot of attention. Should we step in? An employee at the app's headquarters looked at Yu Yang's video and asked his supervisor for advice. Usually, when a video suddenly becomes popular, it gets extra scrutiny. The more popular it is, the more carefully it is reviewed. They worry about potential issues and don't want to take responsibility for anything problematic. Yu Yang was previously popular with a few million followers, but compared to the platform's size, that wasn't a lot. His influence was small and not a big concern. But now, The video is reaching millions or even billions of viewers. They can't ignore it. The employee also saw the video. On one hand, it encourages people to stay positive about health issues, which is good. It should be fine. The video itself isn't problematic, but there are bigger concerns. Yu Yang's health improved at the resort. He also live-streamed from a temple which is linked to superstitions and indirectly criticized hospitals. If someone with bad intentions took this the wrong way, it could cause serious trouble. After careful consideration, the staff reported the situation step by step to their leaders. This brought them to the headquarters marketing director. Okay, I understand. Don't worry about this video for now. Go back to your work. Director Chowda watched the video, pondered silently, dismissed the person who came, and forwarded the video for careful review by the relevant department. He then searched online for Lingyun Resort. He focused on the cooperation between the resort and the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, as well as a recent promotional video of the health clinic, the top winner of an international martial arts competition, and a recent dispute. Just from these messages, it seemed the resort had official backing. Otherwise, its development wouldn't be so smooth. But the exact situation was unknown to outsiders. After thinking for a moment, Chowda made a phone call. Hello, Mr. Ma, this is Chowda. The old master had surgery earlier. How is his recovery? I heard he went to the resort to recuperate. How is he now? Is everything okay? Mr. Chow, my father is in good health. I know what you're asking about. It's about the video of influencer Yu Yang. Ma Tai knew the purpose of Chowda's call and didn't hide anything. He shared his father's condition openly. My father's illness isn't as serious as Yu Yang's, but you know he's older and has cancer. It's not a mild case. Our family discussed his illness before. We initially planned to do chemotherapy, but he didn't want to, so we haven't finalized the plan. Fortunately, my older sister brought in Ling Tao, and, through some connections, we found the health clinic and got a trial stay during its soft opening. He stayed with the influencer Yu Yang, and the results were very good. Previously, Ma Tai had worked with Chowda on a project. Chowda had helped Ma Tai's company a lot, so Ma Tai wouldn't casually share these details with others. Is the health clinic truly effective? Can it really cure cancer? Chowda was still a bit skeptical and asked again. It's true. I wouldn't lie to you. But the clinic's promotion says it can't cure diseases, only improve a person's physical fitness and immune system to better resist illnesses. I don't know the details. My sister is handling everything. She's at the clinic now. If you want to know more, I can give you her phone number. Ma Tai was busy with his company and didn't know the specifics. If he wanted to ask, he could only ask his sister. After successfully getting Ma Li's phone number, Chowda didn't call her. Instead, he instructed his assistant to buy a plane ticket and head straight to the resort. The review by the relevant department was mostly fine, except for doubts about whether the nursing home was exaggerating. Everything else seemed normal. As for whether someone might intentionally stir up conflicts between the nursing home and medical staff, that's not his concern. Right now, he just wanted to visit the nursing home to see if the results were real. Clearly, Chowda's family also has cancer patients, but he didn't dare to take his family there casually, fearing it might be just a marketing trick. As the marketing director, Chowda has seen many such tactics. He didn't want to bring his family there without caution, worried it might be a misleading promotion. Yu Yang's video was not limited in views, so naturally, many people had ideas besides Chowda. There are many cancer patients in China, and this video definitely gave hope to families feeling desperate. The resort's official website was overwhelmed, with many inquiries about the nursing home and confirming Yu Yang's situation. The promotional effect was achieved, but it caused trouble for customer service staff, as millions of netizens came to ask questions. Wenda felt both pain and happiness. So many people, and the nursing home had made a strong start. But problems also followed. He originally thought that 10,000 beds in the nursing home were enough, but now it seemed too few. Even adding another 100,000 beds might still not be enough. However, 100,000 beds are impossible. The nursing home space is limited, and so are the medical and service staff. If there were 10 times more beds, they simply couldn't manage. Most importantly, the nursing home doesn't have enough resources. Special honey and peach blossom wine are limited, so they can't accept more patients. But since these treatments are effective against cancer, no one wants to give up easily. People are trying all sorts of ways to get connections just to have a chance to live. Not only Wenda, the director of this nursing home, is nearly bald from stress, but the managers of the resort are also being approached by relatives and friends asking for special treatment. As the owner of the resort, Xiaoling is even busier. Her phone is almost exploding with calls. Some calls she has to answer personally because her involvement is necessary. Boss Xiao, thank you for what you did for Xianghua. It's because of you that he's been given a new chance at life, Kong Xian said sincerely. Minister Kong, compared to what Mr. Xiang has done for the people, what I did is nothing. No need to thank me, she replied modestly. Xiao humbly replied. Minister Kang's visit at this time was probably not just to thank Hua. After a brief greeting, Kong directly got to the point. Boss Xiao, do you know how to get a spot at the rehabilitation center? You know our team has many issues. Some work while sick, others retire injured. It's really a pity. I want to see if they can try, but I'm not sure if it's convenient for you, Boss Xiao. Kong felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Before coming, he watched Yu Yang's video and understood everyone's enthusiasm for the rehabilitation center. Not to mention a batch of spots. Even one spot is very hard to get now. He knew it was a difficult request for Boss Xiao. But no matter how hard it is, Kong still wanted to try. He wanted to help his team get this benefit. If he couldn't ask for help himself, it would be even harder for his team to get a spot.